As Hongbin spoke, the scene was extremely quiet. Even the contestants at the next few tables didn't dare to breathe out a mouthful of air. Murong Wanqing and the others held back their anger in their hearts, only wishing that they didn't have a chance to erupt. Xianxia's 4 teammates were frightened. Facing a person of Hongbin's level, the 4 of them didn't even have the courage to speak. Luo Yuan held the wine glass and suddenly laughed loudly. Hongbin, it's really shameless of you to say those words. Do you want to try again? Jiang Cheng, Zhou Xianyong, Chu Yan, Yang Liener, and the others stood up abruptly. They all stood up with ferocious momentum. How is it? Murong Wanqing, Shen Linhai and the others also stood up together. The 2 sides stood opposite each other, each of them unyielding, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. Only Hongbin and Luo Yuan were still sitting at the table. Luo Yuan was playing with the wine glass and said, I wonder who colluded to bully Xianxian together. In the end, your scheme failed and you became angry? Haha. Can't you just bully others and make them stand up to resist? If it's not for your shamelessness, how could you lose so much face? The scene was filled with gunpowder. Hongbin sneered. I'm talking to Xianxian. What's the matter with you, Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan placed his hand on Xianxian's shoulder and said, Xianxian is my good brother. You are targeting him, you are targeting me. Beside him, Zhou Xianyong sneered. The Luo clan has been very close to the military these past few years. Their tone has really grown louder. Seeing that the 2 sides were getting more and more stiff, Xianxian stood up and said to Hongbin, Hongbin, you have finished what you should say. You have done not a single thing you should do. Didn't you come here for me, Xianxian? If you have the ability, just use it. You can be like a woman here and act like a man. Little bastard. Hongbin slapped the table and stood up with a slap. He pointed at Xianxian's nose and said, You have guts. Remember what you just said. Don't you regret it? Kneel down and beg me to let you go. Xianxian took a step forward and almost got close to Hongbin's face, saying, Come on. Hongbin nodded and said, All right, I'll see you in the examination room. You wait for me. After saying that, the group of people left. After this group of people made a fuss, everyone lost interest in drinking. Xianxian clapped his hands and said, Everyone, rest. Prepare to have a good race tomorrow and let those bastards have a good experience. Everyone bid farewell and went back to rest. Xianxian's heart was filled with anger. This had been the case since the additions were eliminated. Now he was almost unable to suppress this anger. Taking advantage of this 12-sec joint exam, he wanted to settle all his old and new enmities together. Second-grade students all started to hate him, so what? Even if the entire Howren Academy hates me, Xianxian, I'll stand up straight and show you. Come on. All of you. Come on. The next day, the contestants gathered early and rode the flying demonic beasts from the Howren sect to the arena. Early in the morning, the arena was filled with gongs and drums. Some wealthy people from Haotian City actually played lion dances here to help the 12 sects take the joint examination. The audience also took their seats, watching all kinds of wonderful performances. Applause continuously rang out. When the contestants flew over from the sky, the applause from the crowd reached its peak. Countless people cheered and welcomed the contestants into the arena. The peddlers selling jewelry and toys all left the arena and were taken over by the Howren sect. The 10 gigantic peaks were still floating in the air, and the 10th peak had already been replaced by a new one because of the serious damage caused by Xianxian. Look, it's Xianxian. Wow, there's Hongbin. Look, it's Murong Wanqing. My God. She seems to be a little more beautiful today. The audience was filled with anticipation. Everyone had their own contestants. Although yesterday, Xianxian ignited the enthusiasm of the audience with hot blood. But the audiences like this, they never really faithful to a person. Attitude changes quickly. Because judging from yesterday's performance, Hongbin's strength was undoubtedly the brightest, and the scene Xianxian made was the most grand. Everyone in the audience had their own supporters. Surprisingly, Murong Wanqing's approval rating was the highest. Perhaps this shocking support rate had something to do with her being a great beauty. After Elder Shi Beihong appeared, Everyone consciously stopped talking. Today was the second stage, the elimination round. It was also today that all the teams began to draw lots and choose their own regions. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens, or perhaps it was the good fortune that made people happy. Xianxia's team had drawn to the 10th competition area, which was also the 10th peak. This small episode aroused a heated discussion among the audience. Once again stepping onto the 10th peak, Xianxia's state of mind was calm. All right, let's begin announcing the core rules of the elimination tournament. Elder Shirbehong said loudly, "The two teams are competing against each other. They will carry out a 5-round system. Those who have won 3 rounds will be counted as advancing. They will no longer be allowed to enter the next 2 rounds. If both sides have not won 2 rounds and lost, they will be allowed to enter the 5th round. In each round, each team can only send out 1 member. The names of the participants will be chosen by the teams themselves. Those with the highest number of votes will be selected. Now, let's draw lots in the division." There were a total of 15 teams on the 10th peak where Xianxian was. Each of the 5 teams was a group, and Xianxian chose the first group. According to the rules of the game, Xianxia's team had to fight against the other 4 teams in the first group to select the top 3. At this time, each of the 10 mountain peaks was supervised by a judge. The referee from the 10th peak raised his right hand and said, "Now, let's invite the first 2 teams out." After saying that, the other teams retreated to the edge of the mountain peak. The first team that Xianxia's team was about to face was led by Yi Dong. This person had always attracted Xianxia's attention. He hadn't expected to meet him in the first match. Just in time, "I'll take this opportunity to probe him," Xianxian thought to himself. Yi Dong was not the first to step on the stage, but lowered his head and stood at the edge of the line. A tall and sturdy man walked onto the open space. "I'll go first." Lu Cheng was the first to ask for battle. Xianxian hesitated for a moment, but he didn't have the nerve to refuse. He couldn't say that you were too weak. "It would be best if I came first, right?" At this moment, the audience was extremely quiet. More than a third of the audience focused their attention on the 10th peak. This was because the 10th peak had just experienced a brilliant and intense battle yesterday. Everyone's enthusiasm for the 10th peak was still very high. All the contestants moved aside, and Lu Cheng cupped his fists and bowed to the sturdy man from the enemy team. "I'm Lu Cheng of the Guihai sect," the tall and sturdy man said. "Blazing Fire sect, Hua Meng. Please, please." The 2 of them waved their hands and immediately began to fight. Xianxian was sweating profusely in his heart. He thought to himself, Lu Cheng must persevere and strive for the first victory. As a result, Lu Cheng had just taken a step forward when he suddenly cupped his fists and said, "I admit defeat." The scene was in an uproar. As if struck by lightning, Xianxian was stunned on the spot. Oh, that Hua Meng of the Blazing Fire sect had the same expression as the others, and he couldn't understand what was going on. Hua Mengqi said, "We haven't fought yet. Why did you admit defeat?" Lu Cheng shook his head. "There's no need to fight. I don't recognize myself as your opponent." After saying that, Lu Cheng hurriedly left the arena. Even the referee beside him was confused, but he could only announce, "In the 10th division, the first group, Hua Meng won this battle." Lu Cheng, "What the hell are you doing?" Xianxian asked angrily as soon as Lu Cheng came down. However, Lu Cheng only lowered his head and did not speak. "Team Xianxian, the second contestant is invited," the referee announced. "I'll do it." Xianxian gritted his teeth and was about to walk towards the open space. But at this time, Huang Tian hurriedly grabbed Xianxian's arm and said, "Let me compete in this battle." "No!" Xianxian frowned. "We've already lost 1 match. We can't lose any more. Since there is no end to the stalemate, let's just raise our hands and vote." Huang Tian also changed his normal state. He had said it well yesterday, but now it was going to be a show of hands. "Those who support me, please raise your hand." As Huang Tian spoke, he raised his right hand, followed by Lu Cheng, Hong Chengji, and Yu Shaoyi. According to the rules of the competition, The winner of the poll may enter the competition. Under Xiang Nan's incredulous gaze, Huang Tian walked up to the empty space and bowed to Hua Meng. I admit defeat. After saying that, Huang Tian retreated back. What the hell is this? Hua Meng cursed loudly. Are you playing daddy? What kind of tricks are you guys playing? Holy shit! The audience was filled with curses. One of the spectators couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stood up and scolded. I'll fuck your ancestors. What's wrong with Xiang Nan? Did he dig up your ancestral graves? Or did he sleep with your daughter-in-law? There's no need to target him like this. Yesterday it was like this, and today it is like this. If you don't want to compete properly, then fuck off. You'll be embarrassed here. This was too unruly. This was the Grand 12-Sect Joint Exam, the first of its kind. Even if you want to target someone and secretly do something shady, you should still cover it up a bit, right? But now, had he already reached such a blatant level? Xiang Nan was the lead in the first 12 joint examinations, which directly led to the shocking scandal of the joint examinations. Yesterday, it was only the Haoran sect targeting Xiang Nan, but now even the other outer sects are targeting Xiang Nan. Amidst the curses of countless spectators, Lu Chang and the others just stood there without saying a word. Xiang Nan is not stupid. He has already sneered. Say, what benefits did Hongbin give you? Xiang Nan, I'm sorry. Lu Chang gritted his teeth and said, at the beginning, I really wanted to help you. But, is it worth it? Xiang Nan asked, don't forget, we belong to the same team. Even if we are eliminated, the 5 of us will be eliminated together. If you do this, you will harm me. Isn't it also harmful to yourselves? Lu Chang summoned his courage and said, I know the benefits of getting a good ranking, and I know how generous the rewards of being in the top 10 are, but I am even more clear that I am not capable of reaching that level. Rather than fantasizing about the rewards in the top 10, it's better to grasp the benefits in front of us. Hongbin promised us 4 last night. As long as we follow his instructions, he will give us a lot of benefits. Yes, Xiang Nan, I'm sorry. Yu Shaoyi of the white-clothed sect also said apologetically, I'm already 27 years old. I really can't afford to delay. I really need the pill that Hongbin promised me. People die for wealth, birds die for food. I hope you don't blame us. As she spoke, Yu Shaoyi raised her right hand and said, next, I will come on stage. Everyone, please vote. They raised their 4 hands. Yu Shaoyi looked at Xiang Nan apologetically, walked up to the empty space, and bowed to Hua Meng. I'm ashamed of myself, admitting defeat. With that, she turned around and walked back. The referee announced on the spot. Xiang Nan, 3 rounds 3 losses, the first loss, remember a loss, waiting to fight against the next team. Yidong's team won a victory without even a single move. Xiang Nan was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. At the next stop, the battle between Yidong's team and the other team had already begun. At the edge of the mountain peak, Xiang Nan and the others stood together in silence. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, if I promise, I will definitely take you through the team competition. Lu Chang said, so what? Even if we pass the team competition, there are still 200 people left in the arena. Your strength is very strong. You can make it to a good rank, but the 4 of us are just cannon fodder. What benefits can we get? Xiang Nan. Lu Chang looked at Xiang Nan seriously. No matter how strong you are only at the 3rd level of the origin realm. You can't make it into the top 10. Why don't you lower your head and admit your mistake with Hongbin? Perhaps he can give you some benefits. It's better than nothing. Bullshit. I'm not as shameless as you are. Xiang Nan cursed angrily. What qualifications do you have to participate in the 12 sects joint examination? You don't even have the courage to fight. What face do you have to call yourselves martial artists? Xiang Nan said angrily, so what if you can't win? Are you giving up? Do you really not even have the slightest bit of backbone? Lu Chang sighed. Whatever you say. At this point in time, Xiang Nan was speechless. He turned his head and looked at the first peak from afar. The 10 peaks were arranged in a circular pattern. The first peak was adjacent to the ninth and eighth peaks, and was facing the first peak. At this moment, at the edge of the first peak, Hong Bin was hugging his shoulders and sneered at Xiang Nan. He even made a goodbye gesture to Xiang Nan. Next, Xiang Nan made a shocking move. He poured his yuan qi into his voice and shouted at Hong Bin, who was at the first peak. Hong Bin, if it's a man, fight me openly. Don't play such shameful tricks. Xiang Nan's voice attracted everyone's attention. No one had expected that Xiang Nan would actually put such words on the surface. How could Hong Bin admit it? He just shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you want to fight me, come find me based on your ability. As for what you said about shameful methods, I don't understand." Seeing such a scene, the audience was in an uproar again. Each audience member had their own thoughts, and they didn't know what they were thinking. As for the higher-ups of the Howran sect, would they just allow this situation to continue and just sit idly by? A large crowd of spectators had already begun to shout, calling on the Nature sect to change the rules of the competition. However, the final outcome of the discussion between the Howran sect and the other 11 sects was to maintain the original rules and continue the competition. The explanation given by Elder Beihong was that the battles between the other 9 peaks had already begun, and some teams had even won the first round. It is inevitable that there are loopholes in the rules of the first 12 joint examinations, and corresponding amendments will be made at the next session. But this time, the entire 12 joint examinations would not change the rules of the competition for Xiang Nan alone. Otherwise, it would be unfair to others. Xiang Nan was unwilling and shouted at Elder Beihong, "My request is not high. I just want to change the voting rules for the exit." Elder Beihong shook his head. "If you don't vote, who will fight? If you want to go on stage, he wants to go on stage as well. Could it be that everyone rushes up to fight together? Could it be that within a team, one person had to kill 4 of his teammates before he could obtain the qualifications to fight?" Very quickly, it was Xiang Nan's turn to play for the second time. As the losing team, Xiang Nan was going to play against the other team that Bai Yidong had just given to Yidong. The 2 defeated teams stood together. The team that lost to Yidong was very happy. "Ha ha ha, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Who's going to admit defeat with me?" The other losing team laughed out loud. Since the villain had already done it, Lu Cheng did not mind doing it. He was the first to step on the stage and cupped his fists at his opponent, saying, "I admit defeat." The contestant from the enemy team laughed, even more heaven-shaking. "Fine. You won in less than a single move. Come, who's the second to fight? Quickly admit defeat with me." As Huang Tian walked up, Xiang Nan grabbed him and said coldly, "Can you really endure such a scene when the enemy team is shouting? If you can even endure this, then you can even eat shit." Huang Tian shook off Xiang Nan's arm and walked forward. He cupped his fists at the opponent and said, "I admit defeat. Ha! Ha 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 ha." Xiang Nan looked up and smiled, smiling so helplessly and desolately. Murong Wanqing and the others looked at Xiang Nan from afar, their hearts filled with unspeakable sadness. Afterwards, Xiang Nan's team once again welcomed the 3rd and 4th matches. But without exception, they all surrendered without a fight. In the end, the referee announced, in the first group of the 10th peak, the final 3 teams will be Yidong, and the remaining 4 teams will be eliminated. After hearing this news, Li Qingchuan had already loudly cursed his mother. It was just that the rules were like this, and there was no way to recover. As for the 3rd battle and the 4th race, Xiang Nan hadn't said a word since he was eliminated. He just stood there quietly. The referee couldn't bear it anymore and whispered to Xiang Nan, "Don't give up. In the end, there will be a resurrection battle." On the first day of the elimination tournament, the first group of each of the 10 divisions had fought 20 battles. "Let's go, Xiang Nan. Find him." As soon as Luo Yuan, Li Qingchuan and the others returned to the Howran sect, they rushed over and pulled Xiang Nan to look for Hong Bin. Luo Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Hong Bin, that bastard. I must pull out his dog teeth today. Do you want to fight?" Murong Wanqing asked Xiang Nan a simple question. "If you want to say fight, let's do it now. Fight them to the end," she said. Xiang Nan looked at everyone gratefully, but shook his head and said, I can't do anything. I can't even drag you into losing the rules of the game. Fuck the rules of the game. Li Qingchuan's eyes reddened as he roared. I don't want to participate in this kind of dog day competition anymore. I'll just do nothing and make a big fuss. Fuck them. Morong Wanqing, Shen Linhai, and the others all looked at Xiangnan. Although they did not speak again, their actions had already been expressed. Feng Zhaoqi held the sword and put his thumb on the scabbard, saying, Be ready to attack at any time. Right? Kill those 4 bastards who surrendered first. Luo Yuan spread out his palm, his yuan qi buzzing. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, If the price of venting is that you are disqualified, then I will definitely not do such a thing. None of you need to persuade me. I've already decided. Everyone already understood Xiangnan's temper. He was an unafraid person. If he wanted to attack, no one could stop him. If he didn't want to attack, no one could persuade him. You don't have to be angry. There's still the resurrection tournament. Xiangnan patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. I won't be eliminated. See you in the arena. All right? Morong Wanqing nodded. No, you said it. See you in the arena, you said it too. If you don't make it to the arena, I'll chop off your left hand. After everyone separated, Li Qingchuan asked Mo Hai, When did Xiangnan become so fearful? Mo Hai smiled. Xiangnan thinks too much of brotherhood. You still don't know Xiangnan? If it weren't for the fear of implicating us, he would have already picked out Hong Bin and the others' roofs with his bullshit temper. Don't worry. I have confidence in Xiangnan. He will come back from the resurrection tournament. The next day, Xiangnan, who was the eliminated team, sat in the spectator stands openly. Today was the second day of the elimination tournament, and the second group of the 10 regions officially started the battle. Xiangnan had carefully observed it. Almost every true expert didn't show their full strength. Everyone was hiding their trump cards. They wouldn't make a move unless they reached the arena. In the first round of the auditions, 750 people had been eliminated, and half of the week had already been eliminated. In the second round of the knockout round, 750 people would be eliminated, and a total of 550 people would be eliminated. In the end, the 200 people who participated in the arena contest were the martial arts masters that had been chosen by thousands and thousands of competitors, and their gold content was extremely high. On the third day, the third group and 20 matches were all over. At this point, the top 3 teams in each region had already been born. There were a total of 150 people in the 30 teams, and they had obtained the qualifications to compete in the arena ahead of time. Among them, Morong Wanqing's group of 5, Hong Bin, Jiang Chengzhou, Xian Yong, and the others were eliminated on May 1st, while Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan were also included in the competition list. Finally, it was the 4th day of the team competition. On this day, the mood of the spectators was unprecedentedly high. This time, the attention of nearly 100,000 spectators was focused on one person, and that person was Xiangnan. The reason for that was because Xiangnan's team was the most unique elimination team. Everyone was sweating in their hearts for Xiangnan, whether he could resurrect successfully or not. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiangnan's 4 teammates would definitely not contribute. In other words, Xiangnan would have to face the other 11 elimination teams alone in the 10th division. 12 squadrons and 5 mixed battles. Only one team could be revived. Once again, he fought alone against all the heroes. This was not the first time this had happened. Moreover, this time it was different from the elimination round of the audition. The strength of the enemy Xiangnan faced this time was much higher than the audition. All the defeated teams stepped onto the 10 floating mountains, preparing for the final team resurrection. This time, 10 teams will be revived from the 10 regions, and they will join the other 30 teams to enter the 3rd stage of the arena competition. This was Xiangnan's last chance, and it was also the match with the highest expectation of the audience. Xiangnan, who had performed well in the auditions, did not play a single match in the group eliminations, which made the audience feel very regretful. All right, now, let's announce the core rules of the team resurrection competition. Elder Shi Beihong floated in the sky and said loudly, 12 elimination teams are fighting in a chaotic battle in each competition area. All the members of the 12 teams go up together until the last team is left. There is no time limit. At the same time, the surrender system is as follows. The surrender of 5 contestants from each team is considered a success. If there is one more person who is prepared to continue fighting, then the match will continue. If one or more people die or lose their ability to move and speak, the remaining free agents surrender as a group and are counted as successful surrenders. Upon hearing this rule, the audience clapped their hands and applauded. In this way, no one could stop Xianxia from fighting. Now, please separate the 12 teams and enter the countdown phase. 10, 9, 8, 7 shouted the referees from the 10 divisions at the same time. On the 10th peak, the 12th and 5th divisions immediately began to search for the best position to prepare for the chaotic battle that was about to begin. Xianxia no longer had any hope for Lu Chang and the others. He only wanted to go all out and fight a great battle. Even if he lost in the end, he would not regret it. When the referees counted down to 1, all the teams in the 10 regions immediately moved. Come on, Xianxia. Mo Hai sat in the spectator stands, clenching his fists tightly, sweating profusely for Xianxia. Come on, Xianxia. Luo Yuan and the others shouted loudly. The teams from the 9 peaks had already begun to test each other out, and the battle had already begun to heat up. However, the situation on the 10th peak was very different. The 11 teams actually formed a tacit understanding with each other. They did not attack each other at all, but walked towards Xianxia together. Holy shit! Are you done yet? Li Qingchuan cursed loudly. Are they going to fight together? Just like in the elimination round of the audition, they planned to work together to kill Xianxia. The audience also felt extremely angry, and the mountain shouts and tsunami-like curses immediately turned the sky upside down. Xianxia's heart sank when he saw the 11 teams approaching him, but the huge saber in his hand did not show any signs of relaxation. Come on. If you want to go together, then go together. I will fight you to the end. The first person in the front row of the large team suddenly spoke to Xianxia and said, in the team competition, you didn't even get a chance to appear. We all express our sympathy and regret for this. Everyone else nodded. Xianxia was stunned. From the looks of it, they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him collectively. That person continued, I am a disciple of the Gui Hai sect, Song Yi. As a member of the Gui Hai sect, I feel ashamed and angry at Lu Cheng's actions. I'm from the Quicksand sect. Another person stepped forward and said, this sect's Huang Tian's actions have already touched the bottom line of our Quicksand sect, causing all martial artists in the world to be shameless. I'm from the Essence sect. Another person stepped forward and reported to the door. After everyone announced themselves, Song Yi, the disciple of the Sea returning sect, who had spoken the first time, said to Xianxia, today, our 11 teams are not here to collectively target you, but to clean up the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the 11 teams raised their weapons and shouted angrily. This sudden change caught Xianxia off guard. The audience applauded the most enthusiastic applause ever, much more than when Xianxia had defeated 148 people by himself. It could be seen that the actions of Lu Chang and the others had already offended the crowd. We have already obtained the permission of our sect elder to clean up the door today, so please step aside now. What happens next has nothing to do with you, Song Yi said. When Lu Chang, Huang Tian, and the others heard this, they were already terrified to the point of being utterly devastated. I surrender. We admit defeat. Lu Chang and the others hurriedly shouted loudly. Lu Chang. Song Yi stared at Lu Chang, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Until now, are you still the best at surrendering? But unfortunately, in a mixed battle, 5 people must surrender at the same time to count. This time, you won't be able to fulfill your wish. Xianxia, please step aside. Xianxia glanced at Lu Chang and the others and saw the pleading look in their eyes. He said, when I asked you to fight alongside me, it was the 4 of you who abandoned me. Then now, you don't have the qualifications to seek my help. After saying that, Xianxia walked to the side with the huge saber in his hand. Xiang Nan! Lu Cheng hysterically screamed. I beg you, surrender. Please surrender. Xiang Nan shook his head. It's impossible for me to surrender. Shameful. Song Yi was furious and rushed forward with a single step. Today, I will clean up the sect and get rid of you, you coward. Song Yi was the first to charge forward. Immediately after, all the disciples belonging to the 4 sects of the 11 teams also attacked together. Originally, the remaining disciples did not belong to one of the 4 embarrassing sects, but they had long since lost their patience and were actually participating together. Lu Cheng and the other 4 were immediately drowned by the crowd. For a moment, his fists, feet, sabers, and swords greeted Lu Cheng and the others like a shower. Even if these 4 people had some strength, how could they withstand the siege of 55 experts? Watching this scene, the audience repeatedly shouted for relief. Xiang Nan, save us! Lu Cheng was beaten to the point that his body was covered in bruises. He was lying on the ground and breathing, shamelessly seeking Xiang Nan's help. Xiang Nan only quietly looked at Lu Cheng and said, If I had known earlier, why would I have done it back then? Song Yi raised his leg and kicked Lu Cheng into the air. Then, another person jumped over and stabbed Lu Cheng's chest from top to bottom with his heart-piercing leg. In an instant, Lu Cheng's 6 ribs were all broken. He let out a miserable howl and was blasted to the ground. Only now did Huang Tian and the others finally rise to resist, but the more intense their resistance was, the more viciously they were beaten up. The crowd didn't kill the 4 of them immediately. Instead, they wanted to heave a sigh of relief and beat them half to death. When the other 9 peaks had all been eliminated, and some teams had been eliminated in the resurrection match, only the 9th peak, the scene of a group fight, was still going on. The brawl lasted for an unprecedented amount of time. It lasted for a full 5 minutes, but there was still no sign of stopping. In the end, 10 minutes later, Lu Cheng and the others were already beaten to the point that they couldn't move on the ground, and they didn't even have the strength to breathe. At this time, Song Yi raised his saber and said to Lu Cheng, Sect scum, go die! Buzz! Just as Song Yi's saber descended and was about to cut off Lu Cheng's head, a huge saber suddenly pierced into his body horizontally, stopping Song Yi's saber. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Xiang Nan was holding a huge saber in his hand as he looked at the crowd indifferently. Xiang Nan? You! Song Yi frowned and shouted. What? Have you forgotten how these 4 people treated you? Do you still want to protect them? Kill them! Kill them! The entire audience shouted in unison, demanding that Lu Cheng's 4 people be executed on the spot. Lu Cheng lay on the ground and raised his head weakly. When he saw Xiang Nan block a fatal blow for him, tears suddenly appeared in his eyes. In the team competition, when all the spectators supported Xiang Nan, the 4 of them were thick-skinned and ignorant of anyone's obstruction. They also wanted to trap Xiang Nan together so that Xiang Nan would not be able to go on stage. At this moment, when everyone was shouting to kill Lu Cheng and the other 4, only Xiang Nan, who had been tricked by them, stood up and protected the lives of the 4 of them. Xiang Nan's right hand trembled as he pushed Song Yi's saber away. The 4 of them can be ruthless, but I can't be ruthless. At least for now, they are still my teammates, he said. Xiang Nan, what the hell are you thinking? Song Yi said angrily. Protecting them like this won't move us. Instead, it will make us look down on you. Xiang Nan said calmly. I have never thought of touching anyone. You all want to teach the 4 of them a lesson. I've already let you teach them a lesson, but they can't die from sin. Song Yi, we can't ask everyone to be as fearless as we are. Perhaps you and I can put our lives aside and fight with our lives, but we can't ask others to do the same. The 4 of them just don't dare to fight, but they don't have any malicious intentions to harm anyone. This is a sin that won't lead to death. There are many people in this world who are not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean that those who are afraid of death have no right to live. Hearing this, Song Yi and the others were stunned, and the shouts of the audience stopped. Ask yourself, how many people are really not afraid of death? Lu Cheng and the others were only threatened and lured by Hong Bin, so scared that they didn't dare to step out. Did they have to be killed like this? There are many timid people in the world, so they should all die. Cowardice is hateful, but cowardice is innocent. This is an internal matter of our sect. Song Yi gritted his teeth and said, "You are a disciple of the Haoran sect. You have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of our sect." Xianxia nodded. "After they return, what your own sect wants to do with them has nothing to do with me, but they are still my teammates here." With that, Xiangxia's saber trembled downwards, and a wave of air blew Lu Chang and the others out, blowing them behind him. "Xiangxian, thank you." Lu Cheng's eyes reddened as he choked up. Xiangxian tilted his head slightly and said to the 4 people behind him, "I did not forgive you. I only do things according to my own conscience." Whoosh! Zhongyi heaved a long sigh of relief and cupped his fists at Xiangxian. "All right, I'm convinced. After the battle ends, we will bring back the scum of our sect. Here, we will give you face and not kill them." Xiangxian's personal actions caused the 4 people to not be killed on the spot, which made the audience feel very uncomfortable. But at the same time, the heroes of the world also sincerely admired Xiangxian's courage. "You are a real man. I admire you. But next time, we will not show mercy to you for this matter." Song Yi raised his saber high and laughed at Xiangxian loudly. Xiangxian's huge saber stood in front of him and said, "It should be like this. Divide!" Song Yi roared, and the 11 teams separated again. They did not choose to attack Xiangxian in groups. "Battle!" Another shout rang out, and the 12th and 5th squadrons immediately began their final struggle. The other teams all picked the nearest team to fight, while Song Yi led his own team and directly rushed towards Xiangxian. Song Yi held a long saber in his hand. The saber was about 2 meters long and 4 fingers wide. As for Xiangxian, he held a huge saber in his hand. The saber was about 3 meters long and half a meter wide. The 2 blades collided in the air. As an expert at the 4th level of origin return, Song Yi felt an endless amount of power pouring into his body when Xiangxian fought. In just one exchange, Song Yi was sent flying by Xiangxian's saber. The other 4 teammates rushed forward and surrounded Xiangxian from 4 directions. Xiangxian quickly retreated with the huge saber in his hand and slowly floated into the forest. Song Yi stood up from afar and felt the blood in his body surge. He forcefully suppressed the urge to vomit blood and shouted, "Chase!" The 5 of them also entered the forest. On the open space outside, the other 10 teams were fighting fiercely, their swords clashing with each other, their spears and axes intertwined. The fierce battles started quickly under the attention of the spectators. These martial artists each displayed their own ability to watch the game, causing everyone who watched the match to be greatly enlightened. In the end, there were only 6 of the 10 teams left, and these 6 teams were not satisfied with their members, but each team still had one of the strongest people standing. The 6 of them looked at each other. After a while, they said together, "Let's deal with Xiangxian first." They were very smart. Their strengths were equal, but if they continued to fight, leaving behind the last person to fight against Xiangxian, the result would naturally be self-evident. After saying that, the 6 of them turned into 6 shadows and rushed into the forest. The audience widened their eyes and observed the situation in the forest carefully. In the forest, 4 of Song Yi's teammates had already fallen down with serious injuries, losing their combat ability. On Song Yi's own chest, there was also a bone-deep knife wound. Song Yi panted heavily and couldn't believe that with his strength at the 4th level of origin return, he couldn't do anything to Xiangxian, who was at the 3rd level of origin return. How did this fellow cultivate? Who? Where is he? The other 6 people rushed over and asked. "I'll find him." A burly man took large strides forward, raised his right hand, and fiercely punched at the ground. This punch immediately blew out a circular wave of air, blowing a large area of trees to the waist. A woman with a light stature jumped high into the air. She pulled her hands together and used her yuan qi to create a longbow. The yuan qi arrow had already been strung onto the bowstring. In the gale, Xiangxian, who was hiding on a tree, was discovered by the woman. "Over there." The corners of the woman's mouth curled into a smile. At the same time, The bowstring she had pulled loosened with a buzzing sound. The Yuan-Chi arrow that came out of the bowstring turned into a beam of light and accurately shot towards Xiangnan's location. Ha 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 ha! Xiangnan, let's see where you're hiding. The burly man laughed and ran forward like a land war chariot, his aura ferocious. He actually didn't dodge or dodge, directly running towards Xiangnan's location, completely ignoring the trees on the path, forcefully using his body to break all the trees on the spot. Nothing could stop him. On the other side, Xiangnan faced the rapidly flying Yuan-Chi arrows and slashed down with his saber. However, the moment the giant saber landed on the Yuan-Chi arrow, he felt that the situation was not good. That was because the Yuan-Chi arrow was not strong, but soft. After the arrow was struck by the giant saber, it suddenly bent and turned into a long chain of origin energy. The light cord instantly wrapped around Xiangnan's saber and right arm. Soft arrow? The audience exclaimed in unison. Xiangnan didn't expect this move. He didn't know that the woman's Yuan-Chi arrow had such a strange effect. But then, the strong man rushed up and roared, "Mountain-cutting axe!" He said it was the mountain-piercing axe, but he didn't use any weapons. Instead, he used a very simple move, Taishan, to lean against Xiangnan. However, the half of his body that was used to collide with Xiangnan was instantly covered with a layer of metallic luster, and there was an arc-shaped Yuan-Chi light shield on his shoulder. Xiangnan's arm was entangled with the giant saber. If he were to break through the Yuan-Chi arrow, he would lose the opportunity to resist the strong man. He could only lower his right arm and let the giant saber and sword face upwards. He used the blade to carry the strong man's blow. The terrifying impact sent Xiangnan flying backwards, leaving a deep pit 3 meters in diameter on the ground. One had to know that the collision was a huge blade that had used its shoulder to hit Xiangnan, and it did not come into contact with the ground. The huge crater on the ground was only a mass of air scattered by the collision force. Xiangnan flipped backwards in midair. The moment he landed, another black shadow suddenly circled around him. The shadow was a skinny man. He held 2 daggers in his hands, and the moment he landed on the ground, his body suddenly exploded, accurately pressing towards Xiangnan's back. Xiangnan quickly shook his body and dodged, allowing the thin man's dagger to brush past his waist. Whoosh! There was a sound of air breaking in the sky. The woman who jumped into the air once again shot out a second arrow. Xiangnan held the saber in his back and used the blade to cut the Yuan-Chi light rope around his arm. Then he took a step forward and stepped aside the arrow coming towards him. This time, he would not be stupid enough to fight against the arrow head-on. However, the voices of the spectators did not diminish. What Xiangnan did not notice was that even though the Yuan-Chi arrow had dodged, it had actually turned around behind Xiangnan. He returned and turned into a light cord that wrapped around Xiangnan's legs. Ha! Xiangnan frowned. Song Yi had already descended from midair, and the long saber slashed towards Xiangnan's head, shouting, "Heaven-breaking slash!" The sturdy man ran over from the side and leaned against another iron mountain, while the skinny man surrounded him from the other side. Xiangnan could already tell that the most troublesome thing was the woman who shot the arrow. If he didn't get rid of her first, he would be extremely troubled. However, there were still 3 other experts who had been guarding the woman's side, not leaving a single inch behind. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and stabbed his saber down from between his legs. Immediately after, a green dragon went out to sea and pointed at the sturdy man. After the giant saber pierced into the ground, the blade moved backwards. When he rushed out, the blade naturally cut through the light cords that wrapped around his legs. With a loud explosion, Xiangnan collided head-on with the strong man who was leaning against the iron mountain. That strong man was also an expert at the 4th level of the Origin Realm, but this time he was knocked over by Xiangnan. What martial skill is so domineering? The spectators who had never seen the Azure Dragon go out to sea widened their eyes. The incomparably strong man actually lost to the much weaker Xiangnan in the face of a frontal charge. When Xiangnan succeeded, he immediately drew his saber and chopped down. The drawing saber slash slashed towards Tsang Yi in the sky. The heaven-breaking slash of Tsang Yi landed, and even the man and the saber were slashed away by the drawing saber slash. Pooh! Song Yi's injuries were aggravated, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to stand up. As for the skinny man who had surrounded him from the side, because Xiang Nan's azure dragon had left the sea, he could only change his route and attack Xiang Nan again. When Xiang Nan landed, he saw a berserk dragon swinging its tail. This circular blade light was extremely powerful, and it looked like the skinny man was about to be hit. Whoosh! A beam of light struck the skinny man on time, but it turned into a light cord that dragged the skinny man backwards, narrowly avoiding Xiang Nan's attack. The sturdy man had rushed up again. He soared into the air, clasped his fists together, and fiercely bombarded Xiang Nan. The surface of the two large fists were condensed into a heavy hammer with yuan qi. The light hammer was 5 meters long and the hammerhead was 3 meters tall. If this hammer went down, it would be 10 times more powerful than Iron Mountain. It was definitely the trump card of a strong man. Everyone thought that Xiang Nan would definitely retreat. Unexpectedly, a narrow beam of sunlight poured into Xiang Nan's left hand on a single finger. Sun Divine Art. Most of the audience recognized this move. When Xiang Nan was pushing the mountain rock examination, he had used the Azure Dragon to go out to sea. But he didn't use a knife, so no one could recognize him. However, they had seen the Sun God technique before. Could it be that he wants to resist? Someone cried out. Sure enough, Xiang Nan didn't dodge or dodge. He poured the power of the sun into the giant saber and rushed towards the burly man's shocking hammer of light. The strong man's hammer descended from the sky, while Xiang Nan's hammer descended from the sky. From the bottom up, he had a huge advantage in terms of position, especially since the two of them were still fighting head-on. Almost no one was optimistic about Xiang Nan. However, when the giant saber and the light hammer collided, the burly man's light hammer was instantly sent flying. The huge light hammer buzzed as it flew into the air. The sturdy man's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, but he was struck by Xiang Nan's next heavy saber on his chest. The burly man was smashed to the ground, and his body bounced high again. Xiang Nan landed on the ground and directly kicked the burly man in the heart. The strong man coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. The skinny man turned into an afterimage. The tip of the dagger had already pressed against Xiang Nan's back and was about to pierce through his body. However, Xiang Nan's body suddenly flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the skinny man. Xiang Nan lightly knocked the skinny man on the back of the head with the hilt of his knife, and he fainted with a roll of his eyes. Xiang Nan's shadow steps were their nemesis when dealing with this kind of speed-type martial artist. The audience applauded. There are still 4 people left. Xiang Nan raised his head and looked at the woman in the air. The woman stepped on a long strand of yuan qi. The bottom of the strand landed on the ground, while the top supported her right foot, allowing her to remain high above the ground. And the ones protecting her were 3 martial artists who were also using swords. These 3 were well-proportioned, and their auras were restrained. They looked like experts using swords at a glance. Xiang Nan looked at the woman and sprinted forward. The woman held the bow in her left hand and drew the bowstring with her right hand. 3 yuan qi arrows were already mounted on it. Xiang Nan took a flash step and disappeared, appearing behind the woman. However, the woman's 3 arrows also shot out, but only the one in the middle flew forward, and the other 2 actually strangely circled back. Before Xiang Nan could make a move, 2 arrows of yuan qi had already tied him and the woman together. The corner of the woman's mouth rose slightly. Do you want to use the same move twice? The woman was very clever. She had already expected Xiang Nan to use that kind of fast and frightening movement technique. The other 3 sword Dao experts attacked at the same time. The woman took a step forward, but she pierced through her own yuan qi arrows and walked out easily. The remaining 2 yuan qi arrows quickly shrank, binding Xiang Nan's arms and legs. I was fooled. The woman chuckled. Body Tyrant Lightning Drive. Xiang Nan used the Tyrant Body Lightning Drive in an instant, relying on unparalleled power to break the 2 yuan qi arrows that wrapped around him into pieces. How did you break it? The woman was shocked. The moment Xiang Nan broke free, he disbanded the Tyrant Body Lightning. Southern Mountain Snow Lotus. A sword Dao expert had arrived. He stretched out his left hand horizontally, his palm raised, and a pure white yuan qi lotus floated towards Xianxia. Immediately after, this person held a sword in his right hand and slashed down on the yuan qi lotus. The lotus immediately collapsed and turned into hundreds of dense, small swords that shot towards Xianxia in a fan shape. Raptors swing their tails. Xianxia swept the huge saber in his hand, and a circular saber light spread out, sending countless small swords flying. The second sword Dao expert had already circled behind Xianxia. The sword in his hand threw out a 5-meter-long sword light, but the sword light did not fly out. Instead, it adhered to the sword body like a light whip. Pa! Xianxia suddenly bent over and dodged. The light whip let out a crisp whip sound above his back. Immediately after, the man waved his sword and the light whip turned into dense shadows that wrapped around Xianxia. Wandering dragon riding waves. Xianxia lowered his head abruptly, and a violent gust of wind rose. He used an inconceivable movement technique to shuttle back and forth in the dense light and shadows, and swayed his body to bully the expert of the sword Dao. The giant sword slashed backwards, forcing the third sword Dao expert to retreat. At the same time, a palm of his left hand was imprinted on the chest of the martial artist who swung the whip. Under this palm, there was a dense layer of lightning wrapping around the palm. Pong! The whip-swinging expert vomited blood and flew backwards. This palm strike that contained the power of thunder and lightning was extremely powerful, directly knocking the expert unconscious. Whoosh whoosh! 3 air-piercing sounds rang out as 3 yuan qi arrows flew over. Xianxia had already seen through the attributes of her arrows. This time she did not dodge, or fight head-on. Instead, she stretched out her left hand and pinched all 3 arrows in her hand. Southern Mountain Snow Lotus. A gigantic snow lotus 3 meters in diameter appeared above the head of the first sword Dao expert. The snow lotus descended vertically and pierced through his body. At the height of his waist, the snow lotus suddenly collapsed. Thousands of small swords flew towards Xianxia like a storm. This time, there were far too many small swords, 10 times as many as the first one. The area covered had also tripled. Xianxia couldn't dodge such a dense attack, unless he used a flash step to flee backwards. That way, he would be able to increase the distance between him and the woman. Xianxia simply refined qi into electricity. Lightning wrapped around his hands, crushing 3 yuan qi arrows before quickly forming seals with his hands. The speed at which he formed the seal was already frightening. His 2 hands transformed into 2 shadows and collided with each other at high speed. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of yuan qi towards the formed hand seal. The yuan qi passed through the palm print and immediately transformed into a huge ball of lightning. Back when Xianxia was still at the Xiantian realm, the lightning he blew was only the size of an apple when he was about to leave his mouth. After walking for a while, he laughed loudly for the watermelon and grew larger as the distance increased. But now that he was at the 3rd level of origin return, the power of refining qi into lightning had increased by countless times. This mouthful of lightning shot out, and the ball of lightning was nearly 3 meters in diameter from its mouth. After flying, it quickly spread to a diameter of 6 meters. The ball of lightning that rolled forward immediately crushed a path through the thousands of small swords. Although those small swords seemed to be very powerful, they were actually split into thousands of pieces, and their power was equally spread out. What is this? The sword Dao expert's pupils contracted, and before he could say the last word "amo," he was engulfed by a gigantic bolt of lightning that was 12 meters long. Not good, not good. The woman hurriedly pulled back the bowstring. Xianxia pointed in the direction of the woman and quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Then his left finger slid down. Pa! A bolt of lightning struck the woman. Her body instantly froze and she was blasted to the ground. Xianxia was not idle. When he released the lightning bolt, he had already chased after him. He knocked his knee and pressed it against the stomach of the sword Dao expert who was stuck in a stalemate by how lightning. The expert bowed in disgust and was smashed on the back of his neck by the sword hilt. His eyes darkened and he fainted. Xianxia turned around and saw that there was still the last sword Dao martial artist. The martial artist hurriedly smiled bitterly and waved his hand. All right, I admit defeat. I am not your opponent. It is truly too scary. At this time, the referee of the 10th peak raised his right hand and said, the 10th peak, the winner of the resurrection competition, the Xianxia team. No applause, no cheers. The audience was dumbfounded and stunned. Xianxia used a combat style comparable to a textbook, telling everyone what to do when fighting more with less. In this battle, there weren't any earth-shattering and earth-shattering martial skills. However, the so-called amateurs were lively and experienced. The amateurs only liked to watch the big scenes, but all the spectators were martial artists. Only they understood how well Xianxia had used every attack and every counterattack. There were no flaws, no loopholes at all. Perfect. If Xianxia used an earth-shattering and terrifying martial skill to directly knock down all the enemies, everyone would only be shocked by Xianxia's strength. However, it was precisely Xianxia's brilliant fighting style that was the most important time to consider a martial artist's combat skills. After a short period of silence, the audience applauded warmly. This is the match I want to watch, someone shouted excitedly. Damn! Someone cried out in alarm. How many years of combat experience do I need to accumulate before I can reach the level of Xianxia? The other sects had already obtained the qualifications to compete in the arena, and the experts sitting in the spectator stands were all feeling heavy-hearted. An Azure Cloud sect expert nodded silently. It seems that Xianxia has more than just a frightening talent. This battle has allowed us to understand his true strength. He was simply born for martial arts. He was simply born for martial arts. This sentence entered Mu Sweki's ears. How familiar was this sentence to her? Once upon a time, this kind of evaluation had been used on another man who was similarly glorious, but that man had already disappeared without a trace. Mu Sweki looked at Xianxia, who was being applauded by countless people on the battlefield, and her eyes suddenly shook. For a moment, in Mu Sweki's eyes, Bai Mukin and Xianxia's shadows inexplicably fused together. After Xianxia's 10th peak ended the battle, the other 9 peaks also completed the resurrection race. A total of 10 teams from the 10 regions were successfully revived, advancing to the 3rd stage, the single-player arena competition. After Elder Shi Beihong finished his closing speech today, the elimination match was officially over amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience. The arena competition would be held in a day, and the 200 participants would rest for a day. It was night. Those who knew Xianxia, but those who didn't, many people ran over to congratulate him. Everyone witnessed how Xianxia managed to survive step by step. From the initial additions to the group eliminations, Xianxia had not been treated fairly. But he survived. Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan were especially happy, because Xianxia was from their hometown and came from Wulong Prefecture. After the banquet had dissipated, Xianxia returned to Sun Palace. He lay calmly on the bed and silently looked at the dome of the palace. The arena competition was about to arrive, and the next battle would be a tough one. At that time, the top experts of the 12 sects would use their true strength to compete against each other. At that time, everyone would have no reservations. Master, I will use my own strength to prove that the people from my Sun Peak are the strongest. Xianxia yawned and gradually fell asleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, he was surrounded by a sudden sense of danger. Even when a martial artist was asleep, they maintained great vigilance, and their perception of the outside world far surpassed that of ordinary people. Xianxia's vigilance towards killing intent far surpassed that of martial artists of the same realm. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't even have time to think. He immediately grabbed the giant saber and laid it horizontally in front of him. He felt a wave of killing intent coming from the direction of the door, but he could not see anything, nor could he hear the slightest sound of air piercing. But then, a terrifying impact force came from the outside of the giant saber. Ding! A crisp sound came from outside the blade. Following that, Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by the power of a mountain. He lay on the bed and quickly retreated. The wooden bed quickly slid backwards. Peng's voice crashed into the wall behind him, and the wooden bed was smashed into pieces. As for Xiangnan, he leaned heavily against the wall and leaned against a 3-meter diameter pit. Turning around, he saw that the pit was in the shape of a crack, and there were countless cracks. Xiangnan's right hand, which was holding onto the giant saber, trembled slightly. He lowered his head and looked again. The thing that had just struck the giant saber had already landed on the ground. It was actually a black needle with thin hair. Without any hesitation, Xiangnan grabbed the huge saber and chased after him in the direction of the door. When he rushed out of the room and arrived at the corridor, a black shadow disappeared from the exit of the corridor, which was the exit of Sun Palace. Flash shadow steps. Xiangnan's body turned into an afterimage and instantly rushed out of the Sun Palace. The speed of that shadow was also astonishing. It was floating lightly in the mountain forest of the distant peak and disappearing again. Xiangnan was shocked. It was at least 7 to 8 miles away from Sun Palace. What a fast speed! Xiangnan refused to give up. He used his lightning vision and looked into the distance. There was a long, but very thin scratch of yuan qi fluctuations in the air. Pong! Yuan qi wings spread out, and Xiangnan continued to chase after him. However, when they reached the place where the black shadow of the distant peak disappeared, the shadow disappeared. What was even stranger was that the remaining yuan qi fluctuations in the air had disappeared. It was as if the person who ambushed him had suddenly disappeared from the world. Xiangnan's heart was heavy. What was going on? The Haoran sect was heavily guarded, and it was impossible for outsiders to sneak in easily. Even though tens of thousands of outer sect disciples had entered the Haoran sect during the 12 joint examinations, the Haoran sect still did not relax its vigilance. Could it be? A thought flashed through Xiangnan's mind. Could it be that the people who ambushed him had always been hiding in the nature sect? Or as a spectator or directly as a contestant? Hongbin, Jiangcheng? Impossible. Xiangnan immediately overturned his speculation. Although Hongbin was strong, he was still far inferior to the person who ambushed him tonight. He was not even on the same level. However, since he was able to block that person's black needle with his giant saber, it meant that that person's realm would not be ridiculously high. At most, it was within the same range as him, and the difference between the upper and lower realms would not exceed 2 small realms. However, this was the most terrifying part. Amongst martial artists of the same realm, was there such a powerful expert? Xiangnan looked at the black needle in his hand and couldn't help but gasp. What kind of hair-like black needle was that? It was simply a strand of hair. His Xiangnan's heart grew heavier and heavier. How strong was this yuan qi to nail his saber with a single strand of hair and knock him to that extent? Right now, it was the 12 joint examinations, and someone had secretly entered the Haoran sect, specifically targeting him. In addition, there were 3 experts who tried to snatch Mu Sueki away, Xiangnan. Suddenly, a female voice appeared in Xiangnan's ears. Xiangnan turned around and slashed. Aya, you scolded me last time. Are you going to kill me this time? The man stretched out a finger and pressed it against the blade, making it impossible for Xiangnan's saber to move at all. But upon closer inspection, Xiangnandaki said, "Is that you? The person who ambushed me just now was also you. The one who came was the heavenly devil religion's demonic woman." Dream Mengdai giggled. "How could I be willing to kill you? It's too late to properly love you. Why are you still here? Are you courting death? You actually dared to sneak into the outer perimeter of the nature sect? You haven't left yet?" Xiangnan asked in shock. Sun Peak was the most remote mountain peak. Just now, Xiangnan had chased after the sneak attacker and had already left the boundaries of the Haoran sect. Mengdai giggled and said, "I didn't leave. I'm staying here to be someone you like. What time is this? You're still spouting nonsense. Quickly leave." Xiangnan shouted. "You care about me? I knew it." Mengdai smiled excitedly. Then her expression became serious and she said, "Master called me back. I have to leave now, but this time, I came to see you not just to say goodbye." As she spoke, Mengdai lowered her voice and said, I've been staying in Haotian City for a while and found some very strange things and strange people. What do you mean? Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. The dream butterfly said, someone might want to deal with the nature sect, or they might come for the joint examination of the 12 sects. Those people are secretive, and each of them is an expert amongst the experts. I've been secretly tracking them for a while, and I've even fought with a few of them. However, those people are very strong. After being seriously injured by me, they managed to escape. As expected, Xiang Nan had a bad premonition. But aren't you from the Heavenly Devil sect? Why did you suddenly help the Howren sect? Xiang Nan asked. I said, I want to be a woman that you like. Dream Butterfly quickly wiped Xiang Nan's face and said, take care of yourself. I have to hurry back. This is a map. When I was searching for them these days, I found a few of their gathering points. Perhaps I didn't mark them complete enough. These are just a few of them. If you're worried, go find your master and ask her to help you investigate. However, you must not act recklessly. If you die, I will become a widow. Meng Dai touched Xiang Nan again and flew away with a giggle. Xiang Nan blocked it for a moment and couldn't help but say helplessly, this witch has been talking nonsense all day. As he spoke, he spread out the scroll. This was a map of Haotian City that could be bought anywhere. But there were 4 places marked with red ink. The 4 places were all located on the outskirts of Haotian City. After returning to Sun Palace, Xiang Nan thought about this matter over and over again. The more he thought about it, the stronger his bad premonition became. He looked at the strand of hair in his hand, his heart extremely heavy. After dawn, he decided to go out and take a look. If he followed the map given by Meng Dai, he might be able to find some clues. Xiang Nan was very thoughtful. Meng Dai once said that she was worried about Xiang Nan's safety, so she asked Xiang Nan to find Su Kaiwei and investigate this matter together. But after thinking about it, Xiang Nan was still prepared to probe first. What if this was a trap set by the Heavenly Devil religion? Perhaps the true goal of the Heavenly Demon sect was Master Su Kaiwei, and if he foolishly pulled Master into another person's ambush, wouldn't he be guilty of an extremely heinous crime? The crux of the matter was, up until now, he still didn't know who the enemy was. Was it the Heavenly Devil religion, or someone else? How much can Meng Dai believe? Or perhaps she did not lie to herself, but her master lied to her? No, I can't. It's hard for me not to make a trip. Xiang Nan sat up and took advantage of today's rest to investigate the enemy's background. When he reached the main entrance of the Howren sect, he saw a familiar figure. Murong Wanqing was standing outside the gate of the Howren sect, arguing fiercely with a few handsome and upright men. The men looked to be in their early 20s to 25 or 16 years of age, and they were all extremely frightening. The strongest man was already at the late heaven origin realm, about the 8th to 9th heaven origin realm. Xiang Nan was still unable to ascertain exactly how many of them were. Die this heart of yours. Even if I die, I will not agree. Murong Wanqing's mood was very unstable. She shouted angrily at the men. When Xiang Nan saw the scene, he immediately rushed forward. Xiang Nan. Murong Wanqing and the others immediately discovered Xiang Nan. Standing beside Murong Wanqing, Xiang Nan stared at the powerful men and said in a deep voice, Wanqing, is there trouble? The men looked at Xiang Nan with great interest. One of them hugged his shoulders and said, oh, isn't this Xiang Nan of the nature sect? Why is there you everywhere? Do you still want to get involved here? Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already touched the storage ring and was ready to pull out the giant saber at any time. Murong Wanqing looked at Xiang Nan gratefully and said, Xiang Nan, you misunderstood. These are all my brothers. Eh? When Xiang Nan heard this, he felt extremely embarrassed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, so it was a few brothers. Xiang Nan was reckless without asking the reason. I hope that you brothers don't get angry. The oldest man nodded at Xiang Nan repeatedly, his face full of praise. Young man, you can do it. Even though you know that your realm is inferior to ours, you're willing to stand up for Shaoqing. Not bad, you're a friend. Shaoqing didn't make any friends for nothing. Murong Wanqing said, thank you, Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan rubbed his nose and said, Since you are all family, I won't blindly interfere here. Murong Wanqing, I'll see you in the arena tomorrow. After saying that, Xianxia immediately turned around and left. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early, he took a look around Haoyan City to see if he could discover any suspicious people. However, Haoyan City was simply too large. Even if he rode the night-bladed leopard and ran wildly through the city, he would probably not have enough time to travel around every corner of Haoyan City. He took out the map and looked at the 4 red areas marked by the dream butterfly. He thought to himself that he only had these 4 clues. I don't know if those mysterious people will go to those 4 areas again. But there's no other way now. I can only brave it and try it first. I really can't think of another way. Thinking of this, he found a deserted place and unfurled his yuan-chi feathered wings to fly into the sky. The first target area was located to the east of Haoyan City. When they arrived at their destination, they discovered that it was just an ordinary forest area in the suburbs. The place marked by the dream butterfly was precisely an open space in this forest. This place was located at the edge of the Howran mountain range. This is the place Xianxia walked up to the empty space and looked around. He then used his lightning vision to carefully search the area. Unfortunately, no traces could be found. Perhaps it was because the interval between them was too long, and there was no residual yuan-chi fluctuations in the air at all. He walked to the center of the clearing and bent down to squeeze a small clump of dirt in his hand, mixed with a small amount of ashes. It seems that not long ago there was a bonfire here. But Xianxia frowned. There were a total of 4 areas marked by the dream butterfly, and he only had 1 person. How could he monitor these 4 places at the same time? Moreover, he still had to compete, so he couldn't just stay here and not leave. How about letting Shen Linhai, Luo Yuan, and the others help him? No. Those mysterious people had already ambushed him once last night. Perhaps they would also target Luo Yuan and his group, so they couldn't catch them all in one go. Thinking of this, Xianxia subconsciously touched his storage ring and took out 5 eagle eyes. These 5 eagle eyes were seized from the sneer-masked man in 100 Beast City. Furthermore, they were 5 unnumbered eagle eyes that had not been used once. He didn't know if there was another secret in the eagle's eye. If he took the risk and was detected by the big shots in Haojing, he would reveal his identity if he followed along. On second thought, even if the great figures of Haojing came, they would not be afraid. There were signs of the activities of those mysterious people here. The great figures of Haojing suspected those mysterious people, but they would not suspect themselves, a dignified disciple of the Howran sect. Thinking of this, Xianxia dug a small hole in the ground with his bare hands and buried an eagle's eye in it. He was very cautious. He had even considered the small details of digging a pit. He directly used his hands to dig the pit, instead of using a more relaxed method to explode the pit with his yuan-chi. The purpose was to not leave behind any yuan-chi fluctuations and to expose the eagle's eye. Afterwards, he similarly buried an eagle's eye in the other 3 marked locations. 4 of the 5 eagle eyes were buried, and 1 was kept by Xianxia. Once someone spoke in any of the 4 regions, it would be transmitted to Xianxia through the eagle eyes. Without knowing how feasible this was, Xianxia thought for a moment and could only return to the Howran sect to wait quietly. By the time he finished, it was already afternoon. Xianxia returned to the main entrance of the sect and found Murong Wanqing standing there. But her brothers were no longer there. You haven't left yet, Xianxia said. Murong Wanqing said with an awkward expression, I wait for someone. Eh? This was the first time Xianxia had seen such an expression on Murong Wanqing's face since he met her. I have a favor to ask you to help me. As Murong Wanqing spoke, her face turned red. Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Xianxia did not even ask and agreed. During this period of time, Murong Wanqing and the others had taken good care of Xianxia. No matter what trouble they encountered, they were willing to stand with Xianxia. Actually, in his heart, Xianxia had already treated Murong Wanqing, Luo Yuan and the others as his life and death brothers. Those people were willing to seek revenge on Hong Bin for their own sake, regardless of the danger of being kicked out of the match. What else could they not do for them? But when Murong Wanqing made her request, Xiangnan immediately shook his head. No, I definitely can't help you with this. Aren't you kidding me? Murong Wanqing said anxiously. Xiangnan, what do I do to you? Good is good. Xiangnan scratched his head, wondering. But how can you let me pretend to be your lover? All right, you won't help me. Then from now on, you and I will be completely grateful to each other. Murong Wanqing said angrily with her eyes wide open. Xiangnan hurriedly said, You woman, why have you always been so angry? It's not that I refuse to help, but besides, my identity isn't enough. Why don't you look for Xin Linhai, Feng Zhaoqi, and Luo Yuan? In terms of family background, they are the ones that match you the best. Murong Wanqing said angrily. If I can find them, why would I want to find you? They were friends who played with me from childhood to adulthood. Do you think my father would believe it? You saw it during the day. My brothers came to inform me first. Tonight, my father will arrive at Haoyan City. He wants to betroth me to a young master from a noble family in another province. If you don't help me, I can only hope for death. I will never marry a man I don't like. But Xiangnan hesitated. In his previous life, he was an orphan, so he valued kinship more than the heavens in his current life. He was unwilling to help Murong Wanqing to lie to her biological father. Murong Wanqing smiled miserably and said, I have always been strong. I have to do everything better than others, even more powerful than those men. I just want to prove to my father that I am no worse than anyone else. Do you know how much pain I have endured and how much tiredness I have received for this? This sentence touched Xiangnan's weak spot. Yes, how much pain and suffering would a boy have to endure if he wanted to enter the world of martial arts? Not to mention a girl, not to mention that this girl did better than others. The children of small clans had their own troubles, and the great clans also had their own sorrows. For large aristocratic families, the children of aristocratic families were often just bargaining chips in the business world. The Murong clan was a huge force in Donghai province, but it was extremely difficult for them to spread such a force to other provinces, and Murong Wanqing had become a bargaining chip for this kind of commercial marriage. She tried her best to make herself more outstanding, but what she got from her excellence was not her father's disdain, but her use value. Only now did Xiangnan truly get to know Murong Wanqing. Only then did he know under what circumstances she had been nurtured with such a character that she always wanted to be an expert. To be honest, Xiangnan loved her very much at this moment. While Murong Wanqing was speaking, Luo Yuan and the other four also heard the news that Murong Wanqing's father was coming and rushed over. All right, I'll help you once. Xiangnan was ruthless. As a friend, wasn't it at the most difficult time for others to lend a helping hand? Xiangnan, good boy. Luo Yuan patted Xiangnan on the shoulder and said, We haven't misjudged you. You deserve our trust. Xin Linhai smiled and nodded. However, Murong clan master's temper is very similar to Sunset. You need to be mentally prepared in advance. Feng Zhaoqi lowered his head and said, Perhaps the Murong clan's clan master will get angry and want to get rid of Xiangnan. Zhang Yu smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Isn't there still the four of us? We will definitely protect Xiangnan well. Although the Murong clan's clan master is very powerful, he shouldn't offend the four of us just to kill Xiangnan. Xiangnan was crying and laughing repeatedly when he heard this, but since he had already agreed, he could not return temporarily. Xiangnan, thank you. Murong Wanqing stared at Xiangnan seriously and said, I will remember this kindness in my heart. Xiangnan shook his head solemnly. You all treat me like a brother, and I also treat you as my brothers. Don't say anything else about kindness or anything else. Ha! All right then. Luo Yuan hugged Xiangnan's shoulder and said, Since you are going to meet some of the most important people in Donghai province at night, your future father-in-law that you have never met before, we have to dress you up properly. The words future father-in-law made Xiangnan and Murong Wanqing blush. Afterwards, regardless of how Xiangnan refused, the few fellows forcefully pulled him to the center of Haoyan City. This central area was not the center of the geographic location, but the most prosperous eastern district of Haoyan City, the wealthy area. The scenery of the east side was very different from that of the other districts. There weren't so many passers-by here anymore. On both sides of the wide road, there were luxurious carriages parked. Every single one of them was worth an astonishing amount of money. Even the trees on both sides of the road were snow fragrance trees, specially purchased from the western regions. The leaves of these trees were snow-white and emitted a faint sweet smell. When the leaves fell, they would be as beautiful as falling snow. There was hardly any loud noise here. Everyone pulled Xianxia into a garment shop. Originally, I was going to customize a set of clothes for you, but it's too late. I can only buy them off the shelf. As a woman, she was choosing clothes for Xianxia with her unique eyes. The messenger of this clothing shop was neatly dressed, had a pair of beautiful beards, and spoke and behaved very appropriately, making people feel comfortable in their hearts, as expected of wealthy people. Xianxia looked at the clothes hanging on the wall and couldn't help but praise them. The cheapest clothes here were all priced at more than 10,000 gold coins, which was equivalent to the total income of an ordinary person working for 10 years. Come to Xianxia. Try on these 20 sets of long clothes. Jiang Yu walked over and 10 maids followed him. Each maidservant respectfully held 2 sets of folded long clothes in her hands. So much? There's no need. Xianxia frowned and said, just look for anyone to wear. No way. Jiang Yu said solemnly, clothes are a person's second face. How can they fit? Xianxia could only try one by one. The 5 of them nodded and frowned from time to time, causing Xianxia's heart to tremble. In the end, he chose a long shirt which satisfied everyone the most. This long gown is sewn with expensive Jingling satin. His entire body is ink black. At the collar cuffs, there are dark gold bracelet stripes embroidered. Long shirt, waist retracted, wide collar, loose sleeves, wide shoulders. The width of that shoulder was definitely not something an ordinary person could control. Only martial artists were the most suitable. In addition, Xianxia's current figure was already very good. After putting on this long gown, he looked even more handsome and upright. Everyone's eyes lit up, and even the maid's eyes flashed with delight. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Yu repeatedly praised. Beautiful without losing maturity, but also proper for self-cultivation. Murong Wanqing also looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, I didn't expect that you would look much more energetic after changing into a good set of clothes. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I'm dressed in ordinary clothes, but it can't be said to be tattered. All right, we'll take all 20 of them. Pack them up. Murong Wanqing waved her hand. All of them, Xianxia said. Isn't one enough? Murong Wanqing frowned and said, you can wear one with all your might? What about the future? Cut the crap and it won't cost you any money. All right, that's what you're saying. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Sigh, this won't do. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, the 2 of you are going to see the Murong clan master as lovers tonight. Hurry up and train in advance. Don't look so righteous. Sunset, take Xianxia's arm. Hurry up. Don't be embarrassed. Murong Wanqing hesitated for a long time before finally holding on to Xianxia with a red face. As for Xianxia, he stood there like a piece of wood, extremely stiff, with an unnatural expression on his face. Where are you holding the tiger? Jiang Yu slapped Xianxia on the shoulder. Relax. Be intimate. Yes. Tilt your upper body towards sunset. TSK. Can you be more serious? This is a matter of life and death for Sunset. Don't make any mistakes for me. Originally, Xianxia was the only one embarrassed when picking clothes, but now Murong Wanqing's face had also been blushing. Xianxia felt a little happy in his heart. It was rare to see Murong Wanqing embarrassed, so he could be considered to have taken revenge. Makes her talk so choking. Good is good, but I always feel that something is wrong. Shen Linhai looked at Xianxia with his chin on his back. After saying this, everyone nodded their heads repeatedly and discovered something flawed. Right, put this on. Shen Linhai snapped his fingers and took off a string of simple Buddhist beads from his wrist and put them on Xianxia's wrist. He said, this is what my 3rd uncle asked for when he went to the South Sea Heavenly Spirit Temple. I can't buy it for much money. Only after Xiang Nan put on a string of Buddhist beads did everyone nod in satisfaction. Come, let's continue to behave. Jiang Yu pushed Xiang Nan's shoulder and said, You look pretty when you walk. You walk like a dragon and walk like a tiger. You are very manly. It's just that I'm missing some rules and a sense of ceremony. With just a little exercise, it'll be perfect. You really want to practice walking? Xiang Nan kept complaining. Xiang Nan was dragged around by this group of people for an entire afternoon before he managed to make them barely satisfied. At dusk, everyone returned to the entrance of the Haoran sect. The Murong clan already had a carriage to pick them up. Relax, be natural. There's no problem. Jiang Yu escorted Xiang Nan and Murong Wanqing into the carriage and instructed Xiang Nan worriedly. The carriage set off. Inside the car, the two of them had nothing to say. Xiang Nan felt that the atmosphere was frozen. He wanted to find a topic to break the awkward atmosphere. However, she discovered that Murong Wanqing was lowering her head. From Xiang Nan's point of view, she could only see a shallow dimple on her cheek. This dimple was much shallower than usual. There were only two situations where this dimple could occur. One was smiling, and the other was forcefully biting his lower lip. Xiang Nan tilted her head slightly. The moment she saw Murong Wanqing's face, she turned her head away and her shoulders trembled slightly. But Xiang Nan had already seen it clearly. Her eyes were a little red. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure this girl was under every day in the Murong clan. The pressure was so great that it was so painful for her to meet her biological father. Xiang Nan swallowed the words he was about to say. Instead, he revealed a brilliant smile and naturally hugged Murong Wanqing's shoulder. He told her in a gesture that with me around, the sky would collapse and I would help you carry it. Murong Wanqing's body suddenly stiffened for a moment, and then she relaxed. Even her trembling shoulders relaxed. The carriage traveled steadily and quickly, and soon arrived at a large manor. This manor was located at the southern end of the Haoran mountain range, at the foot of a green mountain. It belonged to one of the properties of the Murong clan. Let's go, Xiaoqing. We're here. Xiang Nan changed his title very much. Murong Wanqing whispered, and jumped out of the carriage with Xiang Nan's help. Today, Murong Wanqing was much more obedient than usual. Even Murong Wanqing's big brother, who was waiting at the entrance of the manor, was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. Then he smiled in relief. The three of them entered the manor side by side. Because the manor was too large, there were a few small carriages in the courtyard. Xiaoqing, take your own car. I'll talk to Xiang Nan. Big brother Murong Wanqing greeted him. Under Murong Wanqing's worried gaze, he took Xiang Nan's shoulder and got into the carriage. My name is Murong Zheng. The man said, I watched Xiaoqing grow up. No one knows her better than me. It can be seen that Xiaoqing is the most relaxed and at ease when she is by your side. Yes. Xiang Nan nodded. Murong Zheng grabbed Xiang Nan's wrist with his hand and said seriously, Don't look at little Qing's strong exterior and unforgiving behavior, but her heart is very fragile. I won't allow anyone to bully her. If anyone hurts her, I will be the first to do so. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Xiang Nan nodded solemnly. Whoever wants to hurt her, step over my corpse first. When Xiang Nan said this, he was indeed serious, but it was not out of love between men and women, but out of brotherly righteousness. Murong Zheng carefully observed Xiang Nan's expression. When he was sure that Xiang Nan had said this from the bottom of his heart, he nodded and said, I'm relieved that you said this. Perhaps my father and my brothers are more interested in being a match for each other, but I only care about whether Xiaoqing is happy or not. As long as the two of you are focused on staying together, how much difficulty is there? Big brother, I will help you up. Don't be afraid. Thank you, big brother. Xiang Nan replied sincerely. Through a few simple conversations, Murong Zheng left an excellent impression on Xiang Nan. This was what a big brother should look like. Murong Zheng had been sending the two of them to Murong Wanqing's study before he said, Father has just arrived. He only stayed one night and left. Perhaps he is dealing with the family business here. He will summon you later. Don't worry. Just call me if you need anything. After saying that, Murong Zhang held Xiang Nan's and Murong Wanqing's hands together and clenched them tightly before turning around to leave. The two of them waited at the door for nearly 2 hours. When Xiang Nan thought that the study room might be empty, he heard a cough from inside. "Come in." A strong but somewhat exhausted voice rang out. Xiang Nan and Murong Wanqing exchanged glances before pushing open the door. Murong Chongshan was the current patriarch of the entire the Murong clan, and was also the number 2 figure of the Murong clan. The number 1 person in the Murong clan was not the clan head, but Murong Chongshan's father, Murong Wanqing's biological grandfather. I heard that Murong Grandpa was once one of the most famous figures in the military, and he was also one of Haotian Emperor's right-hand men. When Haotian Emperor took down the vast territory of the Haotian Empire, Murong Grandpa made a lot of contributions. Afterwards, he was sent to Haojing by Emperor Haotian, and he was always one of his trusted aides. However, Old Master Murong was well aware of the difficulties and dangers in the political arena. He quickly resigned from his post and returned to the East China Sea to run the family business. Afterwards, he handed over the entire family to his son, Murong Chongshan. That Murong Chongshan had been strictly disciplined by Old Master Murong since he was young, and he also had an identical hot temper. At this time, Murong Chongshan was sitting behind the desk, slowly rubbing his temples. He raised his head slightly and looked at Xiang Nan and the other two. His gaze fell on Xiang Nan, not paying too much attention to his own daughter. However, he did not ask Xiang Nan and the other two to sit down. Murong Chongshan heaved a long sigh of relief and said to Xiang Nan, "I already know your identity very well. I also learned about you from Luo Fei and Sun Chun." Hearing this, Xiang Nan was shocked. The matter of him pretending to be Murong Wanqing's lover was an impromptu one at noon today. Could be said that half a day had not passed yet. And Sun Chun was the garrison general of Fallen Moon City. Luo Fei was the garrison general of Beijiang Frontier Defense City. In such a short period of time, not only did Murong Chongshan know that the two of them had interacted with him, he also found out about him from them. From this, it could be seen how shocking the energy of the Murong clan was. Murong Chongshan crossed his hands on the table and looked at Xiang Nan seriously. "The two of them have a high opinion of you. That's why I'm willing to meet you. Otherwise, with your status, you won't be able to meet someone like me in your lifetime. Do you understand?" Understood. Xiang Nan did not care how arrogant Murong Chongshan was. In fact, he did have the ability to be arrogant. "Father." Murong Wanqing took a step forward and said anxiously. Murong Chongshan waved his hand and said, "Little Qing, go out. I'll talk to Xiang Nan." But Murong Wanqing bit her lips. "Get out." Murong Chongshan's tone was not angry, but there was an unquestionable majesty. Murong Wanqing looked at Xiang Nan and walked out of the room with red eyes. "Say it." When Murong Wanqing walked out, Murong Chongshan's back foot said, "How much does it cost to leave Shaoqing? If you ask for a price, I can afford it." Xiang Nan was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. "Is it so cliché? Can you put it another way? Is it the task of your great aristocratic family to persuade others to directly bid?" It seemed that the rich people in the world had all kinds of different hobbies, but when they tried to persuade their daughter's useless lover, they all spoke in an astonishingly consistent tone. "Can I have some more dog blood?" Murong Chongshan did not get angry and said, "This is normal. Wealth is my greatest advantage. Is it unreasonable for me to use my advantage to satisfy your needs? I know that your martial artists don't value money, but the Murong clan is also involved in the business of spirit herbs, medicinal pills, and even martial techniques. I can give you all of these. Let's talk frankly. If you have any ideas, just say it. There's no need to worry about my identity. Tell me, why should I choose you, a person without status or background, and give up a son-in-law who has almost everything? All right." Xiang Nan nodded and said, "With my status as an outsider, I shouldn't have criticized your family's internal affairs, but since you let me speak openly, I will tell you. I think, as a father, you should consider the happiness of your children more than just expanding the family." Murong Chongshan leaned back on his seat and said, For another reason, this statement is not convincing. Xianxia frowned and said, isn't the ultimate goal of wealth to make him and his family live better? The Murong clan has already achieved such a huge property. Could it be that they are still in the minuscule realm of having to sell out their children's marriages to gain benefits? Murong Chongshan chuckled. It's not convincing. Let's change the reason. What a ruthless character. This was the real big shot. He doesn't refute you or threaten you at all. He doesn't even answer your questions. This kind of conversation is the most terrifying. Without any reason, he can make you more and more speechless, more and more guilty. In the end, you will only be defeated. If you want to convince this kind of person, you can't do it for 10,000 reasons. You have to use real chips to impress him. Xianxia let out a long sigh and smiled. He casually pulled a chair and sat opposite Murong Chongshan. Murong Chongshan looked at Xianxia's impolite actions, but did not say anything else. Since you are a businessman, let's talk from the point of view of interests. Xianxia smiled and said, choosing me is an investment. To tell the truth, Xianxia was also beating drums in his heart, but he did not show it by forcefully holding on. The corner of Murong Chongshan's mouth curled up slightly. Go on. Xianxia nodded and said, how big is a business family? No. One in the world. Even if the Murong clan becomes the #1 clan under the heavens, I would like to ask, if a half-saint expert is determined to destroy the Murong clan, will you be able to stop him? Yes, continue. Murong Chongshan did not comment. Xianxia said, you have invested so much in business, but I think it is time for you to invest some money in the world of martial arts. This is a world where martial power reigns supreme. No matter how much money you have, you won't be able to kill a powerful martial enemy. If you choose me, it will be an investment in martial arts. I will use my own strength to prove what I said. I will definitely be the strongest person in the martial arts world in the future. So confident? Murong Chongshan finally laughed. Xianxia said neither humbly nor arrogantly, that's how confident you are. I think. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, the reason why you are willing to see me tonight is because you have considered my talent in martial arts. Right? As he spoke, Xianxia raised his right hand and a thunderball slowly rose from his palm. The thunderball crackled, filled with astonishing power. In order to increase his bargaining chip, Xianxia turned around again and released the power of the white flame lightning. The lightning ball instantly turned into a ball of white lightning, and the surface of the ball was even surrounded by white flames. I've already heard of your talent. Murong Chongshan nodded in satisfaction. Lightning meridians are indeed rare in the world, especially heavenly-grade lightning meridians S. However, the world of martial arts does not rely on talent. How can I guarantee that after I betroth my daughter to you, you will not be killed by an expert a few years later, causing me to waste a few years of my life in vain? Xianxia asked, is there a risk-free investment in this world? Even if I really die in battle, what you've lost is only a few years of your daughter's youth. Sunset is still young. I think this kind of risk is worth taking. General Sun Chun, General Luo Fei and I have already proven my courage to you. And now it is the 12 joint examinations. I will prove my strength with my actions. Murong Chongshan laughed. I have seen quite a few young people, but in front of me all of them follow my lead or be cautious. You're not bad. Although you lack some confidence, at least you're not afraid. I'm leaving tomorrow. Take good care of little Qing for the past few years. I hope I'm not mistaken and that what you said is not boasting. All right, let's go out. Xianxia stood up and bowed to Murong Chongshan. I hope what this junior said just now didn't hit you. Goodbye. Xianxia pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the door, Murong Wanqing's eyes were red. Obviously, she had been crying quietly. When she saw Xianxia come out, she grabbed Xianxia's hand and nervously said, How is it? Did my father make things difficult for you? Xianxia pretended to be worried and sighed. I'm afraid. Hearing these two words, Murong Wanqing froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes filled with despair. I'm afraid. Xianxiaku turned around and laughed. I'm afraid your father has agreed. You don't have to worry about marrying rich children from other provinces. Ah! Morong Wanqing was stunned for a long time before she finally reacted. She reached out to pinch Xiang Nan's waist fiercely. Xiang Nan grinned in pain. Easy, easy. Don't forget that you are a third-level origin returning martial cultivator. Ah! Shit! Pinch the meat off for me. Morong Wanqing broke into tears and laughed. She punched Xiang Nan's chest with a pink fist. I almost scared you to death. Xiang Nan wiped away the tears on her face in pain and said, Don't worry, I'll protect you this time. Morong Wanqing stared blankly at Xiang Nan. Suddenly, her face turned red and she hurriedly lowered her head. Xiang Nan was about to speak when suddenly, a commotion came from his storage ring. Hawkeye, what's the matter? Morong Wanqing asked hurriedly when she saw that Xiang Nan's expression was wrong. You can go back to the sect by yourself. I'm in a hurry and have to leave. Xiang Nan explained and ran away in a hurry. Oh! Morong Wanqing frowned, her nose slightly unhappy. In the sky, Xiang Nan spread out his yuan-chi feathered wings and was flying towards the southeast. In the night, he took out his eagle eye. A sizzling sound came from the eagle eye, and then he heard someone whispering to him. The operation this time was not very successful. The nature sect is heavily guarded, so it is difficult to make a move. The only chance is Xiang Nan, who lives alone in Sun Palace. But he failed last night. I didn't expect him to be so alert. Another unfamiliar voice sounded. Well, the other assassinations failed as well. A woman appeared from nowhere and even injured several of our experts. That's right. It's them. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. It was those mysterious people who were speaking. The woman they were talking about should be the dream butterfly. Judging from the Hawkeye signal, the place to speak should be on the outskirts of the southeast region of Haotian City. That was the second place marked with a red line. Very quickly, Xiang Nan arrived close, but he didn't dare to rashly approach. Instead, he landed on a mountain 5 miles away. He lay on the mountain and looked over from here. He could just see the forest clearing. There was a slight flash of fire there, but it was too far away to see the actual situation clearly. Xiang Nan used his lightning vision and wiped his eyes with both hands. A flash of lightning flashed through his eyes. This lightning vision instantly cleared up the blurry line of sight from a distance. Beside a campfire, there was a whole circle of people. Those people were wearing loose white robes, and their entire bodies were enveloped. They could not even see any skin at all, and their faces were covered with white veils. Xiang Nan used his lightning photoelectric eyes to peek from a distance and used his eagle eyes to monitor the enemy's movements clearly. However, the white robes of those white-robed people were very strange. When they looked at them with their lightning-like eyes, they were only a blurry glow. It should be that the white robes themselves had the function of concealing their yuan-chi. They were also able to conceal the fluctuations of their yuan-chi, so there was no way to explore their realm geometry. At this moment, 5 more people fell from the sky. These 5 people were dressed in black robes, and all 5 of them were standing at the edge of the campfire. As for those white-robed people, they stood farther away, obviously with 5 black-robed people at the core. How is it? That Xiang Nan is harder to deal with than I thought. I took advantage of his deep sleep to ambush him, but he actually reacted. Xiang Nan held his breath and listened quietly, but only the voice from the eagles I could not tell who was speaking. Immediately after, another voice came. Looks like the plan to assassinate the League players can only go so far. Next, it will depend on the performance of the 5 of you. This time, no matter what, we must defeat all the experts of the 12 sects in the joint examination. We want to unify all the first-rate sections. We can't delay any longer. The Haoran sect is a tough nut to crack. They refuse to surrender to us even if they die. Let's give them a show of might this time. That's right. Sweeping the strongest disciples of the 12 sects of the Blue Tide continent clean in front of all the martial artists in the world will make the Haoran sect lose face. The 5 of them are League players? Xiang Nan was shocked. The 5 of them wanted to defeat all the experts of the Blue Tide continent in the tournament. This meant that they were participating in the 12 sect joint examinations and were also people from other continents. Obviously, those white-robed people should be some high-level martial artists. Their mission was to assassinate the potential contestants of the 12-sex joint examination, and also to protect the 5 black-robed people. The realms of the 5 black-robed people were not as high as those of the white-robed people, but their status was higher than that of the white-robed people. Because the black-robed people were only qualified to participate in the 12-sec joint examination. But who were they? How did he sneak in? Why do you have such an arrogant tone? One of them sneered. The rise of the profound sky sect and soaring cloud sect is already a fact. Nothing can stop us. This first step is to use the nature's nature sect. Let all the martial artists in the world see just how far apart his nature's nature sect is from us. At that time, the reputation of the Howran sect in the world of martial arts will plummet. Countless martial arts geniuses will flow out of the blue tide continent and join our heavenly profound sect. A first-rate sect? That's definitely not our heavenly profound sect's goal. We need to be the strongest sect. Heaven. Mysterious. Sect. Hearing these 3 words, Xianxia's eyes almost spat out flames. These 3 words left an unforgettable pain in Xianxia's heart. Someone is here. Suddenly, a voice came from the eagle's eyes. After Xianxia heard the 3 words, the profound sky sect, his emotions fluctuated greatly. He was unable to suppress it all at once, but he was actually sensed by the experts 5 miles away. Get out! After a loud shout, a sharp sword light suddenly shot out from the forest clearing. The sword light pierced through the sky and arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that when Xianxia sensed it, the sword light almost pressed against the tip of Xianxia's nose. Xianxia hurriedly dodged with a flash step. He saw that the forest clearing was empty. Shit! They're coming! Xianxia flapped his wings and soared into the air. In the sky, a white-robed shadow was already floating. The alertness of these people was simply too high. Xianxia was 5 miles away from them on the mountain peak, but his emotions were a little stronger, so they sensed him. Stop him! Don't let him escape! A white-clothed man shouted. Xianxia immediately used the flash steps to quickly leave the scene, but his body shook, and then with a buzz, he crashed into a Yuan Qi light shield. The white-clothed men formed a circle and surrounded Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was about to flee, they formed a spherical Yuan Qi barrier and trapped Xianxia inside. Shit! Xianxia's heart sank. After the collision just now, he had already sensed the strength of the Yuan Qi barrier. Judging from this, the dozen or so white-clothed men were probably all experts of the heavenly Yuan realm. The Yuan Qi light shield formed by the dozen or so heavenly Yuan realm experts was used to deal with Xianxia, a 3rd-level origin returning martial cultivator. Not to mention making a big fuss, it could be seen how much they valued Xianxia. Truly trapped. A white-clothed man gently passed through the light barrier and entered. He stepped into the air and faced Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly said, "Are you people from the profound sky sect and the flying cloud sect?" The white-clothed man said, "Don't waste your effort. I won't reveal any information." Xianxia frowned. "Under your encirclement, I am already a dying person. Even so, do you still refuse to let me know who exactly killed me?" The white-clothed man's face was obscure in the shadows, but his tone was incomparably firm. "Don't say that you're a dying person. Even if you're already a corpse, don't dream of being able to hear anything from us. I want to fight him once." Xianxia and the white-clothed man were talking when one of the 5 black-clothed men suddenly stood up. This person also had Yuan Qi wings behind him, but it was different from Xianxia's. Xianxia's wings were Yuan Qi feathered wings, which looked more like a pair of crane wings and were snow-white. The black-clothed man had a total of 3 pairs of 6 Yuan Qi wings. They were translucent in color, more like the wings of a certain dragonfly. The white-clothed man said to the black-clothed man, "Now is not the time for a battle of will. Killing a 12-sect contestant will increase your chances of winning the 12-sect championship." "What? Are you afraid that I won't be able to defeat Xianxia?" The black-clothed man was obviously not as disciplined as the white-clothed man, or rather, he had more of a martial artist's temperament. The white-clothed man gritted his teeth and shouted, "Our goal is to severely defeat the Howren sect, not let you show yourself here." "Ha ha." The man in black smiled. "Don't forget, the 5 of us are the core members of this operation. You are only serving the 5 of us." The white-clothed man's body was trembling slightly. It could be seen that he was angry, but as a heaven-origin realm martial artist, he did not dare to refute the face of the black-clothed man in the origin realm. Just as they were arguing internally, Xianxia immediately used the void stone. With a whoosh, his body turned into a streak of black lightning and instantly passed through the unbreakable yuan-chi barrier. His entire body disappeared. This move shocked all the white-clothed and black-clothed people present. The white-clothed man was furious and pointed at the black-clothed man. "If it weren't for you obstructing me, I would have already killed Xianxia." The black-clothed man didn't care and said, "What's the hurry? I can't kill him now. I can still kill him in the arena." After saying that, he held his chin thoughtfully and said, "Xianxia's strange movement technique just now was unexpected. He was actually able to pass through the visible yuan-chi light shield. Could this be an escape technique?" But after thinking for a while, the black-clothed man could not find any way to cast an escape spell. It was in this form. This time, Xianxia's lightning escape was more than 100 miles away. He had already surpassed the position of the Howren sect. Afterwards, he endured the fierce headache and gradually lost consciousness and quickly flew back to the Howren sect. He went straight to the Howren palace to find his master, Su Kaiwe, and then asked Su Kaiwe to bring him to see Elder Shi Beihong. This is what happened. Xianxia told Elder Shi Beihong about his discovery in one breath. "Elder, quickly send someone to chase after them," Xianxia said anxiously. Shi Beihong shook his head. "It should be too late. They are well-planned and cautious. They must have already disguised themselves and hid in Haoyan City. But according to what you said, they should have been the ones who kidnapped Xueqi back then." Xianxia nodded and said, "I suspect that this is a plan led by the Profound Sky sect and assisted by the Flying Cloud sect." "Indeed," Elder Shi Beihong nodded solemnly. The Profound Sky sect is originally one of the 8 great sects. Their wolf ambitions have never been broken. In the past 2 years, the Profound Sky sect has indeed expressed its desire to become the sect's boss. However, things have not gone smoothly. Looks like they are prepared to take the initiative to deal with the other 6 first-class sects this time. Our Howren sect has always been the weakest of the 8 sects, so they should be the first target to attack. Xianxia frowned and said, "I don't understand. Since they want to become a super sect and even try to annex us, why are they trying to participate in a 12-sect joint exam to discourage us? This doesn't make any sense. Could it be that you can become the boss after defeating the disciples of the Howren sect in the 12-sect joint examination?" Elder Shi Beihong shook his head. "This is only the first step of their grand plan. The first step is to destroy the high status of our Howren sect in the hearts of the Blue Tide Continent's martial artists. As long as this step succeeds, the heavenly profound sect's subsequent blow to us will follow one after another, and it will be twice the result with half the effort." Xianxia suddenly realized that this was the case. Once the Nature's vast sect was defeated, then the confidence in the hearts of the Blue Tide Continent's martial artists would collapse. In other words, as long as the Nature sect defeated the Heavenly Profound sect, no matter if the Heavenly Profound sect were to spread rumors or attack the Nature sect from the side, it would no longer cause any substantial harm to the Nature sect. "Then let's hurry up and inform the participating disciples to be on guard," Xianxia said, but as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that his idea was untenable. Sure enough, Elder Shi Beihong shook his head and rejected. "The current situation is that we do not know who those 5 black-clothed men are. At this stage, we cannot trust anyone. They may be disguised as Howren sect disciples, or they may be disguised as outer sect disciples." Xianxia gritted his teeth. Yes, anyone could be one of the 5 black-clothed men. In fact, with the Profound Sky sect's powerful martial Dao status, even if they assumed that the person they bribed was Hong Bin, it wasn't impossible for them to do so. What if it was one of Feng Zhaoqi, Luo Yuan, and the others? Something's wrong. It's not possible. Xiang Nan shook his head forcefully. Impossible. Xiang Nan had also thought about whether to cancel the 12 joint examinations so that the heavenly profound sex tricks would be frustrated. However, after careful consideration, the consequences of doing so were even worse. That way, the profound sky sect would be able to publicize it. Look at how useless the Howren sect is. The moment they heard that the profound sky sect had infiltrated the 12 joint examinations, they were so scared that they even cancelled the competition. This result was even more terrifying than the defeat of the nature sect. There were no heavenly profound sect or flying cloud sect from the 9 firmaments continent on the list of the 12 joint examinations. If they wanted to defeat the ambitions of the Howren sect, they would definitely announce their identities at the arena competition. Of course, the nature sect can directly disqualify them according to the rules. However, doing so is similar to canceling the 12 joint examinations. It will also give everyone a signal that our nature sect is afraid and we do not dare to fight. Therefore, no matter what, this battle was definitely going to be fought. No matter what. Elder Shi Beihong looked at Su Kaiwe and said, Kaiwe, secretly search Haoyan City. If you can find them, it would be best. If you can't find them, it's also the will of heaven. Since they have already arrived, we cannot retreat. We can only use our soldiers to cover up the water and earth. Yes. Su Kaiwe nodded and flew away like a ray of bright light. After Su Kaiwe left, Elder Shi Beihong said to Xiang Nan, Xiang Nan, the only person I can trust now is you. They must have made sufficient preparations to dare to come here this time. They have an absolutely deep understanding of our Howren sect's experts. And you are a rising star. Their understanding of you shouldn't be too detailed. This is also one of your advantages. Don't worry, Elder. Even if Xiang Nan risked his life, he would still defend the reputation of the nature sect. Xiang Nan said loudly. Even if Shi Beihong didn't say anything, Xiang Nan wouldn't be afraid on the spot. He was a member of the Profound Sky Sect before, and in this life the Profound Sky Sect was Xiang Nan's #1 enemy. Xiang Nan, follow me. As he spoke, Elder Shi Beihong turned around and put his loose sleeves behind his back as he walked deeper into the Hao Ran Palace. Xiang Nan didn't know why, so he could only follow respectfully behind. The Hall of Howren was divided into many floors, and there was a huge building in the middle. Xiang Nan had once been tried by the Board of Elders here. However, Elder Shi Beihong and Xiang Nan had already passed through this place and were still continuing to walk deeper. This made Xiang Nan feel a little strange in his heart. When the two of them arrived at the last building in the deepest part of the Hao Ran Palace, the Hao Ran sect's ancestral hall appeared here. Looking over, there was a respected stone statue on the table. There was only one tablet in the highest row with the words Heavenly Heart written on it. This Heavenly Heart was not a name, but more like an introduction to someone's life. Other than that, there was no other word. There were a few rows below the Heavenly Heart ranking. Each tablet had a name written on it, followed by the next generation of elders, which side peak they belonged to. Xiang Nan, kneel, Elder Shi Beihong said. Xiang Nan hurriedly knelt respectfully in front of the tablets. Shi Beihong looked at the plaques inside. These are the ancestors and heroes who created the Howren sect. The highest plaque is the first-generation sect master of our Howren sect. He is determined to establish his heart with the heavens and plead for the people. He has been defending the righteous path all his life and being a dignified and upright martial artist for the country and the people. Even after his death, he is unwilling to leave his name behind. He only wishes to leave behind his spirit. He wants our nature sect disciples to remember that there is not only a nature sect ancestor in this world, but also tens of millions of martial artists with a strong and righteous heart. Hearing this, Xiang Nan immediately kowtowed 3 times to the ancestor martyrs' tablets in shock. The life of the first sect master of the Howren sect must have been grand and vigorous, but Elder Shi Beihong only used 2 words to describe him. These 2 sentences directly described the martial spirit of the first sect master and the depth of his Tao heart. Do you know why I brought you here? Elder Shi Beihong raised 2 fingers, and then a surge of sword chi suddenly took shape. The sharpness of the sword chi caused the air to tighten, It was as if everything in the world was as crisp as withered leaves in front of the sword Qi. Looking at the sword Qi, Xiang Nan's heart was incomparably shocked. This was the strength of a half-saint expert. Elder Shi Beihong said, I could have sent you a strand of sword Qi that could at least instantly kill a Tianyuan 5th layer expert, but I would not do so. Do you know the reason? Xiang Nan said seriously, because I am a disciple of the Haoran sect. Yes. Shi Beihong nodded and withdrew his sword Qi, saying, the sect can be broken, but the martial soul in the hearts of our Haoran sect martial artists cannot be broken. Win openly, lose openly, lose openly. I won't break the rules and give you powerful strength, but I can at least do it so that you can keep your life. Elder Shi Beihong flipped his palm, and 3 dots of light appeared in his palm. Then, the 3 dots of light flew into Xiang Nan's forehead with a whoosh. Shi Beihong said, these are my 3 strands of Yuan Qi. You can release them at critical moments. In total, they can be condensed into 3 Yuan Qi shields. They can withstand a fatal blow from a Tianyuan 5th layer expert at most. These 3 strands of Yuan Qi can't help you win, but they can help you escape the calamity of life and death. Thank you, Elder. Xiang Nan felt a splitting headache, but he still endured it and knelt down to thank Shi Beihong. Go. Prepare well for tomorrow's arena competition. Elder Shi Beihong waved his hand. Xiang Nan kowtowed 3 more times to the ancestor martyr, then retreated backwards until he retreated from the door before turning around. Back then, Xiang Nan's original intention when he came to the Haoran sect was to use the Haoran sect as a springboard to search for a more powerful formula to increase his resistance to electricity. However, after less than a year, Xiang Nan truly had feelings for the Haoran sect. He admired the martyrs of the Haoran sect from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps the heavenly profound sect was very powerful, but they were unscrupulous and ignorant of the will of the righteous Tao, causing Xiang Nan to be shameless. Perhaps the Haoran sect was only a first-class sect at the bottom, but the soul of this sect deeply moved Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan didn't even intend to use those 3 strands of Yuan Qi in the arena. Even if he died in battle, he couldn't lose face to the Haoran sect. In the night, Xiang Nan clenched his fists tightly and said, this battle will be lost or dead. I will never surrender. On the 2nd day, the final part of the 12 joint examinations was officially kicked off. Xiang Nan followed the disciples of many sects to the tournament area of the Haoran mountain range. At that time, tens of thousands of martial artists were already waiting. When they saw the 200 disciples flying in from the sky, they all gave their warmest applause. On this day, even the representatives of the 5 aristocratic families of Donghai province and the 4 great families of Haoyan City had come. They used their astonishing financial resources to present gifts to every spectator present, as well as every participant and eliminated contestant. Every spectator who came to watch the match received a storage card of 10,000 gold coins, allowing them to spend as much as they could in Haoyan City during the long arena competition, enjoying the best treatment here. Just this sum of money alone had already cost nearly 1 billion gold coins. That made the audience cheer. The contestants who had participated in the competition had even obtained VIP cards from the 5 great clans and the 4 great clans. In the next 3 years, they would receive an 80% discount on spending in any of the 9 factions' industries. The 5 great clans and the 4 great clans had invested a lot of money this time. However, the more this happened, the more attention everyone paid to the 12 joint examinations. That was exactly what the heavenly profound sect wanted. The mood of the audience, who had received the benefits, was unprecedentedly high, and the scene was filled with a joyous atmosphere. However, very few people knew that in the depths of this bustling scene, there was an undercurrent surging. All 200 contestants were present and began to draw lots. In the single-player arena competition, 2 contestants were in a group. In the top 100 advancement competition, 100 contestants would be eliminated in the first round. The first round of the top 100 advancement tournament was still divided into 10 regions. Each region had 5 matches in the morning and afternoon. In one day, they played 10 matches, eliminating a total of 100 people. The second round was the top 50 advancement tournament. At that time, the tournament area would be reduced to 2. There would only be 10 battles a day, and they would have to fight for 5 days, eliminating 50 people. In the third round, when the top 50 advanced to the top 26, the competition area shrunk again, turning into a ring. After that, the top 16, 8, and 4 were all in the same arena. Those who didn't have enough people would resurrect the contestants in the resurrection tournament. Perhaps this first round of the 12-sec joint examination was destined to be an extraordinary one, and also the most dramatic one. This drama is reflected in the fact that Xianxia still won the 10th division. When the district referee wrote Xianxia's name on the stone stele beside the arena in the 10th division, the crowd applauded loudly. The 10th arena seemed to be a lucky arena. It had never been calm before. It had its own legendary experiences. At this moment, the representative from the Murong clan raised his right hand and shouted, "When the 12 joint examinations are over, I am willing to pay 100 million gold coins for the stone tablet in the 10th competition area." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into an uproar, and those wealthy and influential families were extremely regretful. 100 million gold coins was nothing to a large family in a prosperous area like the East China Sea. However, the Murong clan had already been the first to speak. Who would raise the price? He only hated that he hadn't thought of this. Xianxia turned around and looked in the direction of the Murong clan. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It seemed that Murong Chongshan had really sent someone to supervise him. If he had been eliminated early, the investment agreement between him and Murong Chongshan would have been cancelled. However, up until now, no news had come from Master. It should be that the search last night had failed, just as Elder Shi Beihong had expected. At this time, Murong Wanqing and the others walked over and greeted Xianxia affectionately. The 6 of them were getting closer and closer, and now they had become iron brothers. It was hard to imagine that when they first came to the Haoran sect half a year ago, there was no room for fire or water, and they fought with each other. Xianxia. Murong Wanqing stood in front of Xianxia. She looked into Xianxia's eyes and held back for a long time before saying, "Come on, Io." Luo Yuan hugged Xianxia's shoulder and joked, "Is this couple already so intimate? I rarely hear Sunset cheering for others. She always wants to win first place herself." Yes, the power of love. Shen Linhai pretended to be profound, as if he was an experienced romantic expert. Murong Wanqing's soft voice immediately changed. She said coldly, "If you want to die, just say it openly. I'll beat you to death right now." Finally, she added, "I was just worried that Xianxia would fail too early and be broken by my father." The rest of them were all smiling and tacit, which made Murong Wanqing's face flush red, and she angrily turned around and left. "You guys are almost done." Xianxia smiled helplessly and said, "It's not like you don't know her character. You always joke around with her. Be careful that she really beats you up. I started to protect your little lover so quickly." Jiang Yu stabbed Xianxia's waist ambiguously. "I can't stand you guys." Xianxia rolled his eyes and walked towards Arena 10. Behind him came Luo Yuan's shameless sneer. The floating mountain in the 10 competition zones had already fallen. It had been replaced with a ring. Because the range of movements of martial artists was often large, the diameter of each ring was also 200 meters. This was to allow everyone to fully display their movement techniques. However, what Xianxia did not expect this time was that there was actually an old enemy of his in the 10th division, Hong Bin. Zhou Xianyong, Jiang Cheng, and the others were chatting around Hong Bin. When they saw Xianxia coming over, their expressions sank. Hong Bin strode towards Xianxia and sneered, "I hope to meet you in the first match." "Same to you," Xianxia replied indifferently. His heart was not focused on these personal grudges, but on keeping an eye on the behavior of others, trying to find the black-clothed men of the Profound Sky sect and the Flying Cloud sect. Could it be Hong Bin? Or was it Zhou Xianyong? If the Profound Sky sect wanted to bribe a Nature sect disciple, who would be their first choice? It should be Hong Bin. Right, all right? In the sky, Elder Shi Beihong said loudly, "Please all the contestants return to their own areas. The competition is about to begin." Jiang Cheng and the others sneered as they passed by Xianxia. that Zhou Xianyong even used his shoulder maliciously to ruthlessly hit Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was too lazy to be like these small-sighted people, so he directly dodged. Following that, the group began, and the 20 contestants from the 10th division drew lots. Xiang Nan drew the number 5, indicating that he was going to fight another number 5 contestant. The 5th match. In order to maintain the fairness of the competition, no contestant shall divulge his number before officially stepping onto the stage. In other words, Xiang Nan didn't know who his opponent was, or whether he had a certain chance of being assigned to the same group as Hong Bin. All right, the 10th arena competition will officially begin. The district referee raised his right hand and shouted, "Contestant number 1, please come on stage." Xiang Nan looked at the arena and saw a shadow quickly flashing onto the arena. This person was Hong Bin. So he drew number 1. Xiang Nan nodded silently. Hong Bin immediately looked at Xiang Nan with a provocative look in his eyes. However, when he saw another contestant walking towards the arena, he couldn't hide his disappointment. Looks like this brat will be lucky enough to enter the top 100. Hong Bin's expression was unhappy. He hoped that he could kill Xiang Nan in the first round and stop Xiang Nan from entering the top 100. Only in this way would he be able to severely damage Xiang Nan's prestige. Howren sect. Hong Bin. Hong Bin introduced himself to his enemy. Hong Bin's opponent was a graceful man. The man held a 2-meter-long sword and said to himself, "Azure Cloud Sect, Wu Kai." Hong Bin and Wu Kai were both experts at the 5th level of the Origin Realm. As expected, they were similar to what Xiang Nan had expected. When it came to a tough battle like the arena competition, all of them were high-level martial artists. The 5th level of Origin Return was the upper limit of the 12 joint examinations. These 5th level contestants were the true trump cards of the Outer Sect. Each Outer Sect sent over 100 disciples to participate in the battle, but they couldn't all be at the 5th level of Origin Return. They still needed to do some face work, so they couldn't go too far. As for those Outer Sect disciples below the 5th level, they had already been wiped out in the first 2 stages. Hong Bin. Hong Bin. More than 30% of the crowd were focused on the 10th division. Not only was there a legendary Xiang Nan here, there was also the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert, Hong Bin. At this moment, almost 30% of the audience were cheering for Hong Bin. Only some of the disciples of the Azure Cloud Sect were shouting Wu Kai's name. However, the voice was too weak and immediately drowned in the sound wave. In the sky, Elder Shi Beihong announced the rules of the arena. In arena matches, there was a limit of 1 hour. If a contestant died, surrendered, or fell out of the range of the arena, they would be considered eliminated. Due to the fact that Fushan was no longer isolated in this arena competition and the time limit had been greatly extended, contestants from each arena who had yet to participate in the competition or who had already completed the competition were allowed to join the arena. Everyone can leave their own arenas and watch the matches in other arenas. After everyone got their number plates, Zhou Xianyong, Chu Yan, and Yang Lianer arrived at the 10th stage to watch Hong Bin's match. Jiang Chang did not come, but he did not play. He should have drawn for the 2nd or 3rd match and was ready to fight at any time. Hong Bin. Let them experience the might of the Nature Sect. Zhou Xianyong hugged his shoulders and shouted, "Let them know that the words first-class sect are not for nothing." Zhou Xianyong's words were very ear-piercing. He exchanged his incomparably arrogant conceit for the shouts of the Outer Sect audience. Xiang Nan frowned and thought to himself, these people will never learn to be humble. When District 10 referee raised his right hand and signaled the match, Hong Bin hugged his shoulders and said to Wu Kai, "Disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect? Haha. I'll let your 2 hands kill you within 3 moves. Blow your own trumpet." Wu Kai faintly became angry. "You and I are both at the 5th level of the Origin Return realm. It's too early to say this." After saying that, Wu Kai bullied his way in. The sword shadow was extremely fast and almost arrived in front of Hong Bin in a flash. Hong Bin had been hugging his shoulders from beginning to end, but he suddenly raised his right leg, causing his leg to flash. He kicked Wu Kai's sword tip accurately, sending Wu Kai's sword flying. The crowd applauded loudly. The first time they clashed, Hongbin displayed an incomparably powerful strength. However, Hongbin seemed to have the intention to wash away Wu Kai. He did not chase after Wu Kai, but only watched him teasingly as he chased the sword back. After being humiliated, Wu Kai grabbed the sword and roared, "Swift bird, 3 shadows sword." As he spoke, Wu Kai's Yuan Qi surged. That Yuan Qi had actually turned pale green. This was one of the Azure Cloud Sect's iconic techniques, the Azure Radiance technique. Wu Kai swung his sword and slashed down. In one slash, he unexpectedly slashed out 3 pale Psi and sword lights side by side. He struck 10 times in a row, and the speed of his sword was extremely fast. In an instant, 30 sword lights shot towards Hongbin. Heh! From the beginning, you used the powerful martial skill your sect gave you? Hongbin's tone was full of teasing. When the outer sect came to participate in the battle, their sect would definitely teach him the strongest martial skill Wu Kai could learn at this stage. Xianxia nodded silently. At least Hongbin was right. Perhaps Wu Kai didn't have enough contribution from the sect and wasn't qualified to learn the 3 shadow sword. But for the sect joint examination, the Azure Cloud sect must have made an exception and taught it to him. This 3 shadow sword should be able to display even more power, but Wu Kai's learning was too hasty, so it was obvious that its power had not been fully displayed. Even so, the 30-strong Saiyan sword beams still possessed a formidable power. Everyone was looking forward to how Hongbin would break this move. He saw that Hongbin was not idle when teasing Wu Kai. He raised his right foot high up and even reached the same level as his head. Then, a tiger head of Yuan Qi condensed on his right foot. Hu Wei is domineering. Hongbin shouted and stomped heavily on the ground. Roar! The moment the Yuan Qi tiger's head landed on the ground, a deafening tiger's roar burst forth. Looking at the 30 Psi and sword lights, amidst the earth-shattering howls of the tigers, they were actually stuck in midair, unable to move forward at all. The 30 sword lights all emitted humming sounds, trembling extremely fiercely. Immediately after, all of the sword lights exploded at the same time, turning into specks of light that filled the sky. Hiss! The audience gasped. Heavens! Did Wu Kai's sword light shatter just by his voice? The audience felt their scalps go numb. Xianxia's heart sank. The weak audience couldn't tell, but Xianxia could tell that Hongbin's move belonged to the sonic wave martial technique. This kind of martial skill was relatively rare and difficult to cultivate. Hongbin, you humiliate me. Wu Kai was both shocked and angry. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, everyone could tell that Hongbin's strength was far above Wu Kai's. He could easily defeat Wu Kai, but he did not do so. Instead, he played tricks on Wu Kai like a cat playing with a mouse. A person like Hongbin, with a distinguished background and exceptionally strong martial arts talent, had been treated like the apple of the eye by the Hong clan ever since he was young, and had been spoiled by the Hong clan ever since he was young. Among his peers, almost no one could compare to him, and no one could beat him. This kind of person was used to trampling on others and enjoying playing tricks on the weak. A large part of their humanity was missing. They did not know what it meant to be kind to others, nor did they know what it meant to be sympathetic and compassionate. I'll humiliate you. What can you do? Hongbin hugged his shoulders and laughed heartily. Wu Kai's lips trembled with anger. Swift bird, Qinghai. As he finished speaking, his sword tip was wrapped in a wave of turbulent green Yuan Qi. This sword stabbed towards Hongbin, and there was actually a kind of shock that was like an ocean tide attacking him. Interesting. Hongbin laughed mockingly and immediately jumped up, kicking towards the mighty sword. Half of his right leg was condensed with Yuan Qi to form a radiant tiger head. The tiger's head roared, and it actually bit down on that rather powerful sword. Immediately after, Hongbin fell down with his body, and the tiger head bit the sword and stomped on the ground fiercely. Clang! With a crisp sound, the long sword fell flat to the ground. The power of this fall was like a tremendous, overwhelming pressure, causing Wu Kai, who had risked his life, to be unable to pull out his sword. Worse still, Wu Kai was caught off guard. His right hand, which was holding the sword, was also pressed down on the arena by the hilt of the sword. It was fine if he could not take the sword. He could not even draw his hand away. Hong Bin stepped on the long sword and looked down at Wu Kai, who was bent down to retrieve the sword, saying, "What? He can't even take back his weapon." Looking at this scene, Xiangnan's expression was gloomy, but Zhou Xianyong and the others felt that it was very funny, all of them giggling. Chu Yen and Yang Lianer also covered their mouths and laughed. Xiangnan took a deep breath and thought to himself, these people's humanity had already distorted. Hong Bin, let me go. Wu Kai tried to shatter the surface of the arena with his Yuan Qi and pulled his hand back, but Hong Bin immediately poured more Yuan Qi into the arena. Wu Kai used his free left hand to attack Hong Bin, but Hong Bin actually stepped on the arena with his left hand. At this moment, Wu Kai's posture was extremely awkward. Both of his hands were on the ground, but his body was pouting backwards. To a dignified martial artist, this posture was simply a great humiliation. You want me to let you go? Hong Bin raised his eyebrows. Then you should use your strength to pull it back. What's the use of yelling here? Brothers, don't you think so? Zhou Xianyong laughed loudly. This useless trash dares to participate in the joint exam. It really makes people laugh out loud. Hong Bin, I'll fight you. Wu Kai's eyes were bloody red. Suddenly, the azure Yuan Qi in his body exploded. The increase in Yuan Qi had already exceeded his control. He was actually going to use a self-destructive method to fight Hong Bin to the death. No matter what, Xiangnan couldn't watch any longer. He rushed onto the arena and quickly stabbed Wu Kai's neck with his right hand, suppressing the crazy Yuan Qi in Wu Kai's body. Hong Bin. Xiangnan raised his head and said coldly, "You're enough. You can't kill anyone but Wu Kai. You don't know Wu Kai, so why would you humiliate him in front of all the martial artists in the world? What? Do you think I'm unhappy?" Hong Bin hugged his shoulders and sneered, "I told you you didn't have any future. People like you pretend to be righteous all day long. What's there to sympathize with a weak person like Wu Kai? If you hang around with this kind of person all day, you'll have a chance to see the devil." Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, "Whether I have any future or not has nothing to do with you, but at least I am still a human. I have the feelings that a human should have." "Xiangnan, leave," the referee from the 10th server shouted. The gazes of Xiangnan and Hong Bin collided fiercely in the air as they stepped down the arena. The referee announced loudly, "Although Wu Kai failed to self-destruct, he is already courting death. Wu Kai will be eliminated from Hong Bin's victory. Also, although Xiangnan's purpose in disrupting the arena competition is to save people, he has already violated the rules. Remember to give him a serious warning. If he violates the rules again, he will be deemed to have automatically disqualified from the competition." At this moment, the applause was all for Xiangnan. Although Xiangnan had violated the rules, he had won the hearts of the people. Hong Bin gritted his teeth angrily. It was not easy for him to display his strength, but in the end, Xiangnan stole the limelight. This tone made it difficult for him to swallow. "I always thought that I was already considered an arrogant and domineering playboy." Luo Yuan stood behind Xiangnan with his shoulders crossed. "But compared to a beast like Hong Bin, I am simply a benevolent person who is willing to give." Wu Kai was about to self-destruct on impulse just now, but after calming down, he still had lingering fear in his heart. He walked over to Xiangnan and said shamefully, "I'm sorry, Xiangnan, but in order to save me, I let you be warned once." Xiangnan patted Wu Kai on the shoulder and said, "The path of martial arts is difficult and dangerous. Often death will accompany us. We are both martial artists, so we are both descendants of the horizon. There is no need to worry about it." Wu Kai nodded bitterly. "They are both descendants of the end of the heavens." Xiangnan's words that the horizon had fallen into ruin spoke of the dangers and sorrows of the martial world. At this moment, these words touched the hearts of countless martial artists. Martial practitioners of the Tao of human capital enjoyed boundless scenery, but they knew what it was like to be cold and warm. In the distance, Yi Dong tilted his head slightly and listened to Xiangnan's words. There was a complicated emotion in his eyes, and he looked at Xiangnan again. Those martial artists who could say these words were all people with stories. "Xiangnan, He's a man with flesh and blood. I support you. A loud roar came from the audience. Hongbin walked down the arena and sneered as he walked past Xiangnan. Wait until you're beaten to death by me. I'll see if anyone can save you. Cut the crap, you bastard. If you have the ability, see the real chapter on the arena. Luo Yuan retorted. Who the hell are you talking about? Zhou Xianyong and the others rushed forward. Speak of you. Luo Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness. Spread out. The referee shouted. No private battles outside the arena. Otherwise, a serious warning will be issued. Both sides were intolerant of fire and water, and each of them separated with a strong smell of gunpowder. Let's go. Luo Yuan patted Xiangnan's shoulder and said, Sunset has already begun the race. Let's go and see if we can stay away from these animals so as to avoid getting stinky. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at arena number 7. Murong Wanqing was fighting against a disciple of her own sect. Murong Wanqing was at the late stage of the 3rd stage of the Origin Return sect. She had already stepped on the threshold of the 4th stage with half a foot, and her opponent was also a disciple of the Howren sect. She was at the 4th stage of the Origin Return sect. Perhaps only the Howren sect would honestly select disciples in the 12 sect joint examinations, and they would not simply choose the 5th level Origin returning experts to compete. But at the same time, this also proved the confidence of the Nature sect. At this moment, Murong Wanqing's opponent was using the Qi sect's 3rd revolution astral Qi to explode a 10-meter-long Yuan Qi chain at Murong Wanqing. The chain flickered with afterimages, and countless broken shadows formed an airtight fan-shaped attack surface. Everyone was shocked at how powerful the Howren sect's martial skills were, and even more shocked that the Qi sect was able to play so many tricks on Yuan Qi, causing them to be incomparably admired. The manipulation of Yuan Qi is not bad, but its strength is lacking. Murong Wanqing held her sword in her hand and rushed into the chain's afterimage array. Her sword trembled, and a wave of Yuan Qi immediately exploded from the sword. Countless chain afterimages landed on the airwaves, producing a dense explosion sound, but they were unable to break through. Murong Wanqing had already arrived in front of the enemy. The tip of her sword was slanted, piercing through the Yuan Qi in the enemy's hand. Then, she took half a step forward and placed a palm on the enemy's chest, knocking the Howren sect disciple out of the arena. Xiangnan and Luo Yuan clapped their hands to congratulate him. In the spectator stands, some outer sect elders were whispering to each other. Then Murong Wanqing's martial Dao foundation is too good. She actually won by a crushing advantage against her opponent at the 4th level of Origin Return with her 3rd level of Origin Energy. This girl's kung fu is very solid. You can't underestimate her. Xiangnan turned around and took a look. He had already entered the 3rd match in the 10th server, and there was only one more match left for him. Who exactly are those 5 black-clothed men? Xiangnan pondered in his heart and began to swiftly swim through the 10 competition areas. He paid close attention to every contestant in the competition, trying to find some clues about the heavenly profound sect martial artists. Xiangnan was too familiar with the Yuan Qi fluctuations of the heavenly profound sect. He didn't need to look at them, he could tell with just a slight Yuan Qi fluctuation. But strangely, no matter how he sensed it, he didn't get anything. Perhaps up until now, no disciples of the heavenly profound sect have come on stage. Xiangnan could only return to the 10th region first. The 4th battle had already begun there, and it was his turn. The two sides in this 4th battle were Yi Dong from the Howren sect's Qi sect and Zhang Qinglin from the Wind Moon sect. The Wind Moon sect was a rather unique sect. Its founding ancestor was said to be a powerful woman who had walked out of the Howren sect. The current Wind Moon sect's sect head was quite close to Su Kaiwe. The reason why they said they were independent was because the Wind Moon sect only recruited female disciples, and male disciples were not allowed. Because of this relationship, Xiangnan had a faint feeling of intimacy towards the people of the Wind Moon sect. However, Xiangnan was more concerned about Yi Dong. At this moment, Yi Dong was showing his strength. He was a 3rd level Origin returning martial artist. In fact, his strength wasn't that high in a 2nd grade academy. As for that Wind Moon sect beauty Zhang Qinglin, She was at the 5th level of origin return. Xiangnan frowned, trying to see Yidong's true and false appearance. This Yidong had always given Xiangnan an unfathomable feeling. At this moment, the referee announced the battle. Zhang Qinglin held 2 crescent blades in his hand. The blade was a meter long, and because of the large arc, it was shorter. She crossed the 2 crescent blades, then slashed forward. The 2 blades separated, and the 2 intersecting blade lights flew towards Yidong in the shape of an X. Yidong, on the other hand, kept his head lowered, his right hand behind his back, and his left hand suddenly released a palm strike. Then he turned around and walked down the arena. Everyone was slightly stunned, but what happened next moved the audience. One palm, a palm light that emitted a high intensity of light, directly shattered Zhang Qinglin's blade light and instantly imprinted it on Zhang Qinglin's stomach, blasting her out of the arena. That Yidong had already lifted his leg and walked under the arena. When he reached the edge of the arena and lifted his last step, Zhang Qinglin fell off the arena. Almost at the same time, Yidong also took a step out of the arena. Whether it was the strength of his palm, the control of the timing, or the scene where Yidong lowered his head and stepped down from the stage with only a single step away from Zhang Qinglin, all of them were shocking. Xiangnan's heart sank. So strong. Please enter the 10th stage, 5th contestant. Following the referee's announcement, Xiangnan walked towards the arena, but he kept looking sideways at Yidong's back. Could it be him? Yidong was using the pure 3-revolution astral qigong technique of the Nature's Nature sect, making it impossible for Xiangnan to determine whether Yidong was a black-clothed person or not. However, the more troublesome part was that Xiangnan did not know that the 5 black-clothed men had been sent to the Haoran sect as mole. Or was it that they had always been in the Haoran sect and had been bribed by the Profound Sky sect? If it was the former, then they would definitely understand the heavenly profound sect's cultivation method. This was easier to judge, but if it was the latter, it would be much more troublesome. Of course, the former was the most likely because they had to maintain their status as disciples of the heavenly profound sect. Otherwise, at most, it would be the Haoran sect disciples who defeated the Haoran sect disciples. Xiangnan thought about this quickly, but he didn't notice that the battle had already begun. Yidong does not possess the characteristics of the heavenly profound sect's cultivation techniques. Perhaps they are prepared to wait until the late stage of the arena competition before revealing their identities. Xiangnan, where are you looking? A loud shout rang out, followed by a huge figure running towards Xiangnan. Only then did Xiangnan turn around and face his opponent head-on. Xiangnan's opponent was a strong man who was about 2.1 meters tall. The strong man was naked and his muscles were tense. He was filled with a sense of strength. Especially since this person's realm was very high, he was at the 5th level of the origin return realm, the highest level of the tournament. Xiangnan was distracted just now and didn't notice which sect the strong man belonged to or what his name was. At this moment, the burly man took large strides and ran towards Xiangnan. At this moment, a burst of exclamation came from the scene, because as the strong man ran, there seemed to be a faint shadow of a tail behind him. The tail's shadow was like a snake's tail, reaching an astonishing length of 5 meters. Ha! Xiangnan's gaze narrowed as he casually drew out his huge saber and slashed it down at the strong man. Ha 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 ha! The burly man laughed wildly. This level of attack is simply not enough. The burly man suddenly crossed his hands and pushed his body towards Xiangnan's giant saber. In that instant, the strong man's arms suddenly shone with yuan qi, condensing into scales. Those scales were so exquisite that even patterns could be seen on the surface. Clang! Xiangnan's great saber slashed into the strong man's arms, producing a metallic collision sound, and at the same time, a spark burst out. This saber strike did not break through the strong man's defense at all, and the strong man was still running, using both of his arms to push the blade of the giant saber forward. Xiangnan was pushed backwards by the tremendous force, and his feet rubbed against the ground with 2 shallow scratches. One had to know that the combat arena was made of mixed earth crystal stones. It was used to forge expensive earth crystal stones that were known for their sturdiness. In addition, it was forged from 3 other ore materials. The strength of the arena was extremely high. From this, it could be seen how shocking the strength of that strong man was. Seeing that Xianxia was about to be pushed to the edge of the arena, once he fell, he would lose the qualifications to compete. Looks like Xianxia is having a hard time fighting. Shen Linhai and Feng Zhaoqi watched the battle from below the arena. Shen Linhai frowned slightly. Although Xianxia is very strong, his weakness is also very clear. It is his realm. No matter what, Xianxia was still only a 3rd-level origin realm martial artist. There was no denying that he had a natural disadvantage when fighting against a 5th-level origin realm opponent. This kid. Feng Zhaoqi saw that Xianxia had already been pushed to the edge of the arena and would fall down half a meter away. At this moment, Xianxia, who was sliding backwards, suddenly took a step back and stepped on the edge of the arena. His heels were already floating in the air. The sturdy man's eyes already revealed the joy of victory. However, the strength of Xianxia's kick was astonishing. After stepping on the edge of the arena, his body did not move back at all. Ha! The sturdy man's eyes moved and he found that he could no longer push Xianxia, as if Xianxia's feet had taken root on land. Blazing fire sect? Xianxia looked at the strong man calmly. He had already discovered the characteristics of the blazing fire sect's cultivation technique. The martial arts and techniques of the blazing fire sect were mostly related to snakes. This could be seen from Wang Xiaoyun back then, but now, whether it was the long shadow of the snake tail behind the strong man or the snake scales on his arms, they all showed this point. "Brat, you have good taste," the burly man shouted, and the snake tail behind him lifted high into the air, and then landed on the ground with a loud boom. This giant tail strike gave the burly man an instant's explosive charge. The entire arena trembled violently. He wanted to use this momentum to drive Xianxia out. The audience became nervous and prayed in their hearts that Xianxia must not be eliminated in the first round of the arena competition. "Ha ha! Scram!" the burly man shouted. Originally, he wanted to say scram, but no matter what, he couldn't say the word bar. This was because when he used the power of the giant tail to push his power onto Xianxia's saber, Xianxia still didn't move at all. Xianxia's right foot, which had its heel suspended in the air, was as steady as a mountain. This is impossible." A trace of panic appeared in the sturdy man's eyes. "I don't believe it." The burly man was enraged. He roared, and the huge tail behind him kept falling. He lifted it up and fell. Burst after burst of explosive strikes smashed open numerous fine cracks on the arena floor behind him. Wave after wave of terrifying collision force was continuously exerted on Xianxia. However, in the fiercely shaken arena, Xianxia still did not retreat a single step. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "If this is the limit of your strength, then I think you can admit defeat." After saying that, Xianxia suddenly lowered his body's center of gravity. His legs were in a horse-step posture, and the huge saber in his right hand suddenly jumped into the sky. The burly man was actually sent flying, and his body continuously rotated more than 10 times in midair. Wow! The audience stood up together. Shen Linhai looked at this scene in disbelief. What's this kid's strength? What surprised the audience was none other than Xianxia's strength. If Xianxia had used a martial skill to provoke the strong man away, the visual impact might not have been strong. The key was that Xianxia and the strong man had clashed head-on. He had used the purest strength to provoke the strong man away. However, strength was precisely the strongest advantage of that strong man. Xianxia turned the giant saber in his hand half a circle and walked towards the sturdy man. After consuming the body-tempering pill, Xianxia had endured a full month of pain, and at this moment, its effects were undoubtedly revealed. Back then, Wang Xiaoyun was also at the 5th level of origin return. Xianxia walked towards the strong man step by step, but in the middle of the journey, he carried his huge saber diagonally. "What? Is he planning to use no weapons?" The audience shouted in shock. "But now, I am no longer what I used to be." Xianxia walked to the center of the arena and waved to the strong man. "Come on, use your full strength." The sturdy man was first shocked and angry, then his expression became excited. He raised both of his hands high up and his entire body was covered with scales condensed from yuan qi, and these scales were only found on his arms just now. What was even more shocking was that the shadow of a black-eyed king snake stood up outside the burly man. The eyeglasses king snake's phantom was over 5 meters tall, enveloping the sturdy man. Back then, Wang Xiaoyun was only able to condense the shadow of the black viper when he used the earth fiend snake king sword, but it was the shadow that appeared behind him. The strong man state was quite similar to Hong Bin's fierce yuan qi tiger. They were all illusory shadows that enveloped his body. Ah, I remember. He's Meng Hao. Someone in the spectator stands cried out loudly and said, "This is bad. Xiangnan is in danger." When the sturdy man used this move, everyone recalled that in the previous round of elimination matches, this blazing fire sex Meng Hao had once fought against Hong Bin. That time, Meng Hao had displayed an incomparable terrifying power. Although he had lost to Hong Bin in the end, he had lost so fiercely that it left an indelible impression on everyone. Haha, it's that brat. In the distance, beneath Arena 8, Hong Bin was watching Chu Yan's battle. When he heard the cheers, he turned around and saw Meng Hao. If it was Meng Hao, Xiangnan would probably lose, right? Xiangnan, quickly use your weapon. Shen Linhai also shouted. This Meng Hao is very powerful. He once forced Hong Bin to use all of his strength. All of his strength? Xiangnan raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiangnan, let me tell you, I only used 4 parts of my strength just now. Meng Hao took large strides and rumbled towards Xiangnan. The image of the king eyeglasses serpent enveloped him. The giant head of the serpent was raised high and majestic. Take this punch from me. When Meng Hao was only 10 meters away from Xiangnan, he jumped off the ground. He clenched his fists together and smashed both of his arms towards Xiangnan. The eyeglasses king snake phantom in midair straightened its body, then followed Meng Hao's heavy punch and ferociously slammed down on Xiangnan. Xiangnan calmly raised his left arm. Oh! He actually wanted to use his thin left arm to block Meng Hao's heavy blow. The audience shouted endlessly. Meng Hao's arms smashed down with terrifying power, even carrying a howling wind. Boom! Meng Hao's thick and shocking arms landed heavily on one of Xiangnan's left arms, causing an earth-shattering tremor to echo out. However, the audience's eyes widened, and their eyeballs almost flew out. Meng Hao's terrifying attack actually failed to send Xiangnan flying. Xiangnan even raised his left arm, his body motionless. It was just that the arena beneath his feet, with Xiangnan as the center, had a crack ring that was 3 meters in diameter. Ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. The arena under Xiangnan's feet was filled with fine cracked rocks that flew into the air. Why? Meng Hao was stunned. To be honest, I only used 3 parts of my strength just now. As Xiangnan spoke, he grabbed onto Meng Hao's left arm with his right hand. As Xiangnan's waist twisted, he gathered all the strength in his body into his right hand. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Meng Hao was sent flying by Xiangnan. Nonsense! I don't believe it! Meng Hao landed on the ground and threw himself back at Xiangnan. He raised his right arm high and shouted, "Earth Fiend, Mountain-Splitting Pestle!" The ferocious scales on his right arm flickered with intense light, and his entire right arm suddenly expanded to nearly 2 meters long. This arm and his body were completely out of proportion. When his right arm descended towards Xiangnan, the pressure it exerted was extremely shocking. Before his right arm completely descended, a strong wind had already blown up on the arena. A fierce gale descended from the sky, fiercely pressing down on Xiangnan's body. Xiangnan remained motionless. His feet firmly grasped the ground, using yuan qi to strengthen the strength of the arena, and he raised his hands at the same time. Meng Hao's terrifying overweight arm smashed into Xiangnan's arms. Boom! A surge of energy violently dispersed in all directions. The tremendous recoil caused by this collision actually shook the arena 200 meters in diameter to the point that it jumped a full inch off the ground. However, everyone discovered that Xiangnan was still standing firmly on the ground after the wave of qi dissipated. He resisted. He resisted Meng Hao's mountain-splitting pestle. Just as Meng Hao's face was filled with shock, his feet landed on the ground. Xianxia gently jumped. His right hand formed a knife, and with a cracking sound, he struck Meng Hao's left shoulder. This saber actually sliced Meng Hao to the ground, causing him to kneel on one leg. His knees collided with the arena, producing a muffled sound. Xianxia rolled over and landed behind Meng Hao. His right leg condensed yuan qi, and he kicked Meng Hao in the back. As Meng Hao was kicked forward, Xianxia leapt into the air again, crossing Meng Hao's body and landing right in front of him. Meng Hao borrowed the strength of his pounce, and his fist, the size of a casserole, shot toward Xianxia's heart. Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest, using both of his forearms to clamp onto Meng Hao's large, unbalanced arm. Then, he took a bow and pushed Meng Hao's right arm down. Meng Hao's enormous right arm and elbow were pressed to the ground by Xianxia. Meng Hao snorted in pain. He reached out his left hand to grab Xianxia's face. His large hand was much larger than Xianxia's face. Xianxia raised his left hand and grabbed Meng Hao's wrist, preventing him from moving at all. This scene was too strange. Compared to their arms, Meng Hao's was like a tree, while Xianxia's arm was like a thin branch. This completely disproportionate confrontation caused such an astonishing visual contrast. This time, I used 70% of my strength. What about you? Xianxia asked Meng Hao. He loosened his hands and said, I respect every martial artist, so I'll give you a chance to see my full power attack. Meng Hao was stunned for a moment, and then he roared excitedly, Good! So happy. I like to go straight to and fro with men like you. Strength-type martial artists were most annoying to speed-type martial artists, or those martial artists who didn't directly collide with them and jumped around randomly. Obviously, they preferred to face each other head-on. They believed that only a struggle of strength was what a man should do. Meng Hao jumped 20 meters backwards. He raised his right hand high, and the large phantom of the King Eyeglass's snake instantly retracted into his body. At that moment, Meng Hao's entire body emitted a strange aura, and the air around him was filled with the grinding sounds of poisonous snakes spitting out messages. Come on! Meng Hao roared as he charged at Xianxia. Every time his big foot stepped on the ground, the arena would ring again. This time, Meng Hao's charge was completely different from the previous ones. He had absorbed the phantom image of the Eyeglass's king snake, and this charge was clearly a martial skill, not a simple collision. Earth Fiend, Mountain Opening Tombstone. As Meng Hao charged forward, his body suddenly expanded. His entire body was like an incomparably large iron fist. Body Tyrant Lightning Drive. Xianxia also used the tyrannical body lightning drive to face Meng Hao, and the Azure Dragon went out to sea. Pong! Xianxia's entire body began to burn, colliding head-on with the iron fist-like Meng Hao. Boom! The terrifying collision immediately caused an astonishing yuan qi shock wave to explode. The ring-shaped shock wave frantically spread out, causing the martial artists fighting on the stage to have no choice but to erect yuan qi shields. At the center of the arena, a flaming Xianxia and an invincible Meng Hao collided. Xianxia quickly retreated for a walk. Meng Hao, on the other hand, was like a kite with a broken string, falling to the edge of the arena behind him. Everyone was in an uproar. So happy! Meng Hao stood up again. He coughed out 2 large mouthfuls of blood. Then, he used his sharp fingernails to cut open his wrists. Blood flowed strangely into the air. Blood sacrifice. Xianxia nodded slightly. He had already witnessed the blood sacrifice of the Blazing Fire sect once. Fresh blood gathered in the sky and fell onto Meng Hao's body. The red blood caused the scales on his body to more than double in size. He once again activated the mountain opening tombstone martial skill. This time, his body actually started to burn. Xianxia raised his left hand and a narrow beam of sunlight landed on his hand. Immediately, the power of the sun covered his entire body. The Azure Dragon went out to sea. Xianxia faced Meng Hao's ultimate charge and rushed out. The two of them did not have any dazzling moves. They were simply clashing head-on. Boom! The two of them met again in the middle of the arena, and their right shoulders collided with each other. Half of it was flames soaring into the sky, and the other half was radiant. Meng Hao felt as if he had crashed into an iron mountain. The skeleton of his right arm instantly cracked open, and his entire body was blasted backwards by the collision. Xianxia fiercely stomped on the ground, using it to fix his body. This kick was incredibly powerful, and it actually trampled the entire surface of his foot into the arena. He forcefully stepped on a 3-inch deep footprint. Meng Hao was knocked out of the arena, and Xianxia was standing in the middle of the arena. The audience cheered and whistled. Meng Hao lay weakly on the ground. 2 streaks of red snow appeared from his mouth, but he was still laughing loudly. Xianxia, this daddy was completely convinced of my defeat. This daddy fought so well. Cheng Jian. Xianxia cupped his fists at Meng Hao and walked down the arena. At this time, the referee of the 10th division announced, "In the first half, 5 matches are over. The winner of the 5th match, Xianxia." "Damn it. Since when did you have such powerful strength?" Shen Linhai rushed forward and punched Xianxia's chest. "Did you train your body in the Cultivation Tower?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded and smiled. "However, that Meng Hao is indeed very strong. This time I have really used all my strength. I have no reservations. I'm afraid it's just strength." Feng Zhaoqi's words shattered the mystery. Xianxia only used the strongest strength, but he didn't say that he used the strongest yuan qi and the strongest martial skill. Moreover, Xianxia was not a strength-type martial artist. After everyone took a short break, the second half of the afternoon began. Xianxia's battle today was all over. He had successfully entered the top 100, so he went to watch other people's matches. The battle between Feng Zhaoqi, Shen Linhai, and Zhang Yu was held in the afternoon. Shen Linhai was the first match in the afternoon. Without exception, he easily won the battle. After him, Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan also fought a match one after another. The two of them, as rare third-grade sect disciples, actually each won a match. "Ha-ha! Xianxia, we succeeded." Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan ran over and shouted excitedly. "Congratulations on entering the top 100. From now on, we will be fellow disciples," Xianxia said happily. "Hey, it's just that entering the nature sect this time feels like it won't be a match for a martial artist." Mo Hai chuckled. "If it weren't for the fact that I encountered a weaker opponent in this arena competition, I would probably have lost. After outer sect disciples entered the top 100, they would be accepted by the Haoran sect. Of course, this was only a reward. Normally, with their talent and aptitude, there was still a small gap between them and entering the Haoran sect." Xianxia advised, "There is no need to underestimate yourself. After you come to the nature sect, you can go to the saber sect to learn the primordial astral qi. With this technique, you will be like a tiger adding wings. As for Qingchuan, he can enter the sword sect. Let's go. It's time to summon qi. Let's go take a look." The group of people walked towards arena number 2. Feng Zhaoqi, Shangyang Peak of Nature's nature sect, disciple of the sword sect, late Guyuan 3rd layer. Meanwhile, Feng Zhaoqi's opponent was Yan Fei, a 5th-level origin returning expert from the 2nd-grade sect, the Quicksand sect. Coincidentally, both of them were sword Dao experts. Xianxia was still looking forward to Feng Zhaoqi's battle. On the arena, Feng Zhaoqi and Yan Fei were already standing opposite each other. The referee of the second arena simply repeated the rules of the match and ordered the start of the match. "I heard that you are very strong with your sword." Yan Fei carried a heavy sword on his back and walked towards Feng Zhaoqi. The heavy sword was as wide as a palm, 2 meters long, and 2 fingers thick. Feng Zhaoqi's sword, on the other hand, was quite common. The width of a 3-fingered sword, the length of 1.5 meters, and the thickness of the sword were less than half a finger. This Yan Fei is not simple. I'm afraid that Xianxia and Zhao Qi are the strongest opponents in the first round. After Luo Yuan's race was over, he also ran over to watch the battle. The opponents they encountered weren't very strong, so they easily won. However, Meng Hao and Yan Fei, whom Xianxia had encountered, were 2 experts who had performed very well in the team tournament. Please. Feng Zhaoqi held the sword in his hands and said indifferently. Yan Fei had already walked 20 meters in front of Feng Zhaoqi and said, I have offended you. As he spoke, the giant sword in Yan Fei's hand stretched forward. The thick sword was actually clanging a few times, splitting into 5 2-meter slender swords. Eh? Luo Yuanqi said. Yan Fei didn't seem to have used this move before. I didn't expect his sword to be a combination. Among the 5 swords, Yan Fei held the core sword in the middle, while the other 4 were wrapped in strange yuan qi, slowly revolving around the core sword. The quicksand sex yuan qi is indeed very unique. Xiang Nan nodded silently. The yuan qi wrapped around the 4 swords had a strong stickiness. Only by cultivating a specific cultivation technique would a martial artist's yuan qi attribute undergo a fundamental change. Without hesitation, Yan Fei immediately waved his hand and attacked Feng Zhaoqi. Feng Zhaoqi finally grasped the hilt of the sword. He grabbed the sheath with his left hand and gently pushed the hilt open with his right thumb, revealing the blade of the inch sword. The sword should be the most flexible of all weapons. The swords were divided into long swords, short swords, wide blade swords, heavy swords, giant swords, and soft swords. The difference between a heavy sword and a giant sword was that a heavy sword had no edge and relied more on its striking power, while a giant sword's use was more similar to a knife. It could be said that weapons like swords could adapt to the vast majority of martial skills and moves, and there were many variations. Throughout the ages, countless martial artists had developed dazzling and endless uses of the sword. Many martial artists were more willing to change when they used their swords, using sword techniques to catch the enemy off guard. Obviously, Yan Fei belonged to this type of change-seeking, but Feng Zhaoqi was a traditional expert in the sword Dao. At this moment, Yan Fei had already pushed towards Feng Zhaoqi. The core long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed, and the 4 auxiliary long swords immediately split apart and attacked Feng Zhaoqi in different ways. The 2 long swords split left and right, circled around Feng Zhaoqi's body, and suddenly stabbed down. The 2 long swords split up and attacked from the upper and lower paths. The core long sword was held in Yan Fei's hand, waiting for Feng Zhaoqi's flaw at any moment. Facing the different angles of the 4 swords, Feng Zhaoqi took a bow step forward with his left leg. His right hand quickly twitched the hilt of the sword, but he did not know how many times it twitched. The speed was simply too fast. At the same time, Yan Fei's 4 swords were slashed to the ground at the same time. So fast! Li Qingchuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He was also a martial artist who used a sword. He was shocked and said, after the joint examination, you must ask Zhao Qi for advice on using the sword. After Feng Zhaoqi shot down the 4 swords, the scabbard in his left hand immediately changed directions and aimed the hilt at Yan Fei. Then, he drew his sword again with his right hand. Until today, Xiang Nan remembered that he didn't seem to have seen Feng Zhaoqi's sword in its entirety. Every time, he only saw a small section of the sword. Heh! Really fast. Yan Fei quickly took half a step back. His right sword suddenly jerked, and the 4 swords on the ground suddenly came to life and flew back to his side. The 4 swords revolved around Yan Fei at high speed, and a series of clashing sounds could be heard. The 4 swords blocked almost all of Feng Zhaoqi's attacks. But there was only one sword that didn't block it, leaving a long, shallow sword wound on Yan Fei's chest. Blood had already begun to emerge. Yan Fei quickly took 2 steps forward and his body soared into the air. He slashed 3 times at Feng Zhaoqi with the posture of hanging his head and feet upside down. One of the 4 swords rotated on its own, turning into a wheel that sliced towards Feng Zhaoqi. A long sword was raised high up and descended from the sky, slashing down vertically. A long sword radiance was fierce, as if it was being grabbed by an invisible person, wildly slashing from all angles. The last long sword softened and circled around Feng Zhaoqi like a silk satin. Occasionally, it would go up to probe and try to wrap around Feng Zhaoqi's body. Feng Zhaoqi lowered his head and suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, he appeared behind Yan Fei and quickly drew his sword with his right hand. Chi! The sound of air splitting rang out, and Yan Fei was directly slashed to the ground, leaving behind a bone-deep sword wound on his back. Ah! Li Qingchuan was stunned. He drew his sword so quickly, but he even moved as quickly as he did. Quicksand. Just as Feng Zhaoqi was about to land and deliver another fatal blow to Yan Fei, Yan Fei raised his head with an unusually cold smile on his face. He shouted the word quicksand, causing everyone to feel puzzled. But what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. It's Yuan Qi fluctuations. Xiang Nan immediately saw the anomaly. Just now, when Yan Fei was in midair, he had actually left behind an invisible Yuan Qi in the air. When Feng Zhaoqi slashed down Yan Fei and was about to attack again, the invisible Yuan Qi in the air poured down like a downpour, splashed all over Feng Zhaoqi's body. Immediately after, Feng Zhaoqi was thrown to the ground, as if he had been thrown with a bucket of incomparably viscous solution. This kind of Yuan Qi was extremely viscous, and its astonishing viscosity caused Feng Zhaoqi's movements to become much slower. Especially after his feet landed on the ground, the viscous Yuan Qi actually stuck to the arena floor. It made Feng Zhaoqi's leg movements extremely difficult. Holy shit! Luo Yuan exclaimed. What kind of exaggerated technique is this? Hey! Yan Fei endured the intense pain behind his back and stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Feng Zhaoqi, you've been tricked. As he spoke, he slashed down with his sword, and the four long swords sliced towards Feng Zhaoqi at the same time. Feng Zhaoqi moved his body and tried to dodge the attack, but the stickiness under his feet and on his body slowed his speed by 2/3. If a speed-type sword Dao martial artist lost 2/3 of his speed, it would be a devastating blow. It's bad. Shen Linhai's heart sank. At this moment, a sharp light suddenly burst out from Feng Zhaoqi's body. It was the Xiantian Dipper Qi of the Sword Sect. Xiantian Astral Qi carried an incomparably sharp attribute. The moment Xiantian Astral Qi burst out, the viscous Yuan Qi in Feng Zhaoqi's entire body was cut to pieces. The four swords were also sent flying by the pure Xiantian Astral Qi. On Yan Fei's front body, the sword Qi condensed from the perceptive Xiantian Dipper Qi had sliced out 4 sword wounds in a row. Blood mist suddenly spilled down. Ha ha! That Yan Fei was seriously injured, but he still laughed loudly. I had already expected this move of yours. A lot of Yuan Qi fluctuations. A flash of lightning flashed through Xiang Nan's eyes. It was still a scheme. Yan Fei deliberately stalled for time. At this moment, the sky was already filled with viscous Yuan Qi fluctuations. At this moment, Yan Fei raised his hands high and shouted, Quicksand World! His hands abruptly lifted downwards, and an overwhelming amount of Yuan Qi descended from the sky. Giggling sounds could be heard endlessly, sprinkling down onto the entire arena, drenching Feng Zhaoqi's entire body. The viscous Yuan Qi was attached to the entire surface of the arena, but it was wriggling and wriggling as it cooked. Feng Zhaoqi released the Xiantian Astral Qi once more. The sharp Yuan Qi cut the viscous Yuan Qi around his body hundreds of times in a row. Nearly 100 faults have been cut out. However, the trouble was that the arena was covered with viscous Yuan Qi. Wherever he cut, a new viscous Yuan Qi filled it. Feng Zhaoqi took a step forward, but when he raised his right leg, the sticky Yuan Qi connected to his right foot and the Yuan Qi on the surface of the arena. The Yuan Qi was pulled into a long tendon shape. After the tendon was pulled high, the stretching force reached its limit and pulled Feng Zhaoqi's right leg back. What the hell is this? Li Qingchuan's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Ha ha! Come on! Yan Fei swung the sword in his hand, and a thick strand of Yuan Qi immediately stuck to Feng Zhaoqi's sword. Following that, Yan Fei pulled the sword back, and the Yuan Qi snatched Feng Zhaoqi's sword away. Ha ha! Eat my sword! Yan Fei laughed wildly and raised the sword in his right hand. Immediately after, the 4 long swords quickly returned. The clanging clanged against the core sword, reassembling into a giant sword. Immediately after, the giant sword descended from the sky. The champion of the 12 joint examinations is mine. No one is my opponent. Yan Fei seemed to have seen the final victory and couldn't help but be ecstatic. But at this moment, Feng Zhaoqi suddenly closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the yuan qi that adhered to his body began to rapidly fall off. The yuan qi seemed to have been cut off by an invisible sword blade, but what everyone saw with their naked eyes was that Feng Zhaoqi didn't even have a sword in his hand. As for Xiantian Dipper Qi, it only had a sharp attribute on it, but it was simply unable to do so. Sword intent. The veins on Li Qingxuan's excited forehead bulged. It's sword intent. That Feng Zhaoqi actually cultivated sword intent. Sword intent was a very abstract concept. It was said that this thing had nothing to do with cultivation realms, but was related to the hearts of sword Dao experts. Sword intent, it could also be called heart intent becoming a sword. Even Yan Fei was shocked, but then he laughed wildly. So what? You don't have a weapon. You can't stop me with sword intent alone. The giant sword in Yan Fei's hand already carried Tao Tao's yuan qi and slashed towards Feng Zhaoqi's head. In just an instant, he could split Feng Zhaoqi into two. As for sword intent, it was just an imposing aura. It's like you're standing in front of a supreme expert. That expert doesn't attack you, but you can feel a strong stinging pain on your face, as if it was being blown away by a bone-chilling cold wind. However, although this kind of thing was rare and precious, it had to be accompanied by a weapon attack in order to display its power like a tiger adding wings to its wings. Die! Yan Fei's yuan qi erupted. Clang! Suddenly, the giant sword stopped, unable to descend any further. Everyone hurriedly looked over and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After using his sword intent to cut off the sticky yuan qi on his body, Feng Zhaoqi regained his freedom and raised his right hand. He actually used an index finger to block the sharp sword. How is this possible? Feng Zhaoqi was furious and desperately suppressed the giant sword. However, when the sharp blade of the giant sword sliced into Feng Zhaoqi's finger, it actually produced a string of sparks. Who said that without weapons you can't kill people? Feng Zhaoqi said indifferently. He tilted his left hand, forcefully separating the giant sword, and then his right index finger suddenly jumped up from the bottom. A sharp sword light instantly cut Yan Fei in half. The section of the corpse was incomparably smooth, and only after a full 2 seconds did his organs and blood spill out. Feng Zhaoqi swung his raised right hand downwards, and with a chi sound, a half-meter-long arc-shaped sword mark was sliced out from the arena. The spectators were amazed by this spectacular match. The Haoran sect was simply too powerful. Ah! Li Qingchuan shouted excitedly. Idol! Feng Zhaoqi, you are my idol. You have actually cultivated your body into a sword. A true expert of the sword Dao could be a sword from head to toe. His hair was a sword, and his fingers were swords. Even his clothes could be used as swords. Amazing, too awesome. Xianxia couldn't help but applaud. As the referee announced Feng Zhaoqi's victory, he stepped off the arena and casually waved his hand. The sword that fell onto the arena suddenly vibrated. Then, it flew off the ground with a whoosh and landed directly in Feng Zhaoqi's embrace. Xianxia sincerely admired. You should not only cherish this sword all day long, right? Instead, you should constantly comprehend the spirit of the sword, the will of the sword. This was similar to the small animals that were hiding outside the temple all day long and listening to monks chanting scriptures. After a long time, their bodies would also be stained with some Buddhist nature and spiritual energy. Feng Zhaoqi tilted his head slightly and looked at Xianxia. You were the first to see it. Xianxia nodded. This silent Feng Zhaoqi was a ruthless character. Let's go. The last battle is about to begin. Jiang Yu is going to fight. Everyone walked together and headed to the 5th stage. The opponent of the Qi sect, Jiang Yu, who was at the 3rd level of the Origin realm, was actually a disciple of the Quicksand sect. This Flows and sect disciple was slightly inferior to Yan Fei and was at the late 4th level of Origin Return. He had already seen senior brother Yan Fei's match, so he was very afraid of the Haoran sect disciples and immediately released the Quicksand world. However, it was obvious that not only was his cultivation lagging behind Yan Fei, but his martial skill proficiency was also slightly inferior to Yan Fei's. Yan Fei's Quicksand world covered the entire arena, and although this contestant's Quicksand world was also dissatisfied with the arena, the density and thickness of his yuan qi were much weaker. After that, yuan qi stuck to Zhang Yu could even do some walking movements. If it was Yan Fei, Zhang Yu probably wouldn't even be able to lift his leg. Luo Yuan said. Yes. Feng Zhaoqi nodded and said, the stickiness is much worse. Furthermore, Feng Zhaoqi pondered for a moment and said, he met Zhang Yu. He was born to be a nemesis. What do you mean? Luo Yuan asked curiously. None of them had seen Zhang Yu attack with all his might. Could it be that Feng Zhaoqi had seen him before? Could it be that the Qi sect's martial arts were naturally used to restrain the Quicksand sect's martial arts? Ha, you don't have a sharp blade like Feng Zhaoqi. I'll see how you deal with it. The Quicksand sect disciples cried out excitedly. Today, I will behead a nature sect disciple and enjoy that unparalleled honor. As he spoke, the disciple held a sledgehammer in his hand and immediately ran towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu twisted her body and realized that her flexibility was greatly reduced. She simply stopped moving forward and raised a finger instead. Immediately after, a ring of light appeared on his finger. At first glance, it looked like a shining ring, but then the ring flew out, slowly expanding and resembling a shining bracelet. When the Quicksand sect disciple rushed forward, this halo suddenly expanded. He instantly possessed a diameter of 2 meters and quickly descended, trapping the Quicksand sect disciples inside. Following that, the halo shrank. This halo actually encircled the upper body of the Quicksand sect disciple, binding his arms and chest together. What is this? The Quicksand sect disciple was greatly shocked. He was unable to move his arms, so he hurriedly used his yuan qi to stick to the sledgehammer and smashed it towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu waved her right index finger and another halo flew out. After the halo expanded this time, it circled the warhammer. Then, the halo suddenly fell down and smashed the warhammer to the ground. What was even more bizarre was that there was suddenly a gap under the halo. The gap was like a nail. The two sides of the gap were nailed into the surface of the arena and the warhammer was placed on the ground. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Do you have any new methods? If not, I'm going to fight back." As she spoke, she waved her right index finger and another halo flew out and landed on the disciple of the Quicksand sect. He already had a halo around him. After adding the second halo, it was as if he was covered with two circular muscles. His contractility suddenly increased a little. Zhang Yu waved his hand and a series of halos flew out. Every additional set of halos on the disciples of the Quicksand sect would increase their contractility by 1 point. After his body was covered with 5 halos, the contractility of those 5 halos was about to strangle his body into his flesh. Ah! The Quicksand sect disciple cried out in pain, but his chest was wrapped in a terrifying force, so he could not shout loudly. Zhang Yu's slender index finger gently shook, and a small halo revolved around her index finger nimbly. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "If this 6th halo is put on, your body will be strangled into 2 halves. Aren't you going to surrender?" The Quicksand sect disciple's face turned purple from being strangled. He hurriedly said, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." This Xianxia exchanged a glance with everyone and said in unison, "Isn't this move too scary?" The audience were all dumbfounded. Haoran sect's Qi sect has been able to play with Yuan Qi to such a level of purity? After the top 100 advancement tournament was over, everyone returned to the Haoran sect to celebrate. Everyone first congratulated Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan on their advancement. In the following days, they were fellow disciples. Mo Hai raised his glass and said, "Back then, Xianxia was able to enter the Haoran sect, which made Qingchuan and I very envious. I didn't expect that we would also have this qualification now. In the future, I hope that fellow disciples can take care of each other." Li Qingchuan also stood up and raised his glass with Mo Hai, saying, "Here, Brother Hai and I propose a toast to everyone." Everyone stood up and drank together. Then Shenlin Hai said, "Since you two are good friends of Xianxia, then we will be brothers from now on. Come, cheers again." Everyone raised their glasses and drank together again, feeling that they were drinking very happily. But Murong Wanqing had been observing Xianxia from the side. She asked curiously, Xiangnan, look at your expression. Is something wrong? Xiangnan's mood was not high, and he kept lowering his head as if he was silently thinking about something. Hearing Murong Wanqing's words, everyone looked towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan thought for a while and finally made up his mind. He decided to trust his friends and said, There's something I think it's time to tell you. It's like this. What? Everyone was shocked after hearing Xiangnan's words. Luo Yuan said angrily, The Heavenly Profound Sect? Xiangnan, did the people from the Heavenly Profound Sect really sneak into our 12 sects for the joint examination? Xiangnan's expression was solemn as he said, At present, it should be like this. However, it is not clear who the 5 people are. What courage! Shen Linhai slapped the table, shaking his wine cup and vegetables to the point that even the dishes jumped. He said, The people of the 9 firmaments continent actually dared to sneak into our Blue Tide continent's joint examination. They clearly do not place us in their eyes. Murong Wanqing and the others all had unhappy expressions on their faces. After Xiangnan announced this matter, everyone's fighting spirit rose unprecedentedly. Had someone bullied him to the doorstep? This is great. If we don't give them some color to see, where is the face of the Howren sect? Xiangnan said in a heavy tone, I brought this up to let everyone be mentally prepared in advance. The Profound Sky sect must have done a thorough investigation this time. I hope that everyone will not fight an unprepared battle. Murong Wanqing frowned and said, According to what you said, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed man don't seem to understand each other. If that's the case, it's very likely that the 5 black-clothed men are all from the Profound Sky sect, while the white-clothed man is from the Flying Cloud sect. In other words, we only need to understand the characteristics of the Heavenly Profound sect's martial techniques. That's what I think too. Xiangnan nodded and said, But the problem is, I've observed almost every single player in the top 100, but not a single one of them uses the Heavenly Profound sect's martial techniques. There are a total of 16 cultivation methods in the Profound Sky sect. Ah! After listening to Xiangnan's introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. Mo Hai was shocked. Isn't there only 5 powerful cultivation methods in the Grand Nature sect? There are actually 16 of them in the Profound Sky sect. Yes, this is where the Profound Sky sect's strength lies. Xiangnan nodded and said, I will explain the characteristics of these 16 cultivation methods to everyone. In short, I hope that everyone can do it according to their strength. If you can't beat them, don't force them. They know us well now, but we don't know anything about them. This night, almost no one slept. All of them were boiling with passion as they rubbed their fists and wanted to compete with the experts of the Heavenly Profound sect. However, after thinking for a while, Xiangnan felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the experts of the Profound Sky sect didn't use their sect's cultivation methods this time? Instead, he used the techniques of the Howren sect to defeat the Howren sect. On the second day, the arena competition continued according to the rules. Yesterday, it was the top 100 advancement tournament, but today 100 contestants were competing for the top 50. At the same time, the number of competition areas was directly reduced to 2. They were only divided into the first and second competition areas. Each day there were only 10 matches, 4 in the morning and 6 in the afternoon. After 50 matches in 5 days, the top 25 names will be selected. The order of their appearances was still determined by the number of lots drawn. Xiangnan drew number 36, which was the 4th day of the top 50 advancement tournament. Murong Wanqing drew number 22. Shen Linhai drew number 9, Luo Yuan number 27, Feng Zhaoqi number 43, and Jiang Yu number 33. At this stage of the competition, in order to increase the interest of the 12 consecutive examinations, the 12 sects jointly launched a potential rankings. This list was voted by all the spectators to determine the top 50 players in advance. It was based on everyone's conjectures about the performances of all the contestants. When the list was announced, the audience was overwhelmingly praiseworthy, but there were also a small number of people who felt very unconvinced because the list echoed the rankings most people had in mind, while some people did not think so. The first place on the potential rankings was undisputed. It was still occupied by Hong Bin of the Haoran sect. The second place was Jiang Cheng, the third place was Zhou Xianyong, and the fourth place was Chu Yen. The top 5 were almost taken care of by the Haoran sect. In the remaining top 10 rankings, there was one of the biggest dark horses, and that was Feng Zhaoqi. Feng Zhaoqi's sword Dao attainments against Yan Fei had already deeply convinced everyone, because Yan Fei had already reached the 14th place in everyone's hearts. The so-called dark horse was an unexpected expert. Almost all of the top 10 rankings were at the 5th level of origin return. Only Feng Zhaoqi was at the 3rd level of origin return. There were a total of 3 dark horses on this potential list. One was Feng Zhaoqi, who was ranked 10th, one was Xiang Nan, who was ranked 22nd, and the other was Yi Dong, who was ranked 25th. The battle between Xiang Nan and the strong man gave him a lot of impression. As soon as today's first match started, it immediately aroused everyone's unlimited enthusiasm. In the first battle, Zhou Xianyong, who was ranked 3rd on the potential rankings, fought against Xiang Long of the Blazing Fire sect. Wow, in the first battle, you can see Zhou Xianyong, who was ranked 3rd on the list. Everyone cheered. Zhou Xianyong wore a white robe and jumped onto the arena in a handsome and beautiful manner. Immediately after, everyone's gaze began to search for Xiang Long's figure. They saw a strong man sitting cross-legged in the crowd below the arena, his hands carelessly crossed on his knees. When he stood up, everyone was shocked. Good, so tall. That Blazing Fire sect disciple, Xiang Long, was actually an astonishing 3 meters tall. This height was not something that could be seen in the ordinary world, unless one was suffering from gigantism. However, in the world of martial artists, even though there were very few people 3 meters tall, there were still some. This guy is even stronger than that Meng Hao. Everyone was shocked. Previously, Meng Hao from the Blazing Fire sect had been considered to be of great stature, but now that he was compared to Xiang Long, he immediately felt that he was nothing compared to Xiang Long, who was also a 5th-level origin returning realm expert. However, not only did he grow tall, his body was also astonishingly strong. His arms were as thick as the waist of an ordinary martial artist. Under such an astonishing height, he did not seem to be out of proportion. Instead, he possessed an extreme beauty of strength. Because his height was too exaggerated, it was difficult not to attract the attention of others. Many spectators immediately recognized Xiang Long, but everyone was not impressed by his previous match. It seemed that there was nothing too frightening about him. Ha! How pitiful! An outer sect audience shook their heads sympathetically. This Xiang Long met Zhou Xianyong in the first battle. I'm afraid he'll be beaten to death. Yeah, just because you're strong doesn't mean you're that strong. I'm afraid you're a paper tiger. That was what he said. But when Xiang Long stepped onto the arena with big strides and the wind of tigers and tigers, he really gave everyone a kind of visual shocking power. How could that be a human? It was simply a human-type demonic beast. Almost 90% of the attention on the scene was focused on arena number 1, and that arena number 2 had just begun, but it lacked attention. When Zhou Xianyong and Xiang Long stood opposite each other, the difference in height caused everyone to gasp. Zhou Xianyong was about 1.85 meters tall. This wasn't considered low, but compared to Xiang Long, who was more than 3 meters tall, he looked like a dwarf. Heh! What did you eat to grow up? Zhou Xianyong smiled indifferently. When he observed Xiang Long, he could only raise his head high. He really looked up. Xiang Long stood in front of Zhou Xianyong like a small mountain. He did not speak. As he breathed, his chest rose and fell steadily, giving people an unshakable feeling of weight. Arena number 1. The first round of the top 50 advancement tournament begins. The referee read out the signal for the start of the match. Blazing Fire Sect? Zhou Xianyong smiled and stretched out 5 fingers. I'll defeat you in 5 moves. As he spoke, Zhou Xianyong took out a large sword. The length of the sword was 2.3 meters, and the width of the sword reached 2 astonishing palms. At first glance, it looked like a large silver wooden board, but the sword blade was incomparably sharp, shining brightly in the sunlight. If I remember correctly, Zhou Xianyong seems to be from the Saber sect, Xiang Nan said. Yes, you can also say that because he was originally in the sword sect and later transferred to the saber sect. Luo Yuan said. Changing factions meant that the cultivation method was inappropriate. Zhou Xianyong must have discovered that he was not suitable for Xiantian Dipper Qi, so he went to the saber sect to study primordial Dipper Qi. This situation was quite common and not unusual. At this moment, the battle had already begun. Xianglong remained silent and walked towards Zhou Xianyong with large strides. The Yuan Qi on his body began to expand, and scales of Yuan Qi appeared on his body. Behind him, there was a Yuan Qi snake tail. This move is the same as Meng Hao's. Everyone whispered. But now, it seemed that Xianglong's strength should be higher than Meng Hao's, and his strength surpassed Meng Hao's. Haha! Is that all the blazing fire sect has? Zhou Xianyong smiled arrogantly and rushed out. Clang! The large sword slashed into Xianglong's arm, but it let out a metallic collision sound, causing a flame to splatter out. Then, Xianglong waved his big arm and sent Zhou Xianyong flying. Hiss! The entire audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't that Xianglong's power too terrifying? Zhou Xianyong was an expert ranked third on the potential rankings. His sword strike was actually sent flying by Xianglong. However, Zhou Xianyong was not in a sorry state. After spinning twice in the air, he landed steadily. The corner of his mouth had already curled up slightly and said, "Interesting." Zhou Xianyong's body trembled as something slowly flowed in the air behind him. Gradually, that thing condensed into the phantom image of a black flood dragon. Wow! The audience cried out in alarm. Are you very confident in your strength? Zhou Xianyong held his sword in both hands and leapt high into the air, hacking towards Xianglong. At the same time that the sword slashed down, the enormous black flood dragon phantom behind him actually rushed forward with a whoosh and bit the sword with its mouth. This scene was extremely shocking. At first glance, it looked like a flood dragon diving towards Xianglong with a sharp blade in its mouth. So strong. Mo Hai's pupils contracted when he saw this. Xiang Nan and the others sat at the side and nodded silently. This Zhou Xianyong was very difficult to deal with. Looking at Xianglong, his body also trembled, and a giant python phantom appeared that enveloped his entire body. Immediately after, he began to charge forward, moving a pair of long legs and rumbling towards Zhou Xianyong. His height was already frightening, and coupled with his current charge, he gave people an irresistible visual pressure. Boom! Zhou Xianyong's sword collided with Xianglong's right arm. With just this moment, Zhou Xianyong's terrifying strength caused Xianglong's legs to bend, and he was about to kneel on the ground. Xianglong's waist twisted abruptly, and the huge snake tail behind him swept towards Zhou Xianyong with the whistling of the wind. The black flood dragon phantom behind Zhou Xianyong also threw out its huge black tail, which collided with the snake tail and shattered the snake tail in an instant. Kneel down. Zhou Xianyong's spirits rose, and the Yuan Qi on his hands increased in power, suppressing it with a fierce force. Xianglong couldn't take it anymore, so he could only jump backwards quickly. Sure enough, the strength is astonishing. You can even jump backwards under this kind of pressure. Everyone was stunned. Can you escape? Zhou Xianyong smiled coldly and jumped up again. This one was more than 10 meters tall. Black wind, slash. He raised his sword high and quickly slashed down towards Xianglong. The black flood dragon in the sky actually opened its bloody mouth and spat out a black fireball. What's that? Luo Yuan, Xin Linhai, and the others were all shocked. The black fireball instantly engulfed Zhou Xianyong's sword from top to bottom. Then, the fireball was carried by the sword and turned into a streak of black flame sword light. Spiritual fire? Feng Zhaoqi frowned and turned to look at Morong Wanqing. Morong Wanqing shook her head slightly. No, it's just Yuan Qi flames. However, his martial skill is quite special, changing the color of Yuan Qi flames. Even so, the black flame sword light was extremely shocking. A large crescent moon sword radiance burned with a raging black flame as it slashed down towards Xianglong with lightning speed. The black flame sword light instantly engulfed Xianglong, and a small black cloud of mushrooms slowly rose up on the spot. Dead for sure. The audience was amazed and stood up to applaud. that Xianglong will undoubtedly die. Not to mention the disciples of the Blazing Fire sect, even the top 10 experts of the Haoran sect would not be able to withstand this sword strike. This Zhou Xianyong is so strong that people are scared to death. Luo Yuan let out a long breath. It's not over yet. Xiang Nan's expression became serious. What? Everyone was stunned and hurriedly looked inside the mushroom cloud. However, he saw a black figure standing in the thick black smoke. In the sky, Zhou Xianyong had already revealed a triumphant smile. He was enjoying everyone's applause and cheers. Suddenly, the thunderous applause in the valley stopped. Ha! Zhou Xianyong looked at the smoke in disbelief and said in shock, "Is he still alive? Are you kidding? Who?" As he spoke, Zhou Xianyong condensed his yuan qi into his mouth and blew out. The thick smoke was gradually blown away. Inside, Xianglong's enormous figure slowly became clear. Countless people cried out in shock. This fellow was struck by such a terrifying sword light, yet he was not hacked down. Boom! 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 The sectatire on Xianglong's upper body had been completely destroyed, revealing only a shocking and strong body. As he walked out, he stepped on the arena 1 foot at a time and actually made footsteps that did not match his weight at all. What the hell? The corners of Zhou Xianyong's mouth twitched. He raised his sword high and sent another black wind slash. The black flood dragon spat out a black fireball. The moment it merged with the sword, it transformed into a black flame sword light. Boom! The black flame sword light was extremely fast. With a flash in the sky, it struck Xianglong's back. This time, it was even more powerful than the previous sword strike. It caused the entire arena to be pierced through by the force, leaving behind numerous fine cracks. The intensely burning black flames emitted billowing black smoke. The core region of the explosion was compressed into a black cloud that was narrow and wide, and another mushroom cloud rose. This time, he should be dead. Zhou Xianyong landed on the ground, both hands holding onto the hilt of the sword. Still alive. Xiang Nan's eyes turned cold, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. What exactly was going on? It was impossible for Xianglong to stand up after 2 such powerful attacks. As a result, Xianglong's enormous body really came out from the thick smoke. This. Zhou Xianyong raised his head in shock. Is that all you have? Xianglong finally spoke. He had a strange smile on his face. It was like a cold smile, but it was different. It was more like the feeling of a predator at the top of the food chain when he saw delicious food. As he spoke, Xiang solemnly smashed a pair of huge fists together. Following that, all the muscles in his body began to wriggle. Ah! The spectators felt as if they were rolling in 5. Xianglong's wriggling muscles were like large meat worms crawling about, looking extremely disgusting. Every time his muscles wriggled, his body became even bigger. At this moment, he had already soared to a height of 4 meters. Xiang Nan suddenly looked at Mo Hai. The 3 revolution steel body that Mo Hai used to use also had this effect of increasing his body size. However, Mo Hai was sweating profusely as he looked at it. I know what you're thinking, but he's different from my rank 3 steel body. The 3rd revolution steel body used a martial skill to temporarily activate its body. But that Xianglong was more like restore. Xiang Nan and Murong Wanqing said in unison. This was the difference. Mo Hai was originally around 2 meters tall. After using the special martial skill, his body grew, but this was temporary. As for Xianglong, it was more like he was already 4 meters tall. Normally, he had suppressed his height to 3 meters, but now he had only returned to his normal size. But could such a thing as suppressing one's height really be accomplished? Look, that Xianglong's body is still growing. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, unable to understand what was happening in front of them. You're courting death. Zhou Xianyong was enraged. He quickly ran around Xianglong and slashed at his enormous body with his giant sword. When each sword light sliced into Xianglong's body, the sword light rubbed against his skin and created a series of sparks. However, not a single sword was able to break through Xianglong's defense. Even after Xianglong was struck, his body didn't even tilt slightly. It was still soaring. Xianglong's body had already broken through 4.5 meters and was still crazily climbing. This kind of physique had already completely surpassed the scope of humans. An even more terrifying scene had just appeared. As Xianglong's body continued to grow higher and higher, a pair of black horns actually grew on top of his head. His yuan qi has changed. Morong Wanqing suddenly stood up. The expanding yuan qi in Xianglong's body suddenly boiled, and then the color changed to a pale gray color. Roar! Xianglong raised his right hand and clenched his incomparably large fist, causing a muffled roar that didn't seem like a human voice to come from his throat. Cow? What the hell is that thing? Luo Yuan and the others were all dumbfounded. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat, his tone extremely solemn. Demonic qi? How is that possible? Is he a transformed demonic beast? No, demonic beasts don't have this kind of state. It's either in the form of demonic beasts or humans, but Xianglong seems to have more humans and less demonic beasts. Could it be? Everyone looked at Xiangnan collectively. The thing that I'm most worried about is still happening. Xiangnan sighed and said, "That's right. This change is almost the same as the monster I mentioned to you in the Qingshui forest. The difference is that that monster is mainly in the form of a demonic beast, while this Xianglong is mainly in the form of a human." Damn it, Xiangnan clenched his fists. He originally thought that the monster in Qingshui forest was just an individual phenomenon created by a whirlwind alchemist. But now it seemed that the situation was far from that simple. It must be him. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, "One of the 5 black-clothed men is Xianglong. But when did the profound sky sect master this method of body refinement? To turn a human into a half-human and half-demon? However, this Xianglong's form was clearly more perfect than that of the monster in the Qingshui forest. This was because not only was Xianglong dominated by humans, even his yuan qi was mixed with demonic energy, not demonic energy. In essence, Xianglong was still a human, so the referees could not disqualify him. "You monster, go to hell. Primordial Dipper Qi." Zhou Xianyong was furious. He charged towards Xianglong head-on. Halfway through, he suddenly jumped, and a violent primordial astral qi burst out. The thick primordial Dipper Qi, mixed with incomparable power, was condensed onto the sword. The sword slashed down, and the black flood dragon in the sky let out a roar. The entire body of the black flood dragon swooped down. Boom! The sword strike was unbiased and struck right above Xianglong's head. It hacked into the middle of the pair of strange black horns. With such an astonishing sword strike, Xianglong was finally shaken. However, his enormous body had only been sliced back half a meter. He actually didn't dodge or dodge, directly using his head to withstand a sword strike. Dreaming. I must be dreaming. Zhou Xianyong's eyes were filled with confusion. He used all of his strength to directly hit Xianglong's head. But was this the only result? Xianglong unconcernedly stretched his muscles and bones. As he twisted his neck, a crackling sound of bones could be heard. "This time it's my turn." As Xianglong spoke, his voice was buzzing and frightening. Zhou Xianyong hurriedly jumped out and maintained a distance of 20 meters from Xianglong. As for Xianglong, he took large strides and rumbled towards Zhou Xianyong. "Damn monster!" Zhou Xianyong raised his sword high. "Black cloud cover the moon." As he spoke, Zhou Xianyong held the sword in both hands and his body began to spin rapidly. The large sword was also brandished into a circle of light. Immediately after, the black flood dragon phantom opened its mouth and spat out an unprecedentedly strong black fireball. The diameter of the fireball had already reached an astonishing 5 meters. When the fireball collided and exploded on the sword, Zhou Xianyong shouted as he rose from the ground. The giant sword in his hand was wrapped in black flames and instantly condensed into a 10-meter-long, gigantic sword light. Xianyong has already been forced to use his strongest trump card. Hong Bin and Chu Yen exchanged glances. That Chu Yen was shocked. Is the Xianglong a human or a demon? However, who? It's no longer important now. Xianyong should be able to kill Xianglong. In the sky, Zhou Xianyong held a 10-meter-tall sword light. The surface of the sword light burned with black flames, and even the air was twisted by the flames. Yes! Zhou Xianyong slashed the sword that shook the mountains and rivers. The 10-meter black flame sword light fiercely slashed down, causing the entire audience to gasp. However, Xianglong crossed his arms and raised his body high up. He actually wanted to use his body to block this sword strike. Boom! The black flame sword light struck Xianglong. This terrifying hacking power nailed Xianglong into the arena. Only his head was exposed on the surface of the arena, and the rest of his body parts were embedded in the arena. However, following Peng's explosion, Xianglong jumped out of the arena with a large amount of rubble. As for his arms, they were completely unharmed. I don't believe it. Zhou Xianyong swept his sword across with a huge sword light. Xianglong continued to advance towards Zhou Xianyong and raised his left arm. The sword light that swept over was accurately hacking into Xianglong's arm, but this time, Xianglong used his Yuan Qi to strengthen the arena and fix his body in place. Boom! When the sword slashed down, the arena was struck by a terrifying force and moved to the right. It actually slid for nearly 100 meters. With a loud boom, he crashed into arena number 2. This scene was simply too unimaginable. The entire valley was completely silent. The arena had been sliced away, but Xianglong was still standing at a distance, not moving an inch. What kind of defense is this? Luo Yuan and Shen Linhai exchanged a glance. Both of their faces were pale, and they already felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately, the battle on Arena 2 had just ended. Otherwise, this collision would definitely affect others. Who? Zhou Xianyong grabbed the sword with both hands. The huge sword light on the sword hadn't dissipated yet, but he was already gasping for breath. Hey! I've had enough. Xianglong twisted his neck and suddenly exploded beneath his feet. His enormous body instantly rushed towards Zhou Xianyong. So fast! The audience stood up at the same time. You! Zhou Xianyong was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword light, trying to force Xianglong back. However, Xianglong was too fast, and his palm directly hit Zhou Xianyong's stomach. Peng's muffled explosion caused Zhou Xianyong's stomach to explode. Shattered organs and bones, mixed with dark red blood, sprayed out in a radial direction. Those pieces of meat and bones actually flew onto the light screen in the competition area, and even stuck to the light screen, slowly sliding down. Zhou Xianyong's body collapsed. Not only had his stomach been blown apart, the powerful force of Xianglong's palm had even caused the part of Zhou Xianyong's body that did not come into direct contact with the palm force to explode at the same time. His legs and shoulders were blasted into 2 strands of flesh and blood, spraying onto the arena, while his head was subjected to an incomparable pressure. His eyeballs exploded, and his skull exploded into pieces of bones. Zhou Xianyong's entire body was gone, turned into a sputtering bloodstain on the arena. Above the light screen in the distance, a broken piece of meat slowly slid down. After losing its moisture, it fell down. The piece of meat was first glued to strands of blood, and then the strands of blood broke apart. The piece of meat fell to the ground with a loud cracking sound. Vomit! The spectators in the spectator stands began to vomit. Xianyong Hongbin, Chu Yen, Yang Liener, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Bastard! You killed our Zhou family. In Haotian City, the Zhou clan's influential people all stood up and roared angrily. I don't care who you are. Our Zhou clan will definitely make you pay with blood. Facing the furious curses of the Zhou family, Xianglong twisted his wrist a few times and made a crackling sound. He hooked his fingers in the direction of the Zhou family and said, "Come on. I'll let you all go together. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Haoran sect is just a bunch of trash. What are you talking about?" All of the Haoran sect disciples stood up at the same time, pointing at Xianglong and cursing loudly. Xianglong's enormous body slowly walked on the arena and said, "Trash. All of them are useless trash that can't withstand a single blow. Your Blue Tide continent is a garbage station that produces trash. What are you talking about?" The audience was infuriated by Xianglong's words. Xianglong jumped off the arena, grabbed the edge of the arena with his big hand, and pulled forward with a rumble. The shouts and curses at the scene froze in shock. The weight of the 200-meter diameter arena could be said to be terrifying. Zhou Xianyong used all of his strength to attack, and only then did he move the arena horizontally. However, Xianglong unexpectedly easily grabbed onto such a large arena and dragged it on the ground. After he dragged the arena 50 meters away, he casually swung it and the huge arena soared into the air. Weighing and passed through the sky and landed on the same spot as arena number 1 with a loud boom. This caused the ground to shake, and the loud vibration of the arena landing in the valley could not dissipate for a long time. Strength, unparalleled power. Then, how can the arena be dragged? The audience went from anger to fear. Everyone took a closer look and saw that the edge of the arena that Xianglong had just grabbed had actually been dug out with 5-finger holes. Xianglong jumped onto the arena. He hugged his shoulders and proudly said, "I'm Xianglong. I'm from the 9 Firmaments continent, the Profound Sky sect. I came to Blue Tide continent this time to abuse you scum. Ha 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 ha. The Profound Sky sect?" Everyone was shocked. At this moment, as long as one's brain wasn't broken, they would realize how bad the situation was. The people from the Heavenly Profound sect have come to the territory of the Howran sect to smash the ground. If Xianglong really won the championship, wouldn't it be equivalent to a disciple of the Heavenly Profound sect overthrowing the experts of the entire Blue Tide continent? Quickly disqualify him. A spectator pointed at Xianglong and shouted in fear, "He is not from our Blue Tide continent. Quickly disqualify him." However, the direction of the Howran sect did not give any indication. In arena number 1, the referee announced, the winner of arena number 1, Blazing Fire Sect's Xianglong. Regardless of whether Xianglong was a member of the Profound Sky sect or not, he did officially enter the Blazing Fire sect and entered the 12-sect joint examination as a disciple of the Blazing Fire sect. You can't disqualify him just because he once belonged to the Profound Sky sect. After hearing the referee's announcement, Xianglong laughed arrogantly. "Dregs of the Blue Tide continent, face your terrifying fate. Next, everyone who fights with me will die." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of a large number of contestants participating in the arena competition turned pale. "Are you kidding me? I don't want to fight that kind of monster." Even Zhou Xianyong, who is ranked 3rd on the potential rankings, is powerless against Xianglong. How can we win this monster? The battle between Zhou Xianyong and Xianglong caused everyone in the 12 sects to panic. On the first day of the Top 50 Advancement Tournament, there were 4 battles in the morning and 6 battles in the afternoon. However, in the next 2 battles in the morning, no one was interested in watching. Compared to the first battle, the later battles were like children living in a family. What everyone didn't know was that there were 4 disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect like Xianglong. What should we do? What should we do now? Luo Yuan's face was pale and he said, "I thought that the disciples of the Profound Sky sect were at most about the same as us. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. It's impossible for us to win." Xiangnan. Morong Wanqing stared at Xiangnan. "After investigating the black-clothed man incident, did you gain an in-depth understanding of the Profound Sky sect? Otherwise, you wouldn't know that they have 16 sect techniques. What kind of thing is Xianglong using?" Xiangnan's expression was heavy as he said, "What he used was not the Heavenly Profound sect's martial technique. Perhaps it's a cultivation technique from the Flying Cloud sect? Or perhaps it's from another first-class sect?" Shen Linhai asked. "Not really." Xiangnan shook his head. Xiangnan also felt that there were many doubts. Present, he could not find any clues. Where did these people come from? In the past, the Heavenly Profound sect did not have such a martial skill. Could it be that, in recent years, the Profound Sky sect has found a new martial technique? Or did he find a new method to refine his body? It could perfectly fuse a person's body with a demonic beast's? The bodies of humans and demonic beasts were different. It was impossible for them to fuse together, let alone possess the strength of demonic beasts and the explosive power of demonic energy. At the same time, it also possessed the attributes of human martial artist Yuan Qixing and couldn't even think of how he could do that. And the other 4? Do you have the same ability as Xianglong? After the match in the morning, the entire valley was in a mess. Everyone was talking about the issues related to the descending dragon. At this moment, the audience's enthusiasm for the 12 joint examinations had already transformed into a sense of crisis that came from their dignity. It doesn't matter who gets first. In short, we can't let Xianglong win the championship. That's right. We have more than 100,000 people here, but we can't stop a single Xianglong. There must be someone who can. Damn it, who can defeat Xianglong? Hurry up and stand up. The Blazing Fire sect was forced by the enormous pressure of public opinion to unilaterally cancel Xianglong's status as a disciple of the sect, but this matter was suppressed by the Howren sect. If he did this now, it would be equivalent to surrendering. This would be a devastating blow to the hearts of the Blue Tide Continent's martial artists. In the afternoon, the arena competition continued. However, the audience had lost their enthusiasm, and all of them were filled with unease. The entire 12 sects joint examination was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds that could not be seen. In the afternoon, the second arena, the third battle. One of the contestants in the competition was a martial artist from the Second Stage Academy of the Howren sect, Lu Wei, a 5th-level origin returning expert. The other was a martial artist from the Yellow Heavens sect, Su Bufan, at the 5th level of the origin realm. When Xiang Nen saw Su Bufan, his heart sank. Ah? Then Su Bufan came up in black. Why isn't he wearing the uniform of a disciple of the Yellow Heavens sect? That's right, Su Bufan was dressed in black. Exactly the same as the 5 black-clothed men Xiang Nen saw. The only difference was that the loose hood had been lifted. This Su Bufan looked like an ordinary sunny youth with delicate features and a gentle smile. He didn't seem to have any special physical characteristics. It's him. This should be the second heavenly profound sect disciple, Xiang Nan said in a deep voice. Xiang Nan had just finished speaking when Su Bufan's next words caused a sensation in the audience. Su Bufan smiled brightly at Lu Wei and cupped his fists. I'm Su Bufan from the Lower Heaven Profound Sect. The Profound Sky Sect? Lu Wei was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and looked at Su Bufan with a look of fear. Bastard, don't be timid. You are a disciple of our Blue Tide Continent's Howren sect. You can't lose face in front of the Profound Sky sect. Some of the spectators began to curse. If even the Howren sect is afraid, how can our Blue Tide Continent's martial practitioners stand on their feet? Only you can deal with him. Fight him. He doesn't look as scary as Xianglong. Maybe he can defeat him. The audience shouted in all directions. Hearing the shouts of the audience, Lu Wei's confidence suddenly doubled. He held his sword and looked at Su Bufan seriously. He thought to himself, this person looked ordinary, perhaps not as terrifying as Xianglong. That's right, haha. How could the Profound Sky sect be as powerful as Xianglong? Not everyone in our Howren sect has the strength of Hong Bin. Let the competition begin. At this moment, the referee announced. When Lu Wei heard the signal to start, he immediately rushed towards Su Bufan. We can't give him a chance to transform. Su Bufan must not be turned into a monster. Lu Wei gritted his teeth and used Xiantian Astral Qi in a sprint. The sword in his hand immediately started to tremble with an imposing aura. That's right, we have to do this. Defeat him. Kick Su Bufan out of the 12 joint examinations. As everyone cheered, Lu Wei felt even more motivated. His body had turned into a blurry shadow due to his fast speed as he ran wildly. However, Su Bufan was still smiling. He smiled and took a step sideways. When Lu Wei brushed past him, he lightly patted Lu Wei's shoulder with his palm. I got it. Su Bufan smiled and said this. Then, he began to walk in the opposite direction of Lu Wei until he reached the edge of the arena. What is he doing? Is he admitting defeat? Under the gaping gazes of everyone, Lu Wei also turned around and looked at Su Bufan. How did you? Su Bufan had already walked to the edge of the arena. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, saying, Pong! Just as he finished speaking, Lu Wei's expression suddenly changed drastically. Immediately after, his right shoulder began to swell, and with a loud boom, His entire body exploded into minced meat. Su Bufan smiled and jumped off the arena. Ah! Ah! Not a single person in the audience was able to utter a complete sentence. All of them opened their mouths wide. All the elders of the 12 sects, including the Howran sect elders, had expressions of astonishment and confusion on their faces. What kind of martial skill is this? Damn it, can this be considered a martial skill? The scene exploded, and countless spectators cried out in alarm, as if the valley had been dead a moment ago, but now it had suddenly come to life. What the hell? Then what did Su Bufan do? Why did Lu Wei suddenly explode? Li Qingxuan's mouth began to tremble. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. These damn bastards! Kill them without even frowning. They seem to enjoy the process of killing people. Murong Wanqing took a deep breath and said, when the enemy's life quickly faded away in their hands, Su Bufan's face, like Xianglong's, was full of twisted excitement. What exactly is going on? Which one of you understands? Luo Yuan hurriedly asked. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, although I don't know what kind of martial skill Su Bufan used, I can roughly tell that Lu Wei's explosion was related to the moment Su Bufan patted his shoulder. It should be Su Bufan who injected a strand of Yuan Qi into Lu Wei's body. Even so, it doesn't make sense. Luo Yuan frowned and said, when an external Yuan Qi enters a martial artist's body, it will definitely be repelled by all Yuan Qi in the martial artist's body. It is impossible for it to explode. Furthermore, it is impossible for it to cause such frightening consequences. Unless Su Bufan could crush all of Lu Wei's Yuan Qi, and even the entire spiritual sea with just the strength of one Yuan Qi. But the two of them are both at the 5th level of origin return. Even if the difference is large, it wouldn't be so outrageous, right? It's my turn to go on stage. All of you, pay attention and observe. Shen Linhai drew the 9th, and it was the 9th battle this afternoon. Linhai, be careful. Everyone was worried about Shen Linhai. Shen Linhai forced a smile and said, even if it's too late to say anything, I can't admit defeat on the spot. As he spoke, Shen Linhai entered the first ring area. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when the opponent who walked onto the stage was an ordinary outer sect disciple, but they still didn't dare to let down their guard in their hearts. Perhaps that outer sect disciple was also a member of the profound sky sect. Not everyone would come up in black like Su Bufan. However, the results of the battle proved that everyone was thinking too much. That outer sect disciple was indeed very ordinary. Although he had the 5th level of origin return, he was still easily defeated by Shen Linhai, who was at the late stage of the 3rd stage of origin return. After seeing Shen Linhai's formidable strength, the originally depressed spectators regained some of their vitality. That day, after all the matches were over, everyone returned to the Howran sect. And very quickly, the Howran sect received news from Haojing. The news that the disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect had come to participate in the 12-sect joint examination had already spread to Haojing, and an iron decree had been placed on it. No matter what method he used, he couldn't let the disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect win. The order given by Haojing was to immediately impart the strongest martial skill of the Howran sect to the disciples of the Howran sect. But cramming at the last minute was not decisive, and it was already too late to do so. The next day, the arena competition was held as usual. When everyone arrived at the valley area, and the first match was about to begin, a sky-shading flying cavalry suddenly flew into the sky. Countless spectators raised their heads and looked up. Seeing the shocking scene in the sky, their hearts were beating wildly. Something big happened. Something big is going to happen this time. Isn't that Hao Yan's trump card army? Someone recognized him and pointed at the flying cavalry in the sky. Fire Cloud Flying Dragon! Everyone exclaimed in unison. In the sky, there were red dragons that were hundreds of meters long. This kind of dragon was a demonic beast, not a real dragon, but a type of flood dragon. As the Fire Cloud Flying Dragons soared in the sky, their enormous wings slowly flapped, immediately dyeing the entire sky filled with flames. As for the Fire Cloud Flying Dragon, it had a ferocious expression. With a snap of its nose, it would spit out 2 streaks of flames at any moment. This was the trump card army of the Haotian Empire that swept across the entire Blue Tide continent, the Fire Dragon Legion. Today, everyone was lucky to see the true body of the Fire Cloud Legion, and their blood boiled with excitement. Especially when the Fire Dragon Legion came out, there were hundreds of them. Standing on the backs of the overwhelming fire cloud flying dragons were neat and tidy cavalry, the black-armored Profound Tiger Army. The black-armored Profound Tiger was one of the high-grade demonic beasts. Its level was slightly lower than the fire cloud flying dragon. Its entire body was naturally covered in striped black armor. Its defense was astonishing, and its impact power could even be said to be able to break through the steel city gates. Today, the Ace Legion, Fire Dragon Legion, and black-armored Profound Tiger Legion of the Haotian Empire arrived together. The tens of thousands of spectators opened their mouths wide, their hearts filled with fear and excitement. They're all here. They must be here to eliminate the disciples of the Heavenly Profound Sect. Are you out of your mind? How is this possible? You still need to touch the military to kill a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Sect. Any elder of the Haoran sect can handle it. At this moment, a loud and clear horn suddenly came to mind in the sky. A general in armor stood out of thin air and shouted loudly, "To the Haotian Empire, the Fire Dragon Legion, and the black-armored Profound Tiger Legion want to borrow the Haoran mountain range for joint military exercises. Everyone quickly retreat. The 12 joint examinations will be delayed by a month." Hearing these words, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. Even with his toes, he could understand that this was Haojing trying to buy time for the Haoran sect disciples. Elder Shi Beihong stepped into the air and stood with the general, as if he was negotiating something. Below, Xianglong raised his head and laughed wildly. Is this the famous the Haotian Empire? Is this the grand first-class sect, the Haoran sect? It really makes people laugh out loud, because they are afraid that our Heavenly Profound sect disciples will win. Yet they actually took out such despicable methods. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The negotiation process between Elder Shi Beihong and the military did not seem to be going smoothly. In the style of the Haoran sect, it was impossible to use such a method to delay the match. However, the military was considering the overall situation, and the two sides held their own opinions and were stuck in a stalemate. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Isn't it just 5 Heavenly Profound sect disciples? Do you need to invite all the trump cards? An audience whispered, "What you think is too simple. Let me ask you, what is the most precious resource in a continent?" It is a martial artist resource, because not every commoner has the talent to become a martial artist. Let's put it this way. The Heavenly Profound sect's challenge this time seems to be very simple. But in fact, it is not a small matter. Why? The man asked. The nearby person said, "The confidence of martial artists is built by powerful officials and powerful sections. If the Haoran sect is defeated, then there is no need for much. We only need to lose 1/5 of our martial artists in the Blue Tide continent. What do you think will happen if we go to the 9 Firmaments continent? In less than 50 years, the Haotian Empire's military strength will rapidly weaken. At that time, our military strength will drop by an entire grade. Furthermore, I suspect that this is only the first move of the Profound Sky sect. It was human nature to walk up high, just like martial artists in small places who desperately wanted to enter the East China Sea coast, or even the Haoran sect. Currently, the reason why Zhonglan continent was still able to occupy an important place was because they had retained a large number of martial artist resources, allowing martial artists to be willing to stay in the Haotian Empire. This was what people wanted. If the martial artists were determined to go to the 9 Firmaments continent to develop, then the changes in their hearts would be unstoppable. At that time, there would be no martial artists left, so who would join the army? 20 out of 100 martial artists would deal a huge blow to the official military. The audience continued to ask, if this can disintegrate the power of a country, isn't that simple? As long as the Profound Sky sect sends some outstanding disciples to the various continents and defeats the experts of those continents, isn't that enough? Nonsense! The person next to him scolded. Otherwise, Why do you think that the martial practitioners of each continent are restricted to the martial practitioners within this continent? I'm afraid that the 12 joint examinations of the Howren sect are too big. The heavenly profound sect has gotten into a loophole. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened. So it's still the Howren sect's own problem. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. If this matter hadn't been handled properly, the nature sect would have committed a huge crime. It was not unknown to the Haojing side that using military drills to delay the 12 joint examinations was a very embarrassing thing. However, Haojing did not have a choice. Considering the overall situation, even though he knew that he was embarrassed, he still had to do it. In the sky, Elder Shi Beihong and the military commander were arguing fiercely, but their voices had been cut off, and outsiders could not hear the specifics. This won't do, Elder Shi Beihong said. If we use such methods to delay the match, even if we win, we will still lose face. The commander said in a deep voice. Elder, now is not the time to consider the dignity of the sect, but the future of the Haoyan Empire. If even the Howren sect is defeated, then how can our Blue Tide continent's martial practitioners stay behind? Elder Shi Beihong said. Even so, it is impossible to change the current situation by delaying for a month. All the martial artists who participated in the competition had already cultivated in seclusion before the competition. Their strength is in a saturated state, and a month is simply not enough for them to upgrade by another level. 1 month is not enough, but 2 months, the commander said resolutely. Elder Shi Beihong's heart suddenly sank. He seemed to have realized something, so he fiercely asked, "What if 2 months isn't enough?" A cold expression flashed across the commander's face as he said, "At that time, my trump card legion will bloodbath the Howren mountain range. Not a single spectator, including the disciples of the profound sky sect, will be left behind to watch this match." Elder Shi Beihong only felt a bone-piercing cold wind blow through his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "You actually dare to harbor such thoughts and place our Howren sect in such a place?" Elder Shi Beihong was furious. He, who had always been gentle, had never shown such an expression before. The commander said coldly, "There's no harm in pushing the blame onto the heavenly devil religion at that time. No one will know the inside story." Elder Shi Beihong finally exploded and shouted, "Am I discussing responsibility with you? In your eyes, these innocent martial artists are only tools that can be sacrificed at will." No one knew what they were talking about, but Xianxia heard. It was because when he was chasing after the black-clothed man, Xianxia handed over an eagle eye to Elder Shi Beihong as evidence. At this moment, the eagle eye was in Elder Shi Beihong's sleeve. After hearing the commander-in-chief's words, Xianxia could only feel the thunder rumble. No wonder he had to use the trump card army. It turned out that they weren't here for a military drill, but were prepared to wash Howren Mountain with blood. Haha! Ridiculous! This is ridiculous! Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Elder Shi Beihong and the commander-in-chief froze in the sky at the same time. They felt an external force suddenly enveloping the entire Howren mountain range. Countless martial artists felt this kind of power, and countless pairs of eyes looked up into the sky at the same time. In the sky, a large number of floating clouds began to move, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, they condensed into a face that covered the sky and covered the sun. The face was shaped by white clouds, and its facial features were blurry, but it had a kind of intimidating dignity. "It's an old man?" someone cried out in shock. Upon seeing this face, all the Howren sect elders bowed in unison. "Greetings, sect master." Heavens, the audience's brains buzzed as they shouted, "Sect Master Howren, Old Man Tian Dao." Dozens of outer sect disciples, including all the outer sect elders, also stood up in unison with respectful expressions on their faces. It was this old man. He used his own strength to guard the world of martial arts in the Blue Tide continent, allowing countless martial artists who looked up to him to stay behind willingly because they knew that there was Zhang Howren in the Blue Tide continent. Ah! The commander-in-chief was also shocked. He hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "So it's Senior Heavenly Dao. So, This is our sect master. Xiang Nan and the others raised their heads together, their eyes filled with shock. Not to mention the outer sect, even the people of the Howren sect might not be able to see the true appearance of the heavenly Tao old man for the rest of their lives. Haha! It's very lively today. Old man Tiandao smiled faintly. His voice was very gentle, but it reached everyone's ears. I already know the situation. From what I've seen, it's better to continue with the 12 joint examinations. The commander was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He dared to shout at Elder Shi Beihong, but he didn't dare to speak out in front of the heavenly Tao old man no matter what. He could only bitterly say, Senior Heavenly Tao, I'm afraid this. Old man Tian smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'll explain myself to the emperor. But, people, the commander said with difficulty. The heavenly Tao old man shook his head and said, People's hearts are not preserved like this. Our blue-tide continent has experienced countless hardships and dangers throughout the ages. The reason why we managed to survive is not only because of brutal force. If our Howren sect loses, it is also the destiny of the heavens. Cannot be violated. If that's the case, I'm willing to personally apologize to the great emperor and imprison myself for 100 years to atone for my sins. But I believe that our Howren sect will not fail so easily. Hearing this, countless Howren sect disciples burst into tears. The heavenly Tao old man unconditionally chose to trust his own disciples, and he was even more willing to pay the price of 100 years in prison. The commander-in-chief was truly speechless this time, but in his heart, he admired the heavenly Tao old man to the extreme. If a sect master was unable to believe even his own disciples, and even his own heart could not be stabilized, how could he be called a sect master? He used his vast courage to forge the firm hearts of the disciples of the Nature's Nature sect. Howren sect, someone shouted. Immediately after, all the people cried out in unison. More than 50 outer sect disciples and countless spectators cheered loudly. Howren sect! Howren sect! Howren sect! In the sky, the face of the white clouds gradually dissipated, followed by a distant and ancient voice that resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Heavens bless the azure water, and it is immense. After old man Tian's face disappeared, all the people were excited, and the blood in everyone's bones was ignited. Damn his grandmother's the profound sky sect. Even if the Howren sect loses, this daddy will still stay for the rest of his life and will never give up his homeland. That's right, this is my hometown. I don't care if my hometown's martial world is strong or not. Screw you, heavenly profound sect. Get out of blue-tide continent. That's right. That's the feeling. Xiang Nan felt his blood boil. He clenched his fists tightly. This was the feeling. This feeling was called belonging. It's called motivation. At that moment, all the contestants had forgotten their fear, and their battle intent was monstrous. Ha 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 ha. A thunderous laugh came from the valley. Xiang Long crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly. The scene is quite touching, but it's useless to just talk. No matter how you shout slogans, you are still just a bunch of trash. Someone shouted, You bastard! I'm going to kill you. Xiang Long laughed even more arrogantly. If I dare to enter the tiger's cave, I never thought of leaving alive. But even before I die, I still want to win the championship and kill you bunch of clowns. In the sky, the commander struggled for a long time before finally deciding to withdraw his troops. He said to Elder Shi Beihong, I hope you won't disappoint Haojing. Don't disappoint the heavenly Tao old man. As soon as he finished speaking, the flaming legion swept the flaming clouds northward. And from this moment onwards, the nature sect had fallen into the greatest crisis of trust, gambling on the dignity of the Haotian Empire's martial practitioners, gambling on the trust of the Haotian old man. No matter what, they had to win. Let's continue. In the sky, Elder Shi Beihong shouted. During the 10 battles of the day, everyone fought extremely hard and ended the curtain smoothly. On the third day, the top 50 arena tournament continued. The process of the tournament was almost halfway through. The one participating in today's competition was Murong Wanqing, who had won the 22nd place. She defeated her opponent by an overwhelming margin and successfully advanced to the top 50. In the third match in the afternoon, Li Qingchuan appeared on the stage. Li Qingchuan's opponent was a black-robed man. "It's broken." Xiang Nan and the others felt their hearts sink. After Li Qingchuan saw his opponent, his pupils suddenly contracted. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "My luck is really good. Ah! Oh my God! Why is there still a disciple of the heavenly profound sect?" The audience exclaimed in unison. "How many are there? This is already the third one that has appeared." With the appearance of the third heavenly profound sect disciple, the confidence of all the spectators collapsed. A single Xianglong was already that strong, and now there was a third powerful person. White Sword Sect, Li Qingchuan. Li Qingchuan raised his sword. The black-clothed man was a skinny hook-nosed man. His face was as thin as bones, like dried tree bark. Sky Profound Sect, spread out. The skinny hook nose reported to his sect. "Indeed, they are from the Profound Sky Sect." Li Qingchuan gritted his teeth. "Qingchuan!" Xiangnan rushed to the edge of the arena and shouted, "If you can't beat him, don't force yourself. You're only at the second level of Origin Return. He's at the fifth level of Origin Return. Surrendering isn't embarrassing." Li Qingchuan turned around and smiled at Xiangnan. "Don't worry, I know what to do." "Shit, he definitely won't surrender." Xiangnan thought in his heart, extremely worried. Let the competition begin. The referee gave the order for the match. Li Qingchuan pointed the tip of his sword at Spread Out and said, "Show me your weapon." Spread Out didn't show any expression, but his thin face looked like a ghost. It was extremely terrifying. He said in a hoarse voice, "If you want to see my sword, you have to exchange it for your life. Blow your own trumpet." Li Qingchuan took a step forward and slashed down the sword in his hand. A half-moon sword light flew towards Spread Out, sticking to the ground. The foundation of this sword strike was very solid, and the strength of the sword radiance was quite deep. However, the only thing that wasn't enough was the realm. When the sword light flew 10 meters in front of Spread Out, it suddenly split into two. Huh? What kind of martial skill is this? The spectators in the spectator stands and the contestants watching the match below the arena were all stunned. However, only a few true experts could tell that Li Qingchuan's sword light was not separated by himself, but cut apart. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case. After Li Qingchuan's sword light separated, it swished towards both sides and finally sliced into the surface of the arena. At this moment, everyone woke up from their dreams, their faces filled with disbelief. How did he cut through Li Qingchuan's sword light? He hasn't even seen a single move. Damn it! That hook nose is so fast. Li Qingchuan sucked in a breath of cold air and gritted his teeth. Not bad, it's very fast. Try this move again. As he spoke, Li Qingchuan hacked out one first. The half-moon sword light flew away, followed by the second and third swords. The two sword lights behind him quickly caught up to the first, and the three sword lights crossed into a triangle. That Spread Out was still expressionless as he walked towards Li Qingchuan with his hands behind his back. The triangular sword radiance quickly arrived, but it silently split into 6 sections at a distance of 10 meters. Those broken sword lights brushed past Spread Out's body without touching him at all. What's going on? Li Qingchuan began to breathe and said, "This guy's speed is too fast. I haven't even seen his arm move. What did he use to cut through my sword light? Using Yuan Qi?" Li Qingchuan forcefully grabbed his sword and rushed towards Spread Out. Spread Out continued walking. When Li Qingchuan rushed 10 meters in front of him, a string of blood flowers suddenly rose from Li Qingchuan's chest. Immediately after, the man soared into the air and flew backwards. Looking at his chest, his front was already cut open by a strange sword mark, and there was a long sword wound on his chest. Many of the contestants were stunned. 10 meters. It was as if there was an invisible barrier within 10 meters of them, and nothing could pass through that distance. Qingchuan quickly admit defeat. It's impossible to win. Mo Hai also frowned and persuaded. Li Qingchuan fell to the ground and lay on the ground. He gritted his teeth and smiled. Then, how can that be? In the end, he didn't even touch his body and had to admit defeat. I can't afford to lose this person. I know I can't win, but I have to at least touch him. Spread Out had already walked over and was still 15 meters away from Li Qingchuan. Li Qingchuan jumped up and shouted, "Try this move of mine and see if you can catch me." After saying that, Li Qingchuan's body swayed and he suddenly split into two shadows and flanked them from left to right. This is Xiang Nan's heart stirred. Mo Hai said, "This is Qing Chuan's trump card, shadow severing." That Spread Out was indifferent to the two separate shadows. He said indifferently, "Sword, being used by someone like you is the greatest insult to it. You're not worthy of a sword." As he spoke, Spread Out raised his right hand and pointed at an afterimage with his index finger. In that instant, the afterimage suddenly stopped in midair, followed by a chi. Li Qingchuan appeared. His right wrist was cut by an invisible sword blade, almost cutting off his entire right hand. Only a third of the flesh was still connected. On the other hand, Li Qingchuan's sword fell to the ground with a clanging sound. "Qingchuan, surrender!" Xiang Nan shouted anxiously. Li Qingchuan lay on the ground, blood gushing out from his right hand. He took a step forward with his left hand and wrapped his robe around his right arm. His eyes stared at Spread Out and said, Hey, you said I'm not worthy of a sword? In my opinion, it's you who refuses to even reveal your sword. You're not worthy. My right hand is no longer working. I still have my left hand." Li Qingchuan picked up the sword from the ground with his left hand and rushed towards Spread Out. However, this time his sprinting speed was much slower. Spread Out raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Li Qingchuan, saying, "Let go!" Chi. Li Qingchuan's left wrist was bleeding like crazy. A white tendon jumped out of his flesh and blood. It looked shocking. The sword fell to the ground with a clang. Qingchuan. Xiang Nan's eyes were red with anxiety. Li Qingchuan's hands were crippled. He lay on the ground and looked at Feng Zhaoqi. He muttered, "If it was you, you must be able to see his movements, right? It's a pity that I don't have your speed." Feng Zhaoqi held his sword in his arms and stood silently under the arena. "Heh! It's impossible for me to give up like this." Li Qingchuan staggered to his feet and stomped on the ground with his right foot, shattering the boots with his yuan qi. Immediately after, he stepped on the hilt of the sword and used his yuan qi to stick the sword to the sole of his feet. "Come on! Eat my sword!" Li Qingchuan leapt up and rotated his body rapidly, causing the sword to spray out a rain of essence sword qi. A large amount of sword rain was thrown out, all 10 meters away from him, silently breaking apart. Li Qingchuan threw out dozens of sword lights, and dozens of them were silently sliced open. Over 100 of them were sliced open, but not a single sword light was omitted. "Put it down." Spread Out raised his hand and pointed. Li Qingchuan's right foot was suddenly broken. With a pu sound, his entire body fell from midair and rolled over 10 meters away from the arena. "Am I spitting on you?" Li Qingchuan raised his upper body with a dirty face and tears in his eyes. "I have been practicing swordsmanship since I was young. What qualifications do you have to say that I am not worthy to hold a sword? Even if I die, I will die with the sword. Come on." Li Qingchuan jumped with one leg, followed by his left foot sticking to the hilt of the sword, and then rushed towards Spread Out. The audience was shocked by this scene. How strong was the will to make a person make such a meaningless attack? Enough! Enough already! Some female spectators shed tears from their mouths, unable to bear to continue watching. "Put it down." Spread Out raised his terrifying right hand again. Chi! The tendons on Li Qingchuan's left leg snapped in response. But this time he didn't let his sword fall to the ground. Just as the sword tumbled down, Li Qingchuan actually dived in midair with both his hands and feet broken. He rushed down and bit the sword in his mouth. Then he landed on the ground and rolled, almost half a step down the arena. However, that sword had already shattered. Only his shoulder and less than a third of the broken sword were left behind. He used his knees and elbows to support his body as he got up. He bit the sword in his mouth, but his pair of eyes stared fixedly at spread out. Qing Chuan, I beg you. Xianxia stood behind Li Qing Chuan and said in a trembling voice, Give up. Don't continue fighting. Li Qing Chuan's painful expression was twisted, and tears left 2 stained tears on his dusty face. He wasn't crying, but his limbs were broken and stimulated. I can't give up. I'm weak, but the weak also have dignity. If I give up my sword today, then I really don't deserve to hold it anymore. Because he bit the hilt of the sword, these 2 words were vague. However, everyone heard it clearly. The faces of all the contestants on the scene were all moved. However, at this moment, cracks appeared on his broken sword hilt. Then, with a bang, it shattered into pieces all over the ground. This scene caused everyone's hearts to ache. It was as if a piece had been gouged out. Qing Chuan Mo Hai sighed deeply. At this time, a strange look flashed in Feng Zhaoqi's eyes. Then, he threw the sword that he had never abandoned into his arms onto the arena and said, Use my sword. Li Qing Chuan bit the sword with his mouth and said vaguely, If that's the case, your sword will be unsheathed. No one had seen Feng Zhaoqi's complete sword, but this time Feng Zhaoqi hugged his shoulders and said, You have the right to pull it out. Li Qing Chuan nodded heavily. He twisted his body and drew the mysterious sword out of its sheath with a clang. It was a snowy sword. Under the sunlight, it blossomed with boundless brilliance. Spread Out had already arrived at Li Qingchuan's position of 12 meters. He had just stopped here and did not continue forward. At this moment, he lowered his head and said to Li Qingchuan, I misjudged you. However, I will atone for your sins. Let you have dignity and die under my sword. As he spoke, a rapidly spinning shadow suddenly appeared beside Spread Out, followed by the sound of the sword in the air. The shadow slowly revolved around Spread Out, slowly revealing its shape. It was actually a long sword. All the contestants took a step back and looked at the sword slowly spinning around Spread Out in shock. It turned out that his sword had always been there. It was just that it revolved around his body too fast, so fast that no one could detect it. Thus, Spread Out stretched out his hands and grasped his sword hilt. His sword finally appeared. The moment Spread Out grasped the sword, an invisible aura suddenly appeared around him. That imposing aura caused a violent wind to rise, and a dense chi-chi-chi-chi sound appeared on the surface of the arena. In just a short breath, thousands of sword marks had already been cut on the ground within a radius of 10 meters. Come on! Li Qingchuan grabbed the sword and pounced towards Spread Out. That Spread Out's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Li Qingchuan and had just stepped on the edge of the arena. At this moment, he was maintaining the movement he had just chopped down. Qing Chuan, Xianxia and the others howled with tears in their eyes. Li Qingchuan lightly landed on the ground, using his elbows and knees to support the ground. However, there was a loud chi sound on his stomach and back, and his flesh and blood separated. Qing Chuan, don't die. Xianxia and Mo Hai rushed onto the arena at almost the same time. Xianxia shouted, Save them! Everyone, save them! Morong Wanqing and the others also rushed forward. There were a total of 6 of them who used the Haotian Pure Yuan technique to treat Li Qingchuan's injuries. On the other hand, Spread Out turned around to look at Li Qingchuan's stomach. He seemed to be deep in thought, and his gaze drifted towards Feng Zhaoqi. This sword strike just now was enough to slash Li Qingchuan's waist. However, no one saw that an invisible sword blade suddenly blocked Spread Out's sword, preventing Li Qingchuan from splitting up. It was this sword strike that saved Li Qingchuan's life. At this moment, the referee announced, The winner of this match, depart. Li Qingchuan lost too much blood and was seriously injured. In addition to Xianxia, the 6 of them used the Haotian Pure Essence technique to treat his injuries. Only then could he survive. However, Li Qingchuan was almost cut down by the waist. The 6 of them had to keep transporting pure elemental energy into his body. Otherwise, once they were disconnected, Li Qingchuan would die on the spot. Hi. I still have a Tier 3 rejuvenation pill in my storage ring. Quickly take it out for Qingchuan to eat. Morong Wanqing said quickly. The rejuvenation pills were generally second-grade beginner-tier pills. Being able to reach intermediate and high-tier pills was already very impressive. Even if Xianxia personally took action, he could only cultivate them to second-grade peak-tier pills at most. This was not a question of whether or not it was difficult to practice. Rather, the grade of the rejuvenation pill itself was limited to the second grade, which was why it was so precious to be a third-grade rejuvenation pill. But at this moment, Morong Wanqing could no longer care about this. Hai hurriedly took out the pill and fed it to Li Qingchuan. Li Qingchuan didn't even have the ability to refine the pill himself, so it was up to Hai to help. After the effects of the rejuvenation pill began to take effect, Li Qingchuan's waist, which was almost cut off, began to recover at a visible rate, and his ferocious wounds slowly healed. Fortunately, this sword strike did not injure my spine. Xianxia observed Li Qingchuan's wounds and said, otherwise, there would be nothing left to do. 10 minutes later, Xianxia nodded and said, all right, Qingchuan's life has stabilized. Let's carry him down. Li Qingchuan's blurry consciousness gradually became clearer. He looked at Feng Zhaoqi and said weakly, I'm sorry, in the end, I was still unable to touch spread out S body. Feng Zhaoqi said, it's already amazing to be able to reach this level with your cultivation. Although Li Qingchuan had lost this battle, he had won everyone's respect. It was an iron-boned battle. Not far away, Xianglong hugged his shoulders and laughed loudly. I told you, all of you are trash. None of you can fight. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I'll kill that bastard sooner or later. At this moment, the second battle on the other arena was also over, preparing for the third battle this afternoon. Luo Yuan said, it's my turn to enter the arena. Take care of Qingchuan and wait for news of my victory. Xianxia and the others were preparing to send Li Qingchuan to the Haoran sect for treatment, but Li Qingchuan insisted on staying and watching Luo Yuan's match before leaving. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Xianxia, help me sit up. I want to stay and cheer for my brothers. Li Qingchuan said. Morong Wanqing frowned and said, your life is saved, but if you want to fully recover, you need to lie down for at least 10 days and a half months. As a result, Li Qingchuan refused to leave. Everyone could not pinch him, so they could only do as he wished. Over there, Luo Yuan had already appeared. His opponent was actually a person dressed in black. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the audience became heavier and heavier. The disciples of the heavenly profound sect appeared again. Don't worry, Luo Yuan's strength is not ordinary. Morong Wanqing said, if you consider it as true strength, I think Luo Yuan should not be under Zhou Xianyong, or even stronger than Zhou Xianyong. Xianxia still believed this. Although Luo Yuan was also at the late stage of the three great origins, as long as he used his trump card, the worst would be equal to Zhou Xianyong. As for Luo Yuan's enemies, they shouldn't be as strong as Xianglong, right? At this time, Luo Yuan's opponent was already standing opposite him. That person's face was covered in the shadow of the black hood, and for the time being, he could not see his face clearly. Xianxia quickly analyzed in his heart. Of the 5 black-clothed men from the profound sky sect, 3 had already appeared. This was the 4th. The first Xianglong possessed a physical strength even stronger than that of a pure demonic beast. The second Su Bufan possessed a peculiar ability to control Yuan Qi. As long as he touched a person's body, it would explode. The third spread out possessed terrifying sword Dao strength, and his speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. None of the 3 of them had the same strength as anyone else. It seemed that not everyone was like Xianglong, using their transformation to fight. Then, what were the characteristics of this 4th person's strength? Luo Yuan, be careful. Their strength is myriad and strange. They are often caught off guard. Xianxia stood under the arena and said in a deep voice, don't let down your guard. Luo Yuan nodded and said, don't worry. I've already seen the battles of 3 heavenly profound sect bastards. I won't be careless. As he spoke, Luo Yuan pointed at his opponent and said, "Hey, the battle is about to start. Aren't you going to show your face?" At this time, the black-clothed man slowly took off his hood. When his face was revealed, everyone present was shocked. "It's you." Xiang Nan and the others were instantly enraged. That person was none other than Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, not far away, Hong Bin and Chu Yen exchanged a glance. Neither of them dared to believe what they were seeing. Hong Bin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Jiang Cheng, what the hell are you doing? Are you also from the profound sky sect?" Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. His handsome and extraordinary face carried an unprecedented calmness. He nodded and said, "I've disappointed everyone." From the moment Jiang Cheng took off his hood, it was as if he had changed into a different person, causing everyone to feel as if they were about to lose their sense of identity. Was this still the wretched little man who had climbed to power? Was he still the coward who was slapped by Murong Wanqing but didn't dare to fight back? Was this still the annoying fly that had been chasing after Mu Sueki? "Jiang Cheng, damn you," Hong Bin said angrily. "It's a waste of my efforts to nurture you. You actually want to fight against the Haoran sect. Have you forgotten who you are?" "Identity." Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. "Everything you know about my identity is fake. I purposely disguised myself as a petty person who is cautious and fearful of bullying others. The purpose is to get close to you and to understand the characteristics of the Haoran sect's martial arts techniques." When Xiang Nan and the others heard this, their hearts had already turned cold. Jiang Cheng was the only black-clothed person who had infiltrated the Haoran sect. Not only did he understand the characteristics of the Haoran sect's martial arts, he had even personally cultivated them. No one knew the strength of the Haoran sect disciples better than Jiang Cheng. "So," Chu Yen frowned and said, "you're hiding not only your character, but also your strength, aren't you?" Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Smart." When he said this, everyone's hearts were shrouded in a dark cloud. No one understood Hong Bin's strength better than Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng still maintained his calm self-confidence, which meant that he did not put Hong Bin, who was ranked first on the potential rankings, in his eyes. "To be honest, I really don't have any expectations for the 12 sects joint examination because I know that this will be a boring, one-sided crushing. However, there is someone who has aroused my interest. Let me know that this joint examination will be brilliant." Hearing this, the audience immediately became excited. "Is that Hong Bin? He must be talking about Senior Brother Hong Bin." As expected of Senior Brother Hong Bin, even the people of the Heavenly Profound sect have acknowledged Senior Brother Hong Bin's strength. Haha, so they have people to be afraid of. This time we can finally have some confidence. Perhaps Senior Brother Hong Bin can lead us to victory. At this moment, Jiang Cheng turned around and said, "Xiang Nan, I'm really looking forward to fighting you." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena fell silent. "What? Who did he say? Xiang Nan? How could that be? Shouldn't the person that the disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect care about be Senior Brother Hong Bin?" Everyone's gaze fell on Xiang Nan because of Jiang Cheng's words. "Oh," Chu Yanqi said, "the person Jiang Cheng cares about the most is actually Xiang Nan? I didn't expect that." Hong Bin said angrily, "Jiang Cheng, did you see the wrong person? I am the one who wants to defeat you. I am the #1 expert." Jiang Cheng ignored Hong Bin and looked straight at Xiang Nan. He licked his lips and said, "Xiang Nan, I look forward to fighting you. From the beginning, I knew that you are different from them. I know that your strength is hidden very deeply." Xiang Nan frowned and said, "What a good performance. You know that I am not a trash that can be easily bullied, but you have provoked me 3 times and 4 times in order to reduce my guard." "Wait!" Suddenly, a ball of anger burst out from Xiang Nan's eyes. "So, the person who ambushed Mu Sueki was..." Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. "I arranged it. Do you think that I had a good show that night in Drunken Dream Pavilion? It was really just for you? Do you think that I didn't know that Murong Wanqing and the others were at the side? But I still humiliated myself to fight you. Everything had come to light. Jiang Cheng paid special attention to every wealthy woman. How could he be so stupid as to provoke and kidnap Xiang Nan while Murong Wanqing was also present? Because he already knew that Mu Sueki would entertain the envoys of the outer sect in the Drunken Dream Pavilion that night. He only used Xiang Nan's origin to plot against Mu Sueki. He had a good grasp of the time. He made a fuss first, and then aroused Murong Wanqing's anger. When he was beaten by Murong Wanqing, he pretended not to dare to fight back. When the farce was about to end, Mu Sueki happened to pass by. With Mu Sueki's character, she definitely wouldn't blame Xiang Nan on the spot. As long as she left Drunken Dream Pavilion with Xiang Nan and the few white-clothed experts she was secretly waiting for, she would be able to snatch Mu Sueki away. Jiang Cheng said, "However, I didn't expect that you would be able to save Mu Sueki. This will disrupt our overall plan." "You bastard!" Xiang Nan clenched her fists and angrily said, "Senior Sister Xueqi used to take care of you like that. Even if you used the name of her godbrother to bully her, she still didn't have the heart to tear you apart. You actually wanted her dead." Hearing this, Murong Wanqing looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. Her eyes were slightly unhappy. Jiang Cheng shrugged his shoulders. "Everything is just a tool for me to use. At best, they are just chess pieces that can be sacrificed at any time." Hearing these words, Mu Sueki's face in the audience was extremely gloomy. "All right." Jiang Cheng spread out his hands and said, "What you want to know? I've already wasted my time explaining it to you. Xiang Nan, I'm really looking forward to fighting you. You mustn't meet Xiang Long and the others halfway and be killed by them." As for the Profound Sky Sect, the referee beside the arena hadn't announced the start of the competition. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he raised his right hand and said, "Please prepare both sides of the competition. Now, I declare that the competition will officially begin." "That bastard Jiang Cheng." Hong Bin's eyes turned red with anger. "He actually dared to look down on me. I am the #1 expert. He actually expected to fight against some Xiang Nan. He really blinded his dog eyes. But that's good. I'll show Jiang Cheng the strength that shocked him and let him know the consequences of underestimating me." At this moment, Luo Yuan was already standing opposite Jiang Cheng. Luo Yuan took a strange step and began to approach Jiang Cheng. "Hey, after passing my test, let's think about how to deal with Xiang Nan. The prerequisite is that you can defeat me." Luo Yuan's footsteps were very strange. He did not walk in a straight line, nor did he move at high speed. Instead, his legs were always drawing circles on the ground. His body circled left and right, giving people a kind of uncertain visual feeling. It seemed that Luo Yuan's shadow was becoming more and more blurry. Gradually, many shadows appeared behind Luo Yuan. It was as if 7 or 8 people were lined up and walking in unison. Those shadows followed Luo Yuan at any time. Every step he took, there would be one more shadow behind Luo Yuan's true body. "You long gang steps." Jiang Cheng hugged his shoulders and nodded. "You know my movement technique?" Luo Yuan was stunned. "This is my first time using it." "Yes, it really surprised me." Jiang Cheng said, "I know about the roaming dragon astral steps, but I didn't expect you to learn them." As he spoke, Jiang Cheng casually threw out a crescent moon Yuan Qi. Luo Yuan crossed his arms and his posture was like he was hugging an invisible water tank. When Jiang Cheng's crescent moon Yuan Qi attacked, Luo Yuan suddenly waved his crossed arms. The crescent moon Yuan Qi suddenly changed directions, turning a right angle and flying vertically to the left. Seeing this scene, the audience all cried out in surprise. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and dozens of crescent moon Yuan Qi shot towards Luo Yuan. As for Luo Yuan's body, it still maintained an arc. His hands began to slowly slide, and his 2 hands also moved in a circular motion. Among them, there were round and smooth Yuan Qi lines on his palms, leaving behind a circular trajectory in midair. Once the Yuan Qi entered Luo Yuan's sphere of influence, they would turn around one after another, and 3 of them would actually return in the same way. He shot towards Jiang Cheng. "So powerful!" Xiang Nan and the others all praised. "This kid Luo Yuan. This is too exaggerated." Shin Linhai was shocked. Isn't this kind of strange palm technique capable of rebounding all Yuan Qi? Hey, let's see how arrogant you are this time. Luo Yuan took a step forward with his right leg. This step was unprecedentedly long, and it was actually 10 meters away. His body left behind a huge arc afterimage on the arena. 7 or 8 black shadows that looked exactly like Luo Yuan's were stretched out and chased after Luo Yuan at the same time. Luo Yuan arrived in front of Jiang Cheng with a single step. He raised his right hand and his entire palm was wrapped in circles of semicircular Yuan Qi, forming a counterclockwise and counterclockwise Yuan Qi field. Roaming Dragon Palm. Luo Yuan arched his body and immediately slapped his palm towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng took half a step back and gently stroked his left hand, leaving behind an oval-shaped Yuan Qi shield in front of him. The Yuan Qi shield looked incomparably sturdy, reaching an astonishing thickness of half a meter. The strength of his Yuan Qi was also very exaggerated, causing the shield's light to become extremely dazzling. Even an expert wouldn't be able to easily break through a Yuan Qi shield of this level. However, the corner of Luo Yuan's mouth raised slightly. He slapped his palm on the shield, and 7 afterimages followed behind him. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Yuan's palm first slapped the shield, and the 7 or 8 afterimages behind him also slapped on the shield in exactly the same posture. Those afterimages actually possess offensive abilities. The spectators below the arena widened their eyes. At first, they thought that the afterimages were pulled out because of Luo Yuan's movement, but they didn't expect the result to be like this. Luo Yuan's palm struck the Yuan Qi shield, forming a clockwise and counterclockwise Yuan Qi collision point. There were a total of 5 half-arc-shaped Yuan Qi revolving around Luo Yuan's palm. The first, third, and fifth revolved clockwise, while the other 2 revolved counterclockwise. Once this palm strike landed on the Yuan Qi shield, it immediately formed a chaotic aura. It actually caused the stable Yuan Qi shield to suddenly disintegrate. 7 or 8 strands of Yuan Qi also hit the shield, causing the decomposition process of the Yuan Qi shield to rapidly increase. Under the gazes of the crowd, such a powerful Yuan Qi shield was actually split into numerous Yuan Qi bars that shot randomly in all directions within 2 seconds. A shield completely collapsed. Wow! Thunderous applause rang out. Luo Yuan wasn't foolishly complacent. After his right palm disintegrated the shield, his left palm caught up and slapped Jiang Cheng's stomach. The chaotic Yuan Qi field immediately spun around Jiang Cheng's stomach. After Jiang Cheng took a palm strike, he flew backwards without hesitation. But then, an even more shocking scene appeared. The 7 or 8 afterimages behind Luo Yuan actually chased after him. He chased after Jiang Cheng's retreating trick and flew away. Jiang Cheng suddenly changed his route halfway through the journey. He took a big turn from retreating to moving to the right, and Luo Yuan's afterimage was also pulled into a string, similarly moving to the right halfway through the journey. Bang, 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 bang. 7 or 8 afterimages finally caught up to Jiang Cheng, and on Jiang Cheng's stomach, where Luo Yuan had just hit him, a total of 8 palms had been struck. The chaotic Yuan Qi field caused Jiang Cheng's body to begin to distort. His body trembled, and with a powerful primordial astral Qi, he scattered the Yuan Qi field. Hey! Luo Yuan raised his right hand and said, "As long as it's an enemy that I hit, it's impossible for him to escape from my afterimage." As he spoke, Luo Yuan continued to maintain his strange movement technique. Behind him, he pulled open the first, second, and third afterimages. These afterimages continued to increase, one at a time, until they reached the peak between the 7th and 8th afterimages. The audience had never seen such a peculiar martial skill before, so they could not help but make a loud noise. "Are you forced out of the primordial astral Qi now?" Luo Yuan smiled confidently. Jiang Cheng casually flicked the dust off his body, leaving a spiral shattered area on his robe belly, and even a spiral bruise on his belly. Jiang Cheng nodded. "Indeed, it is very powerful." As he spoke, he took out a long saber and raised it high up. At this moment, countless saber lights suddenly spread out from his long saber. These saber lights quickly spread out and surrounded the round arena, forming an entire row. Looking around, It was as if the edge of the arena was covered in a glowing fence. Jiang Cheng's right hand shook once more. A large amount of saber light spread out from the long saber. The saber light quickly spread out and slammed into the inner edge of the saber light on the edge of the arena, making it a second round of exhaustion. These 2 circles of saber light seemed to have already reached 400 to 500 strands. This scene caused the contestants below the arena to suck in a breath of cold air. If he was attacked by so many saber lights at the same time, he would probably be blasted to smithereens, right? Come, try this move of mine. Jiang Cheng slashed the saber and aimed it at Luo Yuan. At the same time, the 2 circles of saber light surrounding the arena also changed from an upright posture to a flat posture. All the saber tips were aimed at Luo Yuan, and then hundreds of saber lights shot towards Luo Yuan with a swoosh 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 swoosh. Luo Yuan's expression was solemn as his body suddenly sank. The moment Luo Yuan's body sank, an invisible pressure descended from the sky and mercilessly engulfed Luo Yuan. The pressure under Luo Yuan's feet pressed down on an incomparably large spiral pit. The diameter of the pit reached 10 meters with Luo Yuan as the center. The depth of the pit was astonishingly 3 inches. The moment the strange circle crater appeared, a 10-meter diameter Yuan Qi light shield rose from the ground. It enveloped Luo Yuan's entire body, and the surface of the light shield was a rainbow of Yuan Qi that flowed forward and backward. The entire Yuan Qi illumination looked like a large spiral ball, both positive and negative. After Jiang Cheng's hundreds of saber rays slashed over, they were all disturbed by the Yuan Qi flowing on the surface of the ball of light, and countless saber rays shot everywhere. Luo Yuan moved faster inside the ball of light, and the speed of the ball of light was also faster. In the blink of an eye, 400 to 500 saber lights were brought flying. None of the saber rays maintained their previous attack path, either flying into the sky due to the turbulence or shooting randomly in all directions. Holy shit! Hurry up and dodge! The contestants watching the battle beneath the arena abruptly bowed their heads. The messy saber lights flew out from above their backs. It's my turn to retaliate. Luo Yuan smiled as he approached Jiang Cheng. As he walked, the huge ball of light followed him. When the edge of the ball of light approached Jiang Cheng was suddenly sucked in by the spinning turbulence on the ball of light. At that moment, everyone saw that Jiang Cheng's entire body was absorbed by the ball of light, and his body began to swiftly rotate clockwise against the surface of the ball of light. Immediately after, his height dropped, and when he encountered a reverse disturbance, he instantly turned from clockwise to counterclockwise. Come! Luo Yuan raised his left hand and pulled back. Jiang Cheng instantly pierced through the ball of light and flew towards Luo Yuan. Following that, Luo Yuan's palm followed and slapped Jiang Cheng's chest. At the same time, 7 or 8 afterimages immediately followed and slapped Jiang Cheng's body. Jiang Cheng coughed out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards. However, once he flew into the ball of light, he was sucked in again and continued to swiftly rotate against the surface of the ball of light. Ha ha! So powerful! The audience was amazed and cheered loudly. Ah! It seems like we're going to win. Shun Linhai looked at the battle in disbelief and was pleasantly surprised. Luo Yuan, this brat. He actually secretly concealed his powerful strength by practicing the whip behind the mountain. Everyone was cheering, but Xiang Nan frowned. He always felt that things shouldn't be that simple. Of course, Luo Yuan's strength was unexpectedly strong. This was certain, but wasn't Zhang's success too easy? Just as Xiang Nan was feeling this kind of worry, as expected, the battlefield on the arena suddenly changed. A gust of cold air rose without warning. The temperature of the entire arena instantly dropped to a freezing point. But then, the cold temperature became lower and lower. It was already unbelievably low. Even Luo Yuan's invincible light shield was frozen by the shocking cold energy. The spinning speed of the ball of light completely disappeared, leaving behind only a 10-meter diameter ice ball. What's that? Everyone's joy was still warm, but the strange scene that followed immediately shocked them. It's so cold. The contestants below the arena hugged their shoulders and hurriedly circulated their Yuan Qi to defend themselves from the cold. The people below the arena were extremely cold, not to mention Luo Yuan, who was standing directly in the core region of the cold energy on the arena. At this moment, Luo Yuan maintained a shocked expression on his face. His hair and eyelashes were all frozen. This is impossible. Shen Linhai was shocked. Yuan Qi actually can be frozen? Murong Wanqing said in a deep voice. Yuan Qi has not been frozen. That ice ball only left behind the shape of a Yuan Qi ball. In fact, Luo Yuan's Yuan Qi has already stopped because of the extremely low temperature. Looking at the top of the ball of light, Jiang Cheng lightly jumped onto the arena. Luo Yuan looked at Jiang Cheng in shock. Jiang Cheng tilted his neck and said, "Originally, I was going to use the techniques of the Howren sect to deal with you, but I didn't expect that your strength has already surpassed what you all know as Jiang Cheng. Judging from Jiang Cheng's previous strength, he should be defeated without a doubt." However, Jiang Cheng actually concealed the fact that the heavenly profound sex cultivation technique was not used. As Jiang Cheng spoke, he raised his saber and pointed it at Luo Yuan. The surface of the saber quickly froze and turned into an ice saber. The temperature was getting lower and lower. The entire core area of the temperature was enveloping the arena. Even the air above the arena started to freeze due to the extreme low temperature. "Ah!" Luo Yuan roared angrily. His body shook violently, shaking off all the frost on his body. Then he immediately walked towards Jiang Cheng in an arc. The primordial dipper chi exploded in Luo Yuan's body. "You long Tuanfeng!" Luo Yuan slapped Jiang Cheng in the air. A translucent 5-meter-tall Yuan Qi palm immediately flew towards Jiang Chengfei, followed by 7 or 8 afterimages. A string of Yuan Qi palms flew in line. Jiang Cheng raised his left hand and a Yuan Qi shield immediately condensed in front of him, and the Yuan Qi shield instantly froze. He hovers motionlessly in mid-air. Pong! The first Yuan Qi palm slapped the shield, followed by the second, third, and 8th Yuan Qi palms. However, the ice shield didn't move at all. It was so strong that it was incomprehensible to everyone. Transfer! Luo Yuan clenched his fist with his right hand and shook it abruptly. Layers of chaotic Yuan Qi fields appeared on the palms of those Yuan Qi palms that were pressing down on the ice shield. The two-way vortex tried to break down the ice shield. This move was much more powerful than when Luo Yuan had destroyed Jiang Cheng's Yuan Qi shield, but this time he failed. The brightness of the ice shield suddenly increased, from the color of white frost to light blue. No matter how hard all the Yuan Qi palms tried, the light blue ice shield would not budge. The temperature on the arena was already incredibly low. Luo Yuan only stopped for a moment, and the frost covered his entire body. It even spread towards the arena, freezing Luo Yuan into an iceman. Luo Yuan hurriedly shook and shattered the ice layer on his body. After that, he kept moving so that he wouldn't be frozen again. Jiang Cheng bypassed the ice shield and started walking towards Luo Yuan. "You lost. Blow your own trumpet." Luo Yuan immediately waved his arms and threw a full 10 palms at Jiang Cheng. The afterimages behind him also slapped out 10 palms, and a total of 90 Yuan Qi palms flew out. "Ha-ha! Little trash. Don't waste your time." On the other side, Xianglong hugged his shoulders and laughed wildly. "Jiang Cheng's ice shield is hard to break even for me." "What?" The audience was shocked. Even Xianglong, that humanoid monster, could not shatter Jiang Cheng's ice shield? But this time, Jiang Cheng did not use an ice shield to defend himself. Instead, he raised his right hand high up and the temperature on the arena instantly dropped again. The air above the arena turned into a strange light blue. This color was caused by extreme low temperatures. What was even more shocking was that the Yuan Qi palm Luo Yuan sent out actually slowed down, becoming slower and slower in the frightening cold environment. In the end, all of the Yuan Qi palms turned into ice palms, hovering 5 meters in front of Jiang Cheng, unable to advance any further. Jiang Cheng raised his saber and slashed down. A faint blue ice saber light shot towards Luo Yuan with a frightening low temperature, and even left a string of faint blue marks in the air where the saber light flew. Luo Yuan felt that this saber strike was unusual and didn't dare to fight head-on. He hurriedly dodged, but he found that his movements had also slowed down. Fortunately, the two sides were far away. Luo Yuan had enough time and narrowly escaped this attack. But now, Luo Yuan's entire body was already covered by light blue frost, and those frost could be frozen at any time. On the other hand, Luo Yuan's face became paler and paler. Do you feel that your Yuan Qi is not running smoothly? Jiang Cheng walked towards Luo Yuan. Right now, your Yuan Qi has slowed down due to the low temperature. Your blood is also slowly decelerating. Actually, I don't even need to make a move. I just need to lower the temperature a little bit more. Your Yuan Qi will protect your body by force, and your heart will stop beating. Jiang Cheng turned into a blue shadow and suddenly brushed past Luo Yuan, patting him on the shoulder. This time, Luo Yuan's right shoulder was suddenly covered with a layer of dark blue frost. Following that, Luo Yuan's right shoulder immediately dropped down. The terrifying cold caused him to lose his perception of his right shoulder. He hurriedly patted the deep blue ice frost on his right shoulder with his left hand. As a result, his left hand was actually stuck to the ice frost and he couldn't take it off. He circulated his Yuan Qi in panic, but his Yuan Qi was very, very slow. Jiang Cheng approached from behind and placed his palm on Luo Yuan's left shoulder. A layer of dark blue frost appeared on Luo Yuan's left shoulder. The battle seems to have ended. As Jiang Cheng spoke, his hand suddenly moved. Immediately after, Luo Yuan's entire body was instantly frozen into a dark blue ice sculpture. Stop! Xiang Nan was shocked. Jiang Cheng pointed at Luo Yuan and said, I only need to use one finger to lightly tap on his body, and he will shatter into pieces of ice. Stop! You've already won. There's no need to kill. Xiang Nan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Knowing that it was useless to say such words to Jiang Cheng could not kindly let Luo Yuan off. But Xiang Nan had no other choice. Oh? Why should I listen to you? Jiang Cheng had already grabbed his index finger and was ready to bounce off at any moment. Xiang Nan's eyes flashed with determination as he soared into the air and stepped onto the edge of the arena. Jiang Cheng was stunned and said, You dare to save him? If you break the rules again, you will lose the qualifications to compete. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and said, Even if I lose the rules of the game, I can't let you kill Luo Yuan. An instant flashed through Xiang Nan's mind. At that time, he had personally promised Luo Fei in Border City that he would take care of Luo Yuan. Even if he risked his life, he couldn't let Luo Yuan be killed in front of his eyes. Jiang Cheng's eyes twitched as he said, Aren't you taking on a heavy responsibility now? Aren't you trying to salvage the defeat? If you lose the qualification to compete for the sake of saving someone, are you worthy of the expectations that the heavenly Tao old man has placed on you? Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and placed the giant saber in front of him. His cold gaze pierced through the saber blade and shot straight at Jiang Cheng. Even if I lose the qualification to compete, I can still kill you, right? He said. Jiang Cheng found it quite interesting. I am a contestant. If you lose the rules, you will be a spectator. If you want to attack me, you will be stopped by the 12 clans. What if I challenge you? Xiang Nan replied, I want to formally challenge you. Let's go fight to the death outside Haoyan City. Why aren't your disciples not afraid of the heavens and earth? Do you want to reject my challenge in front of all the martial artists in the world? Jiang Cheng shook his head. TSK, you really are crazy. The profound sky sect was here to establish their might. If they didn't accept the challenge, wouldn't they become afraid? Then what kind of power was there? However, if he accepted it, even if he beat Xiang Nan to death outside Haoyan City, it would still be considered a private fight and he would be disqualified from the competition. You madman, there's nothing you can do. Jiang Cheng shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. I originally didn't treat Luo Yuan as my opponent. What I want is your life, Xiang Nan. Referee, please announce the result of the match. Jiang Cheng took a step back and gave up on killing Luo Yuan. Even the referee heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Jiang Cheng won this match. Xiang Nan took a step forward and brought Luo Yuan down. He said, Freeze Luo Yuan. The 5 of us release the pure essence technique for Luo Yuan. Sunset, you are responsible for freezing. Xianxia and the others began to transfer pure elemental energy into Luo Yuan's body. Because Luo Yuan was frozen too quickly. If a person was frozen in an instant, he could still be saved. Morong Wanqing placed her palm on the blue ice. Then, she used a faint firepower to pierce through the ice and melt it. Then, she used the temperature to slowly alleviate Luo Yuan's condition. I didn't expect that one of the 6 of you would stop here. Mo Hai expressed his deep regret. With Luo Yuan's strength, he could definitely advance to the top 10. But in the end, he met Zhang Chang and stopped in the top 50. Xianxia suppressed a burst of anger in his heart. He was about to lose control of his desire to fight, but due to the rules of the game, he did not have the chance to make a move. On the 3rd day, after 2 more matches, it was considered to be the end. Everyone returned to the Howren sect, but their hearts were heavy. For experts had already appeared from the Profound Sky sect, and each of them had defeated their opponents in an inexplicable manner. Today, this situation has made it impossible for us to see the dawn of victory. The audience was even more panicked. Even Luo Yuan, who was so powerful, was defeated by Zhang Cheng. Could it be that all hope really rested on Xianxia? However, Xianxia didn't seem to be as powerful as Hong Bin. Could it be that Zhang Cheng's judgment was wrong? Or was it that Zhang Cheng was doing this on purpose to provoke Hong Bin? It was as if it was to reflect everyone's mood. On the 4th day, a light rain fell on the arena. In the gloomy sky, dark clouds pressed down on the top, giving everyone a suffocating feeling that they couldn't breathe. No one could speculate how far the 12 sects joint examination would go. In the 3rd match this morning, Zhang Yu, who was selected on the 33rd, came on stage. Her opponent was a 5th-level origin returning realm expert from the Howren sect and the Qi sect. Zhang Yu, I'm sorry, the senior brother said. In order to be able to fight against the people of the Profound Sky sect, I must use all my strength to defeat you today. Zhang Yu nodded. It should be like this. Soon, the match was announced. As soon as the senior apprentice brother of the Qi sect came up, he threw out rays of Yuan Qi. These rays of Yuan Qi were like whip shadows, rapidly whipping through the air. Zhang Yu nimbly jumped around in the whip shadow, raised her right index finger, and threw out a halo. That senior apprentice brother was also an expert of the Qi sect. It was obvious that there was a levy long ago. When he swung his Yuan Qi rainbow, he also jumped left and right, avoiding the halos all the time, preventing them from putting on him. Zhang Yu stepped on the ground when the 2 sides were in a deadlock. As for that senior brother, he found an opportunity and rushed towards Zhang Yu. The rays of Yuan Qi in his hand suddenly shrank together and condensed into a heaven-shaking war hammer. Zhang Yu, you lost. That senior brother had an excited expression on his face. No, you lost. Zhang Yu shook her head. At this moment, the arena beneath senior brother's feet suddenly exploded. A 5-meter-long giant Yuan Qi halo rose from the ground. The senior apprentice brother was greatly shocked, and his entire body was instantly trapped by a huge Yuan Qi halo. As Zhang Yu clenched his fists, the Yuan Qi halo suddenly shrank, binding his fellow disciples. Stop, Zhang Yu said. As long as I keep a little more, your body will be strangled. The senior brother sighed. No matter what, he did not dare to smash the Yuan Qi warhammer down. He could only shake his head and say, I lost. But, how did you do it? Zhang Yu raised her left foot. Everyone hurriedly looked over. It turned out that there was a circular hole on the surface of the arena beneath her left foot. So it's like this. The senior brother sighed bitterly. I'm convinced. Zhang Yu was not only a top expert of the Qi sect, she was also a very smart woman. The second battle in the afternoon, which was also the 6th battle today, came from Xianxia, who had been selected on the 36th. Xianxia, who had created miracles one after another, and Zhang Cheng, who looked at him differently, made Xianxia the strongest dark horse in the 12 joint examinations. The audience's cries for him had even surpassed Feng Zhaoqi's. Can you finally see Xianxia's true strength? The spectators came to watch the match with great anticipation. Xianxia walked onto the arena with the giant saber on his back. He was extremely eager to meet the last disciple of the heavenly profound sect. However, the truth was extremely disappointing. Xiang Nan's opponent was actually a female Wind Moon sect martial artist. Xiang Nan sighed regretfully and said, "Come on." The female martial artist shook her head with a smile and said, "Junior brother Xiang Nan, preserve your strength. You must regain your dignity for the martial artists of our Blue Tide continent. I'll leave such a heavy responsibility to you." As she spoke, the female martial artist said to the judge, "I admit defeat." This result was unexpected to everyone, and the audience was greatly disappointed. But at the same time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although they couldn't see Xiang Nan's spectacular match, at least Xiang Nan had successfully entered the top 50. Xiang Nan cupped his fists at the female martial artist and said, "Thank you, senior sister." The 5th day of the competition had arrived. In the 3rd match this morning, Feng Xiaoqi, who had been drawn on the 43rd, came on stage. Everyone became excited again, but in the end, Feng Xiaoqi's opponent was also an outer sect disciple. Feng Xiaoqi won without even drawing his sword. Following closely behind was Mo Hai, but it was a pity that Mo Hai had encountered a 5th-level origin returning Hao Ran sect disciple. Although he had gone through a bitter battle, he was still defeated because his cultivation was too low. At this point, the top 50 advancement tournament was officially over. Xiang Nan, Murong Wanqing, Xin Linhai, Jiang Yu, and Feng Xiaoqi advanced. Mo Hai, Li Qingchuan, and Luo Yuan narrowly lost, stopping outside the top 50. The mysterious 5th heavenly profound sect disciple never showed up. Next, there was the final 25. This time, 2 of the arenas had turned into 1. 50 experts were competing for the top 25. They fought 5 battles every day for a total of 5 days. 25 people were eliminated, leaving 25 people behind. On this day, everyone drew lots in groups. Xiang Nan drew number 3, Murong Wanqing drew number 6, Xin Linhai drew number 13, Feng Xiaoqi drew number 20, and Jiang Yu drew number 22. Seeing this result, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At least the 5 of them didn't have to fight each other anymore. On the first day of the competition, the first battle was actually Xianglong's appearance. After Xianglong stepped onto the arena, his eyes fell on Xiang Nan, who was under the arena at the first glance. Xianglong licked his lips and said excitedly, "Jiangcheng thinks highly of you. I don't know if you're worth it, but I'm also looking forward to fighting you." As he spoke, Xianglong waved his huge fist. "Xiang Nan, next time, you must definitely draw into my group. Let me personally kill you." Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianglong coldly. "You'd better not be in my group, or your life will end." "Ha ha ha ha. Interesting." Xianglong looked up and laughed. The audience was shocked by the laughter, and they also admired Xiang Nan's courage. So far, Xiang Nan should be the only person who dared to challenge Xianglong head-on. The others didn't even have the courage to look at Xianglong. At the scene, the confrontation between Xiang Nan and Xianglong triggered a strong smell of gunpowder. "Where's my opponent?" Xianglong roared. His voice was so fierce that it sounded like thunder from the arena. This voice shook the ears of the top 50 contestants. On the other side of the arena, a trembling figure walked onto the arena. This was a Guihai sect's 5th-level Guiyuan realm martial artist. Although his realm was 2 levels higher than Xiang Nan's, he didn't have the courage to face Xianglong at all. When he stepped onto the arena and faced the magnificent Xianglong at close range, he finally understood how shocking the oppressive force this big fellow brought to people. Facing Xianglong, who was 3 meters tall, a thought immediately appeared in the hearts of the Guihai sect martial practitioners. "I can't beat him. I definitely can't beat him. How can I defeat such a monster?" Before the referee could announce the start, Xianglong only glanced at the Guihai sect martial practitioner. The martial practitioner's entire body trembled from fear, and his face was pale without a trace of human color. "Quickly announce the beginning." "I can't wait any longer." Xianglong waved his big arm and shouted. The referee raised his right hand and said, "The first round of the top 25 advancement tournament will begin now." Before Xianglong could say the first word, He suddenly moved his two shocking long legs and arrived in front of the disciples of the sea returning sect with a whistle. I cast. Boom! Xianglong leaned against the iron mountain and directly crashed into the upper body of the sea returning sect disciples. Begin! At this time, the referee had only just blurted out the word start. Looking at the disciple of the sea returning sect, he died before he could even say anything about surrendering. His entire upper body had been instantly blasted apart by Xianglong, and his broken bones and flesh were ejected out of the arena. The lower half of the sea returning sect disciple's waist was still on the arena, leaving only the waist and two legs of the following parts standing there. It was extremely shocking. Pa! The lower half of his body, which had lost its life, finally fell to the ground with a soft stomp. This scene caused all the spectators to feel fear from the depths of their souls. Monster, monster! Someone in the spectator stands had already cried out loudly. Not a single one of them can be hit. All of them are trash. Xianglong shook his big arm and laughed wildly as he walked down the arena. As he walked down, a pair of big copper bell-like eyes also stared fixedly at Xiangnan. It's too early to say such words. Xiangnan's voice was incomparably cold. Is it too early to say this? When did your Howren sect defeat the profound sky sect? Xianglong laughed wildly. Back then, when my heavenly profound sect's big senior brother Bai Mukin looked down on the world, your Howren sect didn't dare to say another word. Right now, your Howren sect is still unable to do so. The confidence of the audience plummeted. That's right. The profound sky sect once produced the number one genius in the starry sky. How can we win against a sect like this? Is history going to repeat itself? Isn't Bai Mukin already rumored to be dead? However, after his death, a new disciple of the profound sky sect is going to sweep through the crowd. Not mentioning Bai Mukin was fine. When they mentioned Bai Mukin, almost everyone was in despair at this moment. After so many years, the Blue Tide Continent's martial practitioners had yet to emerge from the shadow created by Bai Mukin. Xiangnan stared coldly at Xianglong and said coldly, I think even when Bai Mukin was alive, he wouldn't be as brutal as you. That's why he died. Xianglong laughed out loud. What is the number one genius in the starry sky? I, Xianglong, do not recognize him. This daddy was born 10 years later. Otherwise, this daddy would be the number one genius in the starry sky. Crazy. That monster is crazy. The tens of thousands of spectators all widened their eyes. That monster is really crazy. Not only did he cruelly torture and kill Blue Tide Continent martial practitioners, he even ignored the chief disciples of his own sect. This person was already so arrogant. Xianglong. At the side, Jiangcheng walked over. He frowned and said in a deep voice, Don't talk nonsense in public. Humiliating Bai Mukin will not do any good to the reputation of the profound sky sect. Xianglong snorted coldly. Although he was unconvinced, he didn't say anything else. No matter what, the reason why the profound sky sect had such a high reputation amongst the disciples of the eight great sects was because of Bai Mukin's punch and kick. To deny Bai Mukin's merits here was to deny the profound sky sect. We'll see. I want to be the number one genius in the universe. Xianglong clenched his fists. Xiangnan coldly looked at Xianglong's departing figure and thought to himself, how much glory can I create for the profound sky sect? I can personally take it back. What Xianglong and the others didn't know was that the Bai Mukin they were talking about was actually standing right in front of them. Perhaps it was the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. There was destined to be an unclear grudge between Xiangnan and the profound sky sect. However, the battle that followed was nothing to be recalled. Apart from the first battle, where Xianglong had left an indelible and terrifying shadow, none of the remaining battles had been fought by experts. It was as if all the experts had been evenly dispersed, and no one had been able to meet anyone. The level of excitement in the final 25 was far inferior to that in the top 50. 5 days later, Xiangnan's group of 5, Xianglong's group of 4, and the last expert who didn't show up, as well as Hongbin and Chuyen, all advanced. Originally, there were 4 experts on Hongbin's side, but unfortunately, Zhou Xianyong was killed by Xianglong, while Jiang Chang defected to the heavenly profound sex side. Actually, the most aggrieved person on the scene was probably Xiang Nan, who could only be ranked second, and Hong Bin, who could be ranked first. Next up was the final 16 contest. 25 people competed for the top 16, and 9 people were eliminated. First of all, everyone had to draw out a number plate. 24 people would compete in a single-player arena competition. One person would be in the air, and the top 12 would be selected. Next, one person in the sky would compete with the 12 eliminated contestants in the elimination group. In the end, winners would be selected to form the top 16 team with the other 12 contestants. The rules of the elimination group competition were that the 13 people who fought against different enemies in the wheel arena competition would be directly revived and promoted after taking the lead in winning 3 matches. Next, everyone began to draw their own numbers. After that, the 10 auxiliary referees had already surrounded the arena, because the intensity of the battle that followed was likely to be the most intense. These referees had to observe from all angles. On the one hand, it was necessary to observe whether the opposing sides had left the arena, and at the same time to protect the people outside the arena from the brutal battles on the arena. After drawing lots, before the referee could announce the contestant's appearance, a shadow quickly jumped onto the arena. Everyone saw that this person was actually the number 1 expert on the potential rankings, Hong Bin. Seeing Hong Bin appear on the stage, the audience immediately remembered the applause and cheers that resembled a tsunami. Regardless of how Jiang Cheng viewed Xiang Nan, in everyone's hearts, Xiang Nan was just a dark horse that shot out from the sky. Hong Bin was the number 1 orthodox expert. Hong Bin opened his arms, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the cheers of countless people. He believed that this was the treatment he deserved. Leave the task of defeating the profound sky sect to me, Hong Bin. Hong Bin raised his right hand and shouted, "I am the strongest! Hong Bin! Hong Bin! Hong Bin! Hong Bin!" The audience applauded loudly. The Hong clan of Haoyan City were all extremely proud. The referee looked at the chaotic scene and loudly said, "Please draw the number 1 contestant. Come on." However, the referee's voice was unable to suppress the sound of tens of thousands of people shouting in unison. The sound of the announcement was drowned out by the roaring cheers. Just as everyone was shouting, someone saw a figure silently walking onto the arena. Upon seeing this, the audience was stunned. Immediately after, more and more cheering spectators noticed the entrance. In an instant, the endless cheers in the valley immediately came to a halt. The person who climbed onto the arena to fight Hong Bin was actually Xiang Nan. "You are also number 1? Hong Bin hadn't expected that he would encounter Xiang Nan in his first battle. Xiang Nan took out a circular number plate with a big 1 written on it. Actually, it was very easy to cheat when the number was written on the round plate. The martial artist's sense of touch was exceptionally sensitive. They only needed to touch it to know what number was written on the round plate. Therefore, in order to prevent the drawbacks brought about by this situation, the organizers of the joint examination refused to allow any competitor to reveal their numbers before the competition. In other words, of course you can draw as many numbers as you want, but you can't decide how many numbers your opponent will draw, so it's still very difficult to fight against the people in your heart. How could this be? The spectators were already hugging their heads in despair and shouting loudly. The 2 people who were the most vocal in the hearts of the audience actually met in the first round of the final 16 advancement tournament. Everyone was still looking forward to these 2 people defeating the experts of the profound sky sect, but if they met, one of them would have to be eliminated. No one wanted to see such a scene. Xiang Nan himself did not expect this to happen. He had originally thought that, according to Xianglong's personality, Xianglong would definitely choose number 1 and choose the first one to enter the arena. Therefore, this time, Xiang Nan was opportunistic and went to find number 1. However, the truth is, as the rules dictate, it is impossible for you to know how many points your opponent has touched, so Xiang Nan's plan failed. I missed it. Under the arena, Xianglong hugged his shoulders and said angrily, "I originally wanted to touch number 1, but that trash Hong Bin stole it first. I missed the chance to fight Xiang Nan for nothing." Xianglong and Xiangnan were one step away from each other, regretting that they had missed each other. Your life belongs to me. You'd better not lose to that trash Hongbin. Otherwise, you're not worthy of the surname Xiang. Xianglong shouted at Xiangnan, who was lifting it up. Xiangnan glanced at Xianglong and said, "It's annoying to talk non-stop. You can speak hard now. There will be a time for you to beg for mercy." Xianglong laughed like a bell. On the arena, Hongbin and Xiangnan stood opposite each other. Hongbin raised his right hand and said, "Although for the sake of the overall situation, our intersect experts fight to preserve their strength, I will not show mercy to you. Xiangnan, don't expect me to spare your life." Xiangnan pulled out his great saber from behind him and said, "That's good too. The personal grudges between you and me should be resolved in advance, so as not to affect my mood for the next battle." Ha 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 ha. Speak crazily. Hongbin looked up and laughed loudly. Don't think that blind Jiang Chunggao glanced at you, and you really thought that you were an expert. How many kilograms and taels do you have? Don't you know yourself? Fighting me? You don't even have the qualifications to lift my shoes. Xiangnan no longer wanted to argue with Hongbin. He couldn't understand why these self-proclaimed experts had to use words to humiliate their enemies before fighting. It seemed that if they didn't do this, they wouldn't be able to show how powerful they were. Xiangnan frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's begin. There was going to be a war soon. What was the point of saying so much before the war?" Although the spectators felt endless regret about the arrangement of this match, as martial artists, the bellicose elements in their blood also made them feel faintly excited. In the end, who are the strongest, Xiangnan or Hongbin? I declare that the competition officially begins. The referee shouted loudly. Xiangnan, you must die honestly. Hongbin took a step forward and a tiger head appeared beneath his feet. When the tiger head landed on the ground, countless tiny yuan qi spheres immediately shot out from the tiger's mouth. No! The audience exclaimed loudly. Don't kill Xiangnan. Leave Xiangnan alive and he can resurrect in the elimination group. Senior brother Hongbin, be merciful. Facing the pleas of the audience, Hongbin smiled conceitedly. It's not impossible to bypass Xiangnan's life. As long as he kneels down and apologizes to me, I will let him go. Apologize? Why should I apologize to you? You've always been looking for trouble with me, Xiangnanchi said. As he spoke, those tiny balls of light had already shot towards him. Xiangnan took a step forward and slashed down with his giant saber. A large crescent blade light immediately blew up the tiny ball of light. Oh! Hongbin was stunned. Looks like your essence has increased a lot in the cultivation tower. But do you think you're the only one who has improved? Xiangnan said impatiently. Do you want to fight or not? How long are you going to chatter? Hongbin was enraged and said, Good, have guts. I changed my mind. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I will kill you. Hongbin was taught a lesson by Xiangnan. He felt that there was no light on his face, so he was determined to kill. An intuitive killing intent enveloped Xiangnan. Die! Hongbin roared as he rushed towards Xiangnan. While Hongbin was running, the image of a fierce tiger gradually took shape, enveloping him. Everyone saw a fierce tiger running ferociously. The visual effect was very shocking. As he approached Xiangnan, his legs rose from the ground and a heavy punch landed fiercely on Xiangnan. On the heavy punch, Yuan Qi condensed into a roaring tiger head, and the roar of the tiger resounded throughout the entire arena. This tiger roar represented the majesty of the king of all beasts. Xiangnan did not retreat timidly, not even dodging. He directly slashed forward with a knife. The tiger-headed Peng bit down on the blade of the giant saber, causing the two sides to stalemate on the field. My physical body has become much stronger. Hongbin frowned and the veins on his forehead bulged. Retreat! As soon as he finished speaking, the primordial Dipper Qi suddenly exploded. That powerful Yuan Qi immediately condensed into a substantial Yuan Qi tiger that enveloped Hongbin. Immediately after, the gigantic radiant tiger pounced forward. Xianxia held the huge saber in his hand and was pushed back by the fierce tiger. He saw that his feet and heels were about to be pushed to the edge of the arena. He thought to himself, Hongbin's strength has indeed increased by a lot. This kind of offensive method of a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey was much more powerful than when he met Hongbin in the Cultivation Tower. "Get down!" Hongbin roared, and the radiant tiger let out an earth-shattering roar. Xianxia grabbed Hongbin's wrist with his left hand, just in time to grab the tiger's neck formed from his fists. Immediately after the giant saber pierced into the ground, an azure dragon flew out to sea. Charge! The incomparable physical strength and unprecedentedly high strength of Yuan Qi caused Xianxia's azure dragon to go out to sea and fight against the Cultivation Tower and Hongbin. The fierce light tiger that enveloped Hongbin and constantly pounced forward was actually sent out to sea by Xianxia's azure dragon and began to retreat backwards. Hongbin's pupils contracted. Following that, Xianxia raised his saber. Under the powerful pressure, a beam of saber-drawing and saber-chopping light shot into the sky. The saber light was 10 meters tall. It was actually a saber that cut through Hongbin's fierce light tiger. Hongbin took a few steps backwards and his long hair fell down. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The audience exclaimed in unison. Unexpectedly, Hongbin actually lost the first round of the collision with Xianxia. "Good boy. Interesting." Hongbin's face was furious as he roared, "Try this move of mine." After saying that, Hongbin swung his fist and actually spun on the spot. His heavy punch followed the rotation speed of his body, becoming faster and faster. Slowly, waves of tiger roars came from the fist shadow. Following that, Hongbin punched at Xianxia from afar. A 5-meter-tall tiger head suddenly flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had seen Hongbin use this move. Facing the strong tiger head, Xianxia did not plan to fight head-on. He tilted his body, bypassed the tiger head, and directly rushed towards Hongbin himself. Hongbin, on the other hand, had a cold smile on his face. He raised his right hand and gently hooked his finger. "Shit!" Xianxia instinctively sensed a wave of danger approaching and subconsciously dodged. The moment he dodged, the huge tiger head of Yuan Qi behind him returned and bit into the air with a cracking sound. In fact, its bite power was so strong that a shockwave exploded. The audience broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, the huge head of the Yuan Qi tiger had been bitten empty. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine what Xianxia would look like if he were bitten. "You think this is the end?" Hongbin's body started to spin again, and then he punched out again. The second 5-meter-tall tiger head roared as it flew out. In addition to the previous Yuan Qi tiger head, there were 2 tiger heads attacking Xianxia. Xianxia dodged the bite of the first tiger head, but he couldn't dodge the second, so he could only chop out a huge saber. As a result, the second gigantic tiger head suddenly bit the blade, and the sharp tiger teeth forcefully bit out 2 shock waves. These 2 shock waves hit Xianxia at close range, causing Xianxia to quickly retreat, almost failing to grasp the giant saber. Xianxia wanted to seize the weapon back, but the tiger's head's fierce bite was too shocking. It actually tried 3 times in a row, but was unable to pull it out. Is this the Xianxia that Jiang Cheng valued? Xianglong watched from below the stage, his eyes wide open. That's it? What the hell? On the arena, Hongbin and Xianxia fought intensely, but in the eyes of the disciples of the profound sky sect, they were truly disappointed. Looking at the battlefield, Xianxia could not retrieve his weapon. At the same time, another tiger head rushed over. He could only temporarily come out of the sea once and push the tiger head that was biting the giant saber out. Then, he resisted the incomparable pressure from the tiger's mouth that had an astonishing bite power. This kind of oppressive force caused the explosion caused by the saber-drawing slash and the saber-drawing to increase to a terrifying degree in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! A 15-meter-tall crescent moon swept out horizontally. The strong light instantly cut the 5-meter-long tiger head in half. Xianxia leapt up and rushed out from the middle of the just broken tiger head. He raised his giant saber high and slashed fiercely at Hongbin. Hong Bin had a cold smile on his face. He suddenly took a horse step and then soared into the air. The moment he jumped up, the yuan qi beneath his feet exploded. In that fierce explosion, a fierce tiger suddenly pounced out. Ayo! This fierce tiger had a complete body. Although its head was not as large as the two pure tiger heads, its body had already reached a height of 10 meters. Xiang Nan's heavy saber struck the fierce tiger that was pouncing towards him. After a collision, Xiang Nan was knocked out by the giant tiger. Just as Xiang Nan was flying backwards, the light tiger head behind him bit Xiang Nan in the air. Shit! Murong Wanqing and the others' expressions changed. Everyone knew how terrifying the tiger head's bite power was. Under the gazes of everyone, the tiger head caught Xiang Nan in midair, and its terrifying mouth instantly bit Xiang Nan's body. Xiang Nan's waist was already inside the tiger's mouth. Only his waist was exposed outside the tiger's mouth. His sharp tiger teeth pierced through Xiang Nan's yuan qi defense and immediately sprayed out a red mist of blood. The blood mist dyed the tiger's head red. Win! Hongbin laughed loudly. What Xiang Nan, what dark horse that stands out, is nothing more than that. The audience sighed with regret. From this point of view, Xiang Nan was actually very strong. Unfortunately, he met Hongbin, who was even more powerful. If that wasn't the case, perhaps Xiang Nan would have achieved some good results when fighting against the disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect. Worst. As long as Xiang Nan risked his life, injuring a disciple of the Heavenly Profound sect would be fine. At the very least, it would reduce the pressure on senior brother Hongbin. Xiang Nan. Seeing that scene, Murong Wanqing's eyes immediately turned red. Quickly announce the result of the match. Lin Hai Zhaoqi, get ready. Follow me to treat Xiang Nan's injuries. The 10 referees exchanged glances with each other. Hurry up and announce it, Murong Wanqing shouted. The 10 referees nodded at the same time. Judging from the current situation, it could be concluded that Xiang Nan had failed. One of the referees raised his right hand and said, I declare, you want to save Xiang Nan's dog life? Hey, you've miscalculated. Hongbin sneered as he raised his right hand and fiercely clenched it. Following that, the tiger head that was biting Xiang Nan's head increased its bite power once again. He had even bitten Xiang Nan to the point that his exposed legs were crossed. Hongbin, you dare. Murong Wanqing's tears finally fell. She bit down and was about to rush to the arena. The referee hurriedly said, I declare that the winner of this battle is... Boom! Before the list could be announced, the tiger head that was biting Xiang Nan suddenly exploded. What? The audience was shocked and looked carefully into the explosive fire wave. Amidst the rolling fire wolves, a figure was bending slightly and panting heavily. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Xiang Nan was still alive. Ha! When the referee saw this scene, he put his right hand back. Hongbin sneered non-stop. Why do you still want to resist? Since you still have this kind of remaining yuan qi, why don't you pretend to be dead and wait for the referee to finish announcing it? Then wouldn't you be able to save a small life? But now you don't even have a last chance. The wave of fire gradually dissipated. Xiang Nan's right hand held onto the huge saber and supported his body on the arena. There were 2 rows of shocking piercing wounds on his stomach and back. Originally, I didn't plan to undo it so early. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and slowly spat it out. He began to remove the tattered robe from his body. Untie? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you seriously injured? Are you already talking nonsense? Hongbin laughed loudly. At this moment, Xiang Nan tossed the tattered robe away, exposing a few things on his body. On his wrists and ankles were 4 pitch-black iron rings. Even his waist was wrapped in a similarly pitch-black belt that looked like it was forged from iron. Oh, this is interesting. Xiang Long was already drowsy from watching this. But when he saw this scene in front of him, he regained his spirits. The audience and the contestants were stunned at first glance. Immediately after, everyone cried out in alarm. Spirit-suppressing ring. My God! Shin Linhai was shocked. Xiang Nan has always been wearing this kind of thing in battle? As the name implied, The spirit-suppressing ring was a tool that could suppress a martial artist's yuan qi. After wearing this kind of thing, there are advantages and disadvantages. The good thing was that, under the condition of wearing the spirit-suppressing ring and suppressing yuan qi by a large margin, both fighting and cultivating would be able to temper yuan qi better, allowing the strength of yuan qi to be greatly increased, just like an ordinary person helping a sandbag to practice running on his feet. However, the downside was that with the spirit-suppressing ring, a martial artist's cultivation would increase very slowly. Moreover, most people wore spirit-suppressing rings, usually only on both hands. Some vicious characters would wear all 4 limbs, but Xianxia was even more exaggerated. He even had one at his waist. Wang Jingyun had worn this kind of thing when she was in the martial arts city's selection. Are you joking? When Hongbin saw the 5 spirit-suppressing rings on Xianxia's body, his expression instantly changed. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. Xianxia stretched out his right hand and untied the spirit-suppressing rings on his body. In the end, the moment he untied the spirit-suppressing ring on his waist, the astonishing yuan qi suppressed in his body suddenly exploded out of control. Boom! The yuan qi surged out crazily, producing a loud rumbling sound. It was as if raging flames were spraying into the sky. Compared to that incomparably violent yuan qi, the expression on Xianxia's face was exceptionally calm. Damn it! Hongbin waved his heavy fist. Stop pretending! The 10-meter radiant tiger immediately roared and pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia held the huge saber in his right hand and walked forward step by step. When the fierce tiger pounced forward, he only raised his left hand casually. His left palm accurately pressed down on the fierce tiger's nose. With this press, the ferocious tiger that was running wildly suddenly came to a halt. Even though its limbs were crazily digging on the ground, leaving behind numerous scratches on the sturdy arena, it was still unable to take another half-step forward. My God! This scene caused the audience to go crazy. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Hongbin hysterically roared. I don't believe it! Xianxia's left hand pressed down on the tiger's head, borrowing the strength of his waist twisting. His palm suddenly flipped. The 10-meter radiant tiger actually flipped over. Along with Xianxia's hand, the back of the giant radiant tiger landed on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the arena. Murong Wanqing and the others, look at me, look at you, all of this feels like a dream. When is that kid Xianxia? Luo Yuan took a deep breath. Hongbin lost control, his body spinning crazily, blasting out bright tiger heads one after another. Xianxia stood firmly, both hands holding the hilt of the saber at the same time. When the tiger heads flew over, the giant saber slashed down. Saber slash. Saber light discovered. A radiant tiger's head was sliced open longitudinally. Immediately after, saber shadows flashed. The tiger heads were all cut off 3 meters in front of Xianxia. None of the tiger heads could get any closer. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Hongbin roared angrily. Xianxia, you forced me. You idiot. Do you have to force me to use my trump card? Senior brother Hongbin still retains his strength. The audience was overjoyed. Neither Xianxia nor Hongbin had shown any real strength. If they looked at it this way, they really had hope against experts from the Battle Heaven Profound sect. As Hongbin roared, he raised his right hand high up. Following that, a huge yuan qi halo enveloped his body and immediately spread out from beneath his feet. Buzz! The intense buzzing sound of the halo rose from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Finally, it left his raised right hand and floated above his head. Immediately after, another halo rose up, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. The 5 halos rose one after another and condensed into a ring of light yuan qi in the sky. The ball of light emitted a tiger's roar that shook the valley, and then a pure white tiger ferociously pounced out from the ball of light. White tiger, seeing this scene, everyone had expressions of disbelief on their faces. The white tiger suddenly disintegrated in the air, turning into fragments of light armor that clanged onto Hongbin's body. At this moment, Hongbin was dressed in white tiger armor, and his entire body was enveloped in it. "Come on, Xianxia. Show me your ultimate strength." At this moment, Hongbin's voice became much thicker and deeper. With a slight bow, he rushed forward. Xianxia also slightly bent his body and stabbed the huge saber into the ground. His left front bow and right leg stepped straight on the ground. With this step, the landing point actually stepped on a circular crack area. The surface of the arena was crushed by the crushing of the ground. Under the eruption of Xianxia's yuan qi, a large number of small stones floated into the air. Then, a light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He suddenly exploded beneath his feet and charged out in a berserk manner. The two of them collided in midair. "Ayo!" The roar of a tiger that shook the clouds suddenly rang out. That terrifying Xianxia was actually hit by Hongbin and started to slowly slide backwards. His Luo Yuan and the others gasped in shock. This Hongbin is truly unfathomable. Tyrannical body, lightning body, Xianxia said as the two of them fought. "What are you talking about?" Hongbin frowned. But all of a sudden, Hongbin felt that Xianxia's body was as heavy as a mountain. "I can't push it anymore." Immediately after, he felt an irresistible force from Hongbin's arms and began to push Hongbin in the opposite direction. The battle between the two sides caused the enormous arena to tremble. A large number of cracks appeared at the edge of the arena, and pieces of broken stones fell off on the spot. "Mighty mountains and rivers!" Hongbin roared. "Saber drawing slash!" Xianxia suddenly drew his saber. Behind Hongbin, a white tiger phantom stood up. The white tiger's shadow was 10 meters tall, and it was roaring towards the sky. This time, Hongbin's impact force erupted to an unbelievable degree. As for Xianxia's saber drawing slash, it was also strong when it came to strength. With unprecedented power, he slashed out with his saber. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The two of them retreated at the same time. Xianxia's saber-drawing and saber-cutting light exploded on Hongbin's chest before he could even ascend into the air. As for Hongbin, he flipped back in a sorry state. The two last thick pieces of white tiger armor covering his chest also shattered, turning into specks of light before landing on the ground. The corner of Hongbin's mouth was bleeding, and his right leg landed heavily on the ground. The entire arena jumped up. As he lifted his foot, dozens of 10-meter-tall tiger heads charged out from the small gap between his feet and the arena. This scene was extremely spectacular. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Both of his index fingers and thumbs pressed against each other. As he spoke to the diamond-shaped mouth, he spat out a puff of yuan qi. A lightning ball rolled wildly and grew larger. At the beginning, the lightning bolt was 5 meters long. It flew out for 10 meters, then another 15 meters, and then it soared to 20 meters in size. The enormous bolt of lightning collided with dozens of radiant tiger heads. All the tiger heads were instantly swallowed up, and their flying speed slowed down. Group Thunder Formation. Xianxia raised his right hand high, his fingers together, and then he slashed down. Within that area, shocking bolts of lightning suddenly appeared. Rumble, 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 rumble. The dense lightning slashed down violently, blasting the tiger heads into shards of light that filled the sky. The sturdy arena finally couldn't withstand this indiscriminate bombardment, and Peng's voice collapsed from the middle. The huge arena was shattered into pieces, and countless rocks shot out randomly. Protect the contestant. The 10 referees immediately surrounded the scene and formed a circular screen of light that enveloped all the rubble and explosive yuan qi on the arena. Ah! The tiger god descended. Hongbin had already lost his rationality, and he jumped up recklessly. The white tiger armor on his body disintegrated one after another, forming a radiant white tiger in the sky. The white tiger roared, its voice shocking. In fact, cracks began to appear on the walls of the valley that were enveloped in the inner ring of the spirit formation, and giant rocks began to fall off one after another. Immediately after, Hongbin's body spun rapidly, and his entire body turned into a beam of light. The moment his body suddenly stopped, he kicked towards Xianxia. With this help, the The white tiger roared and pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia expressionlessly formed a seal with both of his hands. Thunder King, King Sparrow Seal. Balls of lightning jumped between Xianxia's hands, releasing astonishing lightning power. The little bird in the sky dived down and passed through Xianxia's palm print. Once the bird escaped the control of the palm print, its entire body exploded and turned into a lightning bird that was 10 meters long, especially when the little bird had evolved once at the 100-beast cliff. This time, the lightning bird that it had incarnated was actually bright red. The gigantic lightning bird's body was wrapped in crackling lightning as it dragged its tail that was nearly 10 meters long and charged towards the white tiger with a whoosh. In the sky, the white tiger was scattered by the lightning bird. The lightning bird also shrunk to 7 meters, and then the little bird in the air swooped down and threw itself towards Hong Bin. Hong Bin's eyes were filled with despair. He looked up at the majestic lightning bird and saw that it was getting closer and closer. He was completely desperate. Even his hands were hanging down. When the little bird dived down, the oppressive force caused the shattered arena to shatter even more. The 10 gigantic pieces shattered into countless small stones. Hong Bin sat down weakly and lost the thought of resisting. At this moment, the lightning bird suddenly flew up horizontally and circled Hong Bin for a few laps before returning the same way and landing on Xianxia's shoulder. When it landed, the thunder and lightning around its body continued to disintegrate. Pieces of lightning were left in midair and dissipated. When it landed on Xianxia's right shoulder, it returned to its original state. In the little bird's mouth was Hong Bin's storage ring. Xianxia quickly retrieved the storage ring and whispered, "You bastard! You stole again! You stole it in front of all the martial artists in the world. Do you want me to be laughed at by the world?" The little bird raised its wings and pointed at the storage ring, which meant, "Open it and take a look." Xianxia covered his face and thought to himself, "How embarrassing." Fortunately, everyone was shocked by the earth-shattering battle. They had yet to regain their senses, and no one paid attention to whether the bird had stolen a storage ring. "Why don't you kill me?" Hong Bin asked blankly. "You could have killed me." At this point, Hong Bin started to get angry. He clenched his fists and shouted, "Are you trying to humiliate me? Stop pretending to be a good person for me. Do you think that I will be grateful to you?" Xianxia coldly looked at Hong Bin and said, "You think too much. The only reason I left you alive is because I still need to borrow your strength to deal with the people of the Profound Sky Sect." Xianxia needed someone to follow him into the top 8. Otherwise, he would have to fight alone with the experts of the Profound Sky Sect. Even if he won the first battle, the second one would not give Xianxia enough time to recover from his exhaustion. "You?" Hong Bin was stunned. You're actually willing to give me this chance to fight against the bastards of the Heavenly Profound Sect on behalf of the Howran Sect? What? Don't you dare!" Xianxia asked. Hong Bin's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he immediately jumped up and said, "Bullshit! How can I, Hong Bin, be timid? Then what else should I say?" Xianxia turned around and walked down. Actually, there was no longer any so-called arena below. He was just a boulder beneath his feet that could barely stand. The referee also announced Xianxia's victory at the right time. "Xianxia!" On his back, Hong Bin shouted at Xianxia's back. Xianxia's body paused for a moment. Hong Bin roared, "Although I hate you incomparably, I owe you a life. After the tournament is over, you give me a month's time and we'll fight again." Xianxia turned his back to Hong Bin, nodded and continued walking. "I'll wait for you." At this moment, everyone applauded and thundered. The applause and cheers of the mountain and tsunami almost knocked the valley over. What a ferocious and magnificent battle! Heavens! I can't believe the two of them broke the arena. Amazing! It's really amazing. My goosebumps are rising. It was too enjoyable. From the moment Xianxia took off the spirit-suppressing ring, his fighting style suddenly changed. Yeah, so violent, so hardy. When Xianxia walked past the great Xianglong, Xianglong hugged his shoulders and suddenly said, "You probably haven't used your full strength yet, have you?" Xiang Nan's footsteps paused for a moment. Xiang Long said, "Hey, you can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. I can feel it." He licked his lips and said excitedly, "I can feel a stirring power in your body. You are also eager to fully display your full strength, right? Am I right? You don't have to deny that you are born a battle maniac. You and I are the same kind of people." Xiang Nan looked straight ahead and didn't look at Xiang Long. Instead, he calmly said, "I advise you to shut up." With that, Xiang Nan brushed past Xiang Long. Just as the battle was over, the swollen battle intent in Xiang Nan's body hadn't completely dissipated. He was worried that he would lose control of himself and start fighting with Xiang Long here. Could it be that I'm the same as Xiang Long? Could it be that I'm really a battle maniac? Am I also eager to destroy others? No, it's definitely not like this. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and suppressed the irritable fighting spirit in his heart. He thought to himself, I am different from Xiang Long. I have my own principles and bottom line. But just now, when he was walking close to Xiang Long, Xiang Nan's battle intent collided with Xiang Long's, almost exploding. "Xiang Nan, you're hiding so deep." Shen Linhai supported Luo Yuan and ran over from the other side. "You really are." Mo Hai punched Xiang Nan's chest and said, "I didn't expect you to wear the spirit-suppressing ring. When did you start? Don't make a move." Morong Wanqing frowned. "Can't you see that Xiang Nan's stomach is still injured?" Mo Hai was so frightened that he hastily retracted his fist. "Oh, right. Right. I almost forgot. I'm fine. Everyone, don't worry." Xiang Nan gave Morong Wanqing a brilliant smile. Morong Wanqing's expression turned cold. "Who's worried about you? I'm afraid that you'll get injured even more. I won't have the chance to fight against the people of the Profound Sky Sect anymore." In the surroundings, Jiang Yu, Shun Linhai, and the others revealed a tacit and ambiguous smile. "All right, take care of Xiang Nan. It's my turn to go." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Ah, are you the second one to go on stage?" None of them expected that Jiang Yu would be the second person to appear on the stage. Since the arena had already been destroyed by Xiang Nan and Hong Bin, the referee could only temporarily move the second arena over. At the same time, they were also considering whether to build a more solid arena. Actually, they hadn't expected that the contestants in the 12 joint examinations would be so strong that they could destroy the arena. This was unexpected. After Arena 2 moved over, Jiang Yu leapt up and began to stretch her muscles and bones. "Please, another number 2 contestant will come on stage," the referee announced. At this moment, under the gazes of everyone, a great figure stepped onto the arena with enormous steps. At that moment, the atmosphere in the valley froze. Shit! Xiang Nan and the others were just about to take a rest. But at this moment, it was as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "Xiang Long! It's Xiang Long! It's that monster Xiang Long!" The audience widened their eyes. The relaxation on Jiang Yu's face suddenly disappeared. She stared at Xiang Long, who was like a mountain, and her heart began to beat wildly. The 3-meter-tall Xiang Long was twisting his wrist and said, "TSK. My opponent this time is a little girl." Jiang Yu's face started to turn pale. Xiang Nan shouted, "Jiang Yu, don't be so reluctant to fight. If you can't beat him, immediately admit defeat." Jiang Yu's face turned green and uncertain as she said, I know." What he was most afraid of was none other than that Xiang Long didn't give Jiang Yu the chance to admit defeat. Jiang Yu was blasted apart by a single punch. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. Xiang Long twisted his huge fist and said, "Your name is Jiang Yu?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and replied. At this time, the referee announced the password to start the match. Because of his previous experience, Jiang Yu knew that Xiang Long was likely to make a sudden move. He immediately ran as soon as the referee announced his order. Unexpectedly, Xiang Long did not catch up. "Are you going to release that halo that traps people?" Xiang Long hugged his shoulders and looked at Jiang Yu, who was running. "Come, use your halo to trap me." Jiang Yu was stunned. Actually, she had already begun to condense her halo, But she didn't expect Xianglong to say that. Subconsciously, Jiangyu threw out a halo, but she still maintained a high level of vigilance in her heart, afraid that Xianglong was playing some kind of trick. In the end, Xianglong was really motionless. He was calmly trapped by a halo around his upper body. The spectators were shocked at first, then all of them shouted excitedly, "Good opportunity! Kill him quickly! Deal with Xianglong and we'll win!" Jiang Yu's face flushed red with excitement as he hurriedly threw out numerous halos. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 halos surrounding Xianglong. However, Xianglong remained calm and said, "Not enough. Let's have a few more." Looking at the situation on the field, Luo Yuan forced a smile, but cold sweat already appeared on his forehead. This guy is too conceited. Jiang Yu is from the Qi sect. He actually didn't resist and took the initiative to let Jiang Yu tie him down. The power of the halo was superimposed one by one, extremely terrifying. Jiang Yu's 10 halos were enough to blow up a 5th-level origin returning expert. But now, the 10 halos on Xianglong's body had only left a slight dent. The halo was bound to Xianglong's shockingly explosive muscles, making him look so weak for the first time. A few more. Xianglong stood there laughing loudly. Dense beads of sweat had already oozed out from Jiang Yu's forehead. She bit her lips and waved her index finger with her right hand. Another halo flew out and landed on Xianglong's body. Immediately after was the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. After a total of 15 halos, Xianglong's arms and upper body had a more obvious dent. However, that was all. Ha 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 ha. Everyone present was shocked when they heard Xianglong's arrogant laughter. He's still not a human. How could someone endure such a terrifying binding force and be able to laugh? Why hasn't he died yet? Isn't his body made of meat? On the arena, Xianglong raised his head to the sky and laughed. Looking around, tens of thousands of people's faces were pale. This scene formed an extremely strong contrast. Jiang Yu bit her lips and continued to put on the 16th halo. However, once the 16th halo was placed on Xianglong's body, the first halo disappeared. Shit! Xiang Nen frowned. Xianglong continued to laugh wildly. What, is it already to its limit? Can you only control 15 halos at most? Jiang Yu, come on. Xiang Nen shouted. A faint vein had already appeared on Jiang Yu's graceful snow neck. Her body trembled, and the Yuan Qi in her body instantly exploded again. It's rank 3 astral Qi. The spectators exclaimed, "It's the Qi sect's rank 3 astral Qi." Sure enough, Jiang Yu tossed out the 16th halo after receiving the reinforcement of the 3rd revolution astral Qi for the second time. When this halo was placed on Xianglong's body, the situation of the first halo disappearing at the bottom no longer appeared. Then Jiang Yu threw it back. 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm driving you crazy. This time you'll be the one to see. It's too late to regret it now. An audience member stood up and waved his fist at Xianglong. 20 halos seemed to have reached the limit that Xianglong could withstand. His body was strangled so deeply that it sunk in. The muscles on both ends of his arms bulged high, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Haha, good. That's how it sounds. The blood vessels in Xianglong's body bulged, but he was still laughing wildly. Jiang Yu, the 21st halo. Die for him. The audience shouted loudly. Jiang Yu's face was already somewhat pale. Controlling 20 halos at the same time had brought great pressure to her. Hearing the cries of the audience, she could only clench her teeth and continue to set her 21st halo. When the 21st halo was placed on Xianglong's body, the bones in Xianglong's body had already emitted a crackling sound that was so overwhelming that it could not bear the burden. 21 isn't enough. Again. Ea-ah-wa-ea-wea. Xianglong suddenly arched his back high, and his body continued to expand explosively. Transformed. Xiang Nan's pupils contracted as he clenched his fists. Xianglong grew from 3 meters tall to 4 meters tall, and then to 5 meters tall. The horn appeared on his head for the second time, and his transformation was complete. Previously, 21 halos were about to explode Xianglong. But now, those halos that were tied together were actually pushed out by Xianglong's powerful muscles. The depth of the depression that he had managed to pull out was rapidly being filled up at an unbelievable rate. Drink! Zhang Yujiao shouted and threw her right hand again. 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th. Zhang Yutao had more and more halos, but his muscles were getting stronger and stronger. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yu's forehead, and her entire body began to tremble from the heavy load of Yuan Qi. She didn't want to give up, so she continued. 26, 27, 28, 29. Zhang Yu's lips overflowed with bright red blood. He suddenly knelt on one knee and waved his right hand. The 30th halo was also put on. 30 halos were placed on Xianglong's body. Zhang Yu could no longer bear it anymore. She sat on the ground exhausted and panted. It's already reached the limit. Who? Just like that. Xianglong shook his huge body and started walking towards Zhang Yu. Ah! The audience grabbed their hair and watched in disbelief. Zhang Yu raised her arms and fiercely clenched her hands into fists. As soon as he finished speaking, the 30 halos around Xianglong suddenly began to shrink even more violently. Kaka, kaka, kaka. On the arena, the strange sound of the halo shrinking Xianglong's body could be heard. Xianglong laughed wildly. He used all of his strength to resist the 30 halos. His muscles were struggling with terrifying magnitude. Zhang Yu clenched her fists tightly and slowly opened them because of Xianglong's resistance. She gritted her teeth and used all her strength to continue clenching her fists. A pair of small fists slowly began to close again. This was a game without intense battles, but the terrifying confrontational power contained within was like the calm on the eve of the explosion of a gunpowder depot, causing everyone to feel shocked. Ha 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 ha. Xianglong's laughter was like thunder, exploding in the hearts of every spectator. If I don't have the 31st one, then I can fight back. As he spoke, Xianglong's body trembled and he roared, Barbarian bull flip the river. Moo! Suddenly, a heaven-shaking barbaric bull roar sounded from the valley. Immediately after, there was an explosion. 30 halos were instantly blasted apart by Xianglong. Terrifying waves of Yuan Qi surged and scattered. The 10 referees surrounding the arena immediately erected their Yuan Qi walls, blocking the Yuan Qi waves that had spread out from the explosion of the halo. Shattered Luo Yuan took a step back. I failed. Xiang Nan's face was filled with great regret. At this moment, in the core area of the explosion, a huge shadow suddenly rushed towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, be careful. Hurry up and dodge. Xiang Nan and the others shouted desperately. However, Zhang Yu could no longer move. She sat there, her eyes filled with ashes. Xianglong is here. His small mountain-like body jumped into the air, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure, fiercely smashing down with a heavy punch towards Zhang Yu. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats at this moment. Pong! The entire arena was shattered by Xianglong's punch, turning into countless fragments that splashed out in all directions. After colliding with the referee's Yuan Qi walls, they emitted deafening hitting sounds. However, Xianglong's punch landed beside Zhang Yu and missed. Ah! The hearts of everyone present slowly fell. Did you miss? Zhang Yu looked up at Xianglong in disbelief and said, You! Xianglong laughed. He shook his arms and said, I admit defeat. Admit defeat? Why? From the moment Xianglong took the initiative to withstand Zhang Yu's attack, the situation on the scene had become very strange. Especially now, when Xianglong had completely destroyed Zhang Yu's Yuan Qi attack with his non-human strength, he actually chose to surrender? Did I hear wrongly? Did he just say that he was going to admit defeat? Could it be that he has already reached his limit and thinks that he can't defeat Zhang Yu anymore? How is that possible? Look at Xianglong, his body is not injured at all. He is clearly very strong. If Xianglong had already reached his limit, it would definitely not make sense. Not only did Xianglong's body not have the slightest injury, his aura was even calm and deep to the point of being frightening. How could this kind of state seem to have reached its limit? It was clear that it still possessed peak strength that it had yet to use. Xianxia and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Are you betraying the profound sky sect? Jiang Yu's eyes twitched as he hurriedly asked. These words ignited the hopes of all the spectators present. Really? Was Xianglong going to betray the profound sky sect and join the nature sect? If that's the case, that would be great. Impossible. Xianxia took a deep breath and frowned. Sure enough, Xianglong laughed loudly. How could I betray the profound sky sect? You trash! Stop dreaming! Hearing this, everyone's mood suddenly sank, and they felt an indescribable sense of loss. Do you really want to admit defeat? Outside the arena, a referee frowned and said, Please confirm your statement. Now, you must give me a clear answer. Xianglong nodded and said, That's right. I admit defeat. Humph. Feng Zhaoqi held his sword and let out a cold laugh in the crowd. Xianxia and the others hurriedly looked at Feng Zhaoqi. Then Shen Linhai asked, Zhaoqi, do you know what Xianglong wants? The corner of Feng Zhaoqi's mouth slightly rose. He wants to participate in the elimination group resurrection. Only in this way can he play more games and kill more people. So, it was only at this moment that everyone woke up from their dreams. Xianglong looked down at Jiang Yu condescendingly and said, You should be glad that you are not someone I am interested in. Otherwise, you would have already died without a place to die. At this moment, the referee announced loudly, The winner of this match, Jiang Yu. No one could be happy. This battle was simply a charity. There was no honor to speak of. Everyone knew what Xianglong was thinking. After entering the elimination group resurrection competition, every loser could fight at least 3 battles. If you win all 3 matches, you will be resurrected successfully. If you win 2 matches and lose 1, it will depend on the performance of the others. If 4 out of the other eliminated contestants had won all 3 battles, then they would be eliminated if they lost 2 wins and 1 loss. Otherwise, they would have to fight against the other 2 wins and 1 loss to determine the winner of 3 battles. To Xianglong, Jiang Yu was not a strong enemy that he cared about at all, so he could deliberately lose to Jiang Yu in exchange for the qualifications to enter the elimination group. But at this moment, everyone's understanding of Xianglong had risen to a new level. However, this level was simply too frightening. Now that he used the word monster to describe Xianglong, it seemed that it wasn't enough. Next, there was a battle for the top 16 and the 3rd round of the arena competition. The 2 sides in this battle were actually 2 unexpected contestants. Zhang Cheng, fight, Yang Liener. Even Xianxia and the others were caught off guard by this peculiar group. It was as if the heavens thought that the top 50 advancement tournament was too dull, so at the beginning of the battle for the top 16, they continuously gave wonderful performances. First, the dark horse Xianxia, who was the most vocal, fought against Hongbin, the number 1 expert on the potential rankings. Then, Xianglong, who made everyone feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, fought Jiang Yu. The 3rd match was between a pair of former lovers, Zhang Cheng and Yang Liener. Why is she still here? Xianxia asked a question that everyone shared. Shen Linhai and the others stared at each other with wide eyes and said in surprise, I almost forgot about her existence. This was truly unexpected. No one expected Yang Liener to actually enter the top 16. However, it was more accurate to say that he had completely forgotten about this person's existence than to say that he hadn't expected it. Yang Liener was only at the 4th level of origin return, and her strength wasn't too strong. No one knew how she had managed to make it all the way here, and no one noticed her at all. This can only be said to be good fortune. Morong Wanqing sighed deeply. Any outer sect disciple at the 5th level of origin return could easily defeat Yang Liener. But her luck was too good. Along the way, he had never encountered a strong opponent. I declare that the competition officially begins. The referee gave the order. On the arena, Zhang Cheng was extremely handsome and dignified. He stood there tall and upright. He was the Prince Charming in the hearts of thousands of young girls. If it weren't for his status, he would have been the most popular woman. Yang Liener stood opposite Zhang Cheng. She bit her lip and said, Jiang Chang, do you still like me? Jiang Chang put his hands behind his back and said to Yang Liener, Liener, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Yang Liener shook her head and said, I don't. Answer me first. Do you like me or not? Jiang Chang smiled calmly. Does it matter if I like it or not? Who else can tolerate me when I appear in this capacity? As he spoke, Jiang Chang turned his head and looked around. The spectators on the mountain peak said, Everyone is looking forward to my death, isn't it? Angry shouts and curses immediately came from the entire audience. It was just that some heavenly profound sect disciples were going to die when they left the blue-tide continent. I don't care. Amidst the shouts of the audience, Yang Liener's eyes were firm as she said resolutely, I've decided on you. As long as you still want me, I will go to heaven and earth with you. Saber Mountain Oil Pot will also go with you. Yang Liener clenched her small fist and shouted, I don't care what other people think. I just want an answer from you. Jiang Chang, are you willing to take me? Do you dare to disobey the will of the world and come with me? Xiang Nan and the others were all silent. No one would have thought that such a once hateful little girl would have such a persistent heart for love. Where's your family? Jiang Qing asked. Are you willing to abandon your distinguished status, your wealth, and travel the horizon with someone like me who has been scolded by tens of thousands of people? Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Liener shouted, I am willing. No one liked Yang Liener, much less Jiang Cheng. However, on this small arena that was being pointed at and scolded by tens of thousands of people, Yang Liener moved everyone with her blazing heart of chasing after love. Although everyone didn't say anything, they were still muttering a few words in their hearts. Promise her. Promise her. If such two people came together, even if it was intolerable for the world, so what? Could also be considered a good story. He looked at Jiang Chang and remained silent. Liener, what nonsense are you talking about? In Haoyan City, the Yang clan's people were about to go mad with anger. The elders of Yang Liener pointed at Yang Liener angrily from afar. Shut up, you unfilial son. Do you want our Yang clan to lose all face? Do you want our Yang clan to have no place in Haoyan City from now on? Yang Liener completely ignored what her family members said. She only cried and said, Jiang Chang, I am willing to give up everything to be with you, even if I bear the infamy of eternity with you. As long as you're willing, I'll go with you. Jiang Cheng, I only want to ask you one question. Do you dare to take me? As she spoke, Yang Liener extended her right hand to Jiang Cheng. This kind of woman's persistent expression of love shocked Murong Wanqing, who had always been cold and frosty. Murong Wan lowered her head and looked thoughtful as her eyes floated towards Xiang Nan's back. If I were to stand in Yang Liener's position, would I have the courage to give up everything for the sake of my beloved man? This bastard. What are you still hesitating about? Luo Yuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. If there is a woman who is willing to do this for me, then even if I go through fire and water, I am willing. Why? The audience was indignant. Why is it that such a bastard can capture the heart of a good girl? It's really unfair. The audience was both angry and hateful, but at the same time, they also hoped that Jiang Cheng would accept it. In everyone's eyes, a woman who was willing to sacrifice everything for her own man was a good woman. Yang Liener had undoubtedly become the most beautiful girl in everyone's hearts. Jiang Cheng finally raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief under the countless pairs of gazes. When he lowered his head, his face was already full of smiles, and he walked towards Yang Liener step by step. At that moment, Yang Liener was the happiest woman in the world. She covered her face with her left hand and sparkling tears rolled down her fingers. Her right hand began to tremble, welcoming the arrival of her beloved man. Finally, Jiang Cheng extended his hand. Hold her. Hold her. Run away with her. Leave this chaotic world of martial arts with her and pursue your love. The hearts of the spectators boiled. Under the expectation of everyone, Jiang Cheng's hand and Yang Liener's hand clasped together. Whoosh, Xiang Nan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If that's the case, I can let Jiang Cheng off as if everything that happened before. Before he could finish speaking, The spectators' faces were filled with miraculous joy, but all of this came to a halt. Yang Lianer's right hand, which was held by Jiang Cheng, suddenly froze. The dark blue frost crazily rushed out, turning Yang Lianer into an ice sculpture beauty. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Lianer, thank you for giving up everything for me, but I don't want to. As he spoke, Jiang Cheng smiled calmly, raised his right hand, and lightly flicked Yang Lianer's forehead. No, you bastard. You bastard. Voila, until the last moment, Yang Lianer still maintained a happy smile on her face. Her tears that touched everyone were still rolling on her handsome cheeks. But in the next instant, she had already shattered into pieces of ice all over the ground. Everyone, including Xiang Nan, the referee, the elders of the 50 sects, and the elders of the 12 sects, were stunned. Just how shameless could a person be to do such a heinous act? After a brief moment of silence, the largest valley erupted with the most fervent shouts of scolding in history. That curse was 10 times louder than the applause they had given Xiang Nan and the cheers they had given anyone. There were even spectators throwing debris from the spectator stands in the direction of the valley. They shouted and roared angrily as they rushed down from the spectator stands. They rushed towards the valley like a tide, but were blocked by the barrier. Tens of thousands of spectators fiercely punched the barrier with their fists. Let us in. I'm going to kill that heartless man. I'm going to kill him. The scene went out of control for a while, but as the organizer, the Haoran sect could not allow the audience to rush in and beat Jiang Cheng to death. Facing such a chaotic and uncontrollable scene, Jiang Cheng stood on the stage, lifting his head and arms in enjoyment. His body was slowly rotating, allowing his face to be displayed to everyone. Look, all of this attention is for me alone. These cheers belong to me. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath in enjoyment. This is the smell of popularity. At this moment, I am the focus of everyone present. The referee gritted his teeth and announced, the winner of this battle, Jiang Cheng. I am a disciple of the profound Sky sect. We were born to stand at the peak of the entire world of martial arts. Jiang Cheng smiled contentedly and slowly walked down the arena. The people of the profound Sky sect are the core of martial artists. In order to obtain such attention and become famous throughout the world, we are already prepared to sacrifice everything. Even if we have to endure the pain and part with love, we will not shy away from it. Our heavenly profound sect has such courage and courage. It's not something that a group of cowardly mortals like you can compare to. Stop pretending. The cheerful Luo Yuan angrily cursed. What qualifications do you have to say that you love me so much? You say it as if you are a righteous person. In the end, you are not using others. Why would you sacrifice someone else? You killed the woman who loved you the most with your own hands. Yet you still have the face to say such words. You coward, bastard. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Nan lowered his head and suddenly laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder. When Murong Wanqing and the others heard Xiang Nan's laughter, they were all suddenly shocked. They all woke up from their infinite anger and forgot to go to Xiang Nan worriedly. They had never seen Xiang Nan in such a state before. Xiang Nan laughed. His laughter filled with endless desolation and sorrow. That's right, this is really the style of the profound Sky sect. Jiang Cheng was like this, so was Xian Qingzhu. They kept saying that they were loving for the sake of martial arts, for the sake of their future, and for the sake of spreading their names to every corner of the world. It was truly admirable. So touching. Xiang Nan, what's wrong with you? Shen Linhai and Murong Wanqing grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder anxiously from the left and right. Whoosh! Xiang Nan's laughter stopped abruptly and he let out a long breath. He raised his head and said, I'm fine. Even if I, Xiang Nan, were to be sliced into thousands of pieces, I would not join forces with the people of the profound Sky sect. He would not become as shameless and heartless as a martial artist from the profound Sky sect. The profound Sky sect was like a dog. As for slaughtering a dog, how could he retaliate with a mad bite? Dang! Slash it with the saber. Xiang Nan took a deep breath, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. No one from the profound sky sect could leave alive. The fourth battle was held in the afternoon. Because the scene was too chaotic, the competition could not proceed. In the end, the nature sect ordered that no matter how troublesome the spectators were, the competition would proceed normally. Today, Murong Wanqing was going to take part in the fourth battle of the top 16. Her opponent was a fifth-level origin returning realm expert from her sect, and she was one of the same batch of experts as Jiang Chang and Hong Bin. After a fierce battle, Murong Wanqing won. However, it was still the same reason. The scene was too chaotic. Everyone wanted to enter the arena impulsively and peel Jiang Chang alive with their own hands. Most people didn't even watch Murong Wanqing's match carefully. Only Xiang Nan and the others saw this battle. Murong Wanqing was very silent in this battle, and she was especially ruthless. Although she did not show too much intensity, her heart must have been ignited by Jiang Chang. Before today's fifth battle, the spectators finally calmed down. Their anger was about to be vented. Although they were unwilling, they could only return to the spectator stands. The competition had to continue. No matter how much trouble it caused, it could not solve the problem. He could only place all his hopes on the experts of the Haoran sect. After Jiang Cheng's battle, the hearts of nearly 100,000 people gathered again. Gambling on all hatred and anger, gambling on all dignity and glory, the nature sect must defeat those bastards of the profound sky sect. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! The crowd shouted heaven-shaking cries. Xiang Long, Jiang Chang, spread out and Su Bufan stood side by side. They all hugged their shoulders and smiled faintly, not caring that they were being scolded by everyone. The fifth battle continued as scheduled. In this battle, Qi sect versus Qi sect, Gue Yuan 5th layer Chu Yen, and Gue Yuan 3rd layer Yi Dong. It's that guy. Xiang Nan and the others immediately paid attention. It was the silent Yi Dong. It was as if he hadn't said a word since everyone saw him before the match. Up until now, he had been fighting silently. After winning, he did not have any expression of joy. He directly turned around and left. In this battle, he had encountered a powerful martial artist, Chu Yen. He should be able to take this opportunity to see how strong Yi Dong was. Chu Yen is not simple. Murong Wanqing said, "This Chu Yan's strength has always been equal to Zhou Xianyong's. She is just a little bit weaker than Zhou Xianyong. And such a tiny bit, it's almost negligible." At this moment, the two of them were already standing opposite each other. That Zhou Xianyong was the third expert on the potential rankings. Although he had died in battle, he could not deny Zhou Xianyong's strength. From this, it could be inferred that Chu Yen should also be a very powerful martial artist. "Chu Yen, come on," Hong Bin said under the arena. Chu Yen nodded, a confident smile on her face. "Don't worry, I will definitely win." Chu Yen and Yi Dong were both members of the Qi sect. The key was that not only did Chu Yen possess the fifth level of origin return, her martial arts talent was also very good. As for Yi Dong, he was only at the third level of origin return. I wonder if his realm was as high as Xiang Nan's. "Haha, oldie, this time you've finally met an opponent that you can see through. Aren't you going to show your full strength?" Under the arena, Xiang Long laughed loudly. "What?" Xiang Nan and the others were shocked. "Oldie?" Xiang Long was so familiar with Yi Dong's address. Could it be that Yi Dong was the fifth person hidden in the profound sky sect? "Ah? Is Yi Dong from the profound sky sect?" The audience also exclaimed, "There are five? There are 5 experts from the heavenly profound sect. But why is this Yi Dong only at the third level of the origin return realm? Could he be the weakest of the disciples of the profound sky sect? Something's wrong. Something's wrong." Xiang Nan frowned and looked at Xiang Long thoughtfully. "What's wrong?" Luo Yuan and the others hurriedly asked. Xiang Nan said in a deep voice that Xiang Long is a person who respects strength. He only cares about strength. Other things like friendship are worthless in his eyes. Even Jiang Chang, spread out, and Su Bufan didn't say anything when they appeared on the stage. But this time he took the initiative to greet Yi Dong. This can only mean that Yi Dong's strength is very likely to be on par with or even above Xiang Long's. Impossible, right? Li Qingchuan widened his eyes. Stronger than Xianglong? How could it be? Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, "This is just my current guess. I don't know what exactly happened. But I always feel that although this Yidong is not too arrogant, there is a kind of arrogance in his bones that surpasses ordinary people. It is very likely that he is not untalkative, but he is not interested in talking to us ants. But clearly Yidong's realm is only at the third level of origin return. Although his yuan qi fluctuations are strong, they are simply incomparable to Xiangnan's at the eruption stage." Luo Yuan also felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Yidong also wore a spirit-suppressing ring to suppress his own yuan qi fluctuations? Xiangnan frowned and wiped his hands on his eyes. Xiangnan could clearly see Yidong's situation as he released his lightning bolt. However, Yidong did not have a spirit-suppressing ring on him, and Yidong's yuan qi fluctuations could not be compared to the fluctuations of ordinary origin returning third-stage martial artists. Although it was strong, it was not as powerful as the other experts of the Heavenly Profound sect. "I declare that the competition will begin." The match had already begun, and Xiangnan didn't say anything. As for Yidong's specific strength, it was impossible to predict it based on inferences and guesses. Only by looking at the real match could one conclude. Then Chu Yen walked towards Yidong step by step and said, "Are you from the Profound Sky sect?" Yidong did not say anything, only lowered his head silently. "Looks like I'm lucky." Chu Yen smiled and said, "When I meet a weakest Heavenly Profound sect disciple like you, I might be the first to kill a Heavenly Profound sect disciple in this joint examination of the 12 sects." After approaching Yidong, Chu Yen folded her hands together and aimed her palm at Yidong. Immediately after, with a boom, a thick yuan qi shock wave that was like a palace pillar shot towards Yidong. Yidong pushed his left hand forward horizontally, and a wall of yuan qi suddenly appeared, blocking the shock wave outside. The yuan qi shock wave smashed into the yuan qi wall, causing the arena to tremble. This is already the third arena. Is it going to be destroyed again? One of the referees had a headache and was already rubbing his forehead. "Hey, not bad. Although my cultivation level is not high, my yuan qi foundation is very solid." Chu Yen smiled and nodded. "Then, what about this move?" As she spoke, Chu Yen raised her right hand high and her palm raised. Above her head, a 3-meter-long spear of light suddenly condensed. Immediately after, Chu Yen threw the long spear of light towards Yidong. Its strength was so great that Chu Yan's legs suddenly left the ground due to the movement of the projection. The spear pierced through the sky and shot towards Yidong with astonishing momentum. Yidong still lowered his head, his right hand behind his back, raising his left hand high and condensing a yuan qi shield. The long spear of light fiercely stabbed into the yuan qi shield. In an instant, the collision of yuan qi produced a violent explosion. Just as the explosion was about to occur, before everyone could react, Chu Yen suddenly shouted, "Charge of glory!" As soon as she finished speaking, the yuan qi beneath her gathered crazily and instantly condensed into a beautiful horse of light. The horse hissed and raised its front hooves high. It stood up, and then the horse's front hooves landed on the ground and charged. Chu Yen rode on a beautiful horse of light and quickly rushed into the explosion circle. Her left hand condensed a shield of light, while her right hand condensed a spear of light. Charge! Pong! 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 Within the sea of flames that exploded, no one could see what was happening inside. They could only see a figure riding on a fine horse, rampaging about inside. Every time they collided, a violent collision sound was heard. On the other hand, the spear in Chu Yan's hand flipped upside down, drawing out a series of radiant arcs. The fire waves were twisted into tiny tornadoes. So powerful! The audience was dumbfounded. Pong! Suddenly, a deafening collision sound sounded. Yidong's body was shot out from the fire wave. His back protruded high, and his upper and lower body were swung forward, as if his stomach had been kicked away by a kick. However, just as Yidong was blasted out of the fire wave and a wisp of flame was brought out of his body while he was flying backwards, the sound of a beautiful horse shouting came from the fire wave. Following that, Chu Yan rode on her horse and rushed out of the fire in the midst of thunder. As she charged forward, those flames were brought out by her, wrapping around her cold face and majestic horse like a gentle breeze. Pong! Chu Yan caught up with Yi Dong at an astonishing speed. The horse kicked high and heavily stepped on Yi Dong's chest, trampling Yi Dong to the ground and bouncing back. Chu Yan took the opportunity to raise her spear, and the light spear pierced Yi Dong's robe from the bottom up. Chi! The robe was torn apart, and fresh blood soared into the sky. Yi Dong performed a backward somersault in midair and landed on the ground. Blood flowed down his back to his legs and gathered on the ground. As for Chu Yan's horse, it had already disappeared. It seemed that it was time for glory charge. From the moment the horse appeared to the moment it disappeared, it was only about 2 seconds. In such a short period of time, Chu Yan had launched several beautiful attacks in succession. It was truly pleasing to watch. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded her head. You've dodged several vital attacks, but how long can you last with such luck? As she spoke, Chu Yan soared into the air, her attractive figure twisting in the air. With a sound from Pong, a pair of enormous Yuan-Chi feathered wings spread out. The pair of Yuan-Chi feathered wings had already reached a length of 20 meters. Obviously, this length was not used to fly. Honorable judgment, Chu Yan shouted coquettishly. The pair of enormous Yuan-Chi feathers suddenly disintegrated. One Yuan-Chi feather after another was as sharp as a knife, and it shot down towards Yi Dong like a violent gust of wind. Yi Dong still held his right hand behind his back and raised his left hand into the sky, condensing a shield of light. Ding 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 ding. The rain was filled with shining feathers as it crazily stabbed into Yi Dong's area. The arena that was 5 meters in radius was instantly riddled with holes. Ding-ding sounds were the crisp sounds of feathers hitting Yi Dong's shield of light. Yi Dong was forced to kneel on one knee, his body continuously sliding backwards, his shield of light rapidly thinning. In the blink of an eye, the feathers on the 2 enormous wings of light had all been shot out. Everyone thought that this round of attacks was over, but in reality, it wasn't. Chu Yan raised her right hand high. All the light feathers that shot down actually flew into the air from below the honeycomb-shaped arena. The massive amount of feathers condensed together to form a 10-meter-long light sword. The giant sword floated vertically in the sky, the tip of the sword pointing at Yi Dong. Slash! Chu Yan slashed her right hand, and the enormous sword of light pierced down with a chi sound. Yi Dong's shield of light quickly shattered, and he jumped back to dodge a sword strike. The giant sword stabbed down and pierced through the entire thickness of the arena. The giant sword directly lacked the hilt of the sword. Slash! Chu Yan slashed her right hand horizontally, and the enormous sword of light that did not reach the hilt of the sword suddenly rose into the air and swept towards Yi Dong. Yi Dong's left hand condensed a new shield of light. The shield was split in half by the giant sword. The tip of the sword slashed across Yi Dong's stomach, leaving behind a deep sword wound. After Yi Dong landed on the ground, his left hand swiftly wiped the wound on his stomach, and a beam of light locked his wound. At the same time, Chu Yan's glorious trial time had reached its limit, and the giant sword had collapsed into specks of light that filled the sky. Yi Dong flipped his left hand and a 5-meter-long giant radiant axe appeared. He grabbed the axe's handle and swept it into the sky. Chu Yan looked at Yi Dong and stretched out her hands horizontally. Both of her palms condensed a half-meter diameter radiant disc and slapped down on the axe that was sweeping over with a buzzing sound. 2 light discs grabbed the axe blade from the left and right, preventing the axe from moving forward. Chu Yan kicked the axe and soared into the air. After reaching the height that the battle axe could reach, the 2 light discs shot out with 2 swoosh sounds. The 2 discs swept past the axe and drew 2 enormous arcs, aiming at Yi Dong at the same time. Yi Dong stepped forward with his right foot. A fist of light smashed directly in front of him. He stepped on the fist he had condensed. Through the force of the fist smashing over, he caused himself to explosively jump backwards in an instant. Just as Yi Dong was about to jump backwards, 2 light discs scratched the soles of his feet and shot into the arena. The sturdy arena was as weak as a piece of tofu, instantly sliced open. Yidong jumped back and landed on the ground. He waved his left hand repeatedly, and hundreds of Yuan Qi light balls shot out towards the sky where Chu Yan was. Glory protection. Chu Yan pushed her hands forward, and a vast amount of Yuan Qi condensed into a heaven-piercing shield. Good. Big. Light shield. The audience was stunned and shocked. The height of the light shield had already reached an inconceivable height of 20 meters, completely isolating any corner of Chu Yan's attack. Yidong's ball of light bombarded the light shield, but it was unable to shake it in the slightest. This is called parting ways with Zhou Xianyong? Luo Yuan scolded. This should be called completely crushing Zhou Xianyong, right? Chu Yan and Yidong had been engaged in a series of dazzling and powerful battles since the beginning of the competition. The speed and frequency of the battles made the audience completely unable to react. Often, when they were still shocked by the terrifying Yuan Qi from the previous move, the next move had already arrived one after another, causing everyone to be dazzled. Chu Yan Hong Bin stared blankly at Chu Yan. Immediately after, an excited light flashed in his eyes. Is this girl that strong? I didn't expect her strength to exceed Xianyong's. My judgment is wrong. Suddenly, Yidong, who had never spoken, slowly stood up from his kneeling knee. He spoke. Yidong raised his head to look at Chu Yan and said, "Looks like there has been a deviation in the prediction of your strength. It is at least 3 times stronger than I imagined." Chu Yan majestically descended from the sky and said, "It's still too late to surrender now. Almost admit defeat. Actually, you're already pretty good." Chu Yan played with a ball of Yuan Qi in her right hand. Sometimes that Yuan Qi condensed into the shape of a skull, and sometimes it condensed into a small sharp sword. Chu Yan said, "With your cultivation at the 3rd level of origin return, it can be considered very powerful for you to be able to hold on to me until now. If you are also at the 5th level of origin return, I might not be your opponent. If I'm not mistaken, your essence is almost exhausted." Regardless of whether it was the Yuan Qi content or the Yuan Qi intensity in the spiritual sea, it was inferior to the 5th level of the origin returning realm. In order to defend against Chu Yan's attacks earlier, Yidong had to expend more Yuan Qi as a price. In other words, if Chu Yan used 1 unit of Yuan Qi to attack Yidong, then Yidong would need at least 3 units of Yuan Qi to defend himself, and these 3 units were still conservative. Sorry. Yidong shook his head. I want to try again. Chu Yan sighed helplessly and said, "Not every martial artist can be as heaven-defying as Xiang Nan. He can defeat a 5th-level enemy at the 3rd level. After all, his lightning meridian's talent is not a joke." You're right. In the same realm, I am indeed inferior to Xiang Nan. As Yidong spoke, he took out his right hand from his back. Right hand Xiang Nan and the others immediately focused. Yidong's right hand had never been taken out. He had always been carrying it behind his back. What kind of mystery was hidden in his right hand? Perhaps now he would have a chance to take a look. Not far away, Xiang Long said excitedly, "Aha! Old E is finally going to be serious. I'm really looking forward to it. Every time I see him using this move, I feel excited." After hearing Xiang Long's words, Chu Yan's heart sank. The atmosphere became heavy, and even the spectators were extremely quiet. Everyone was waiting for what trump card Yidong could use. Could it be a heavenly weapon? Chu Yan, hurry up and fight. What are you dumbfounded about? Kill him before he exerts his full strength. Hong Bin was already shouting anxiously under the arena. Ah, right? Chu Yan felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. Why must I wait for him to take out his trump card? This was not a fair duel. Thinking of this, Chu Yan immediately raised her right hand, and a spear of light condensed in the sky. At the same time that Chu Yan raised her right hand, Yidong also raised his right hand. Everyone saw that Yidong's loose sleeves naturally fell down, revealing his inner arm. However, there were dense white bandages wrapped around his arm. On the surface of those bandages were dense, oddly shaped runes. Go! Chu Yan slashed her right hand, and the spear shot towards Yidong at lightning speed. Almost at the same time, All the bandages wrapped around Yidong's right arm instantly spread out and left his arm. A strange tattoo appeared on his arm. The tattoo was drawn in thick ink and heavy brushes. Because human arms were cylindrical-like, it was difficult to see the whole picture directly. However, one could roughly see that the picture on Yidong's arm depicted a Buddha, but it was a very strange Buddha because this Buddha was black, something similar to a half-Buddha and half-ghost. And this half-ghost, half-Buddha thing had a total of 5 eyes. In his mouth, he was still biting a few fierce ghosts. Such a strange tattoo pattern made everyone's hair stand on end when they saw it. Eye of Greed, Yidong said calmly. The spear of light had already arrived, and Yidong's body swayed as he dodged the spear. Chu Yan immediately jumped into the air. Her body shook and a pair of enormous wings of light appeared. She shouted, "Honorable judgment!" After Yidong finished saying, "Eye of Greed," an incomparably large eyeball suddenly appeared right above his head. This eyeball was extremely strange. It was not an illusion, nor was it something condensed from Yuan Qi, making it impossible for people to see it clearly. The eyeball was completely black and only the pupils were white. When Chu Yan's glorious judgment sprinkled countless light feathers, a black light suddenly shot out of the eyeball floating above Yidong's pupils. This black light immediately condensed into an oval black shield in front of Yidong. Chi chi chi. Countless feathers streaked through the air, making a loud noise. However, after hitting the black hole, all of these feathers were shattered. Everyone was stunned. What is that? Is it a Yuan Qi shield? Shen Linhai was panting. It doesn't look like it. With Yidong's Yuan Qi, how could the shield condensed be so strong? Luo Yuan also felt extremely strange. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and a flash of lightning quickly flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of existence the oval black shield was. However, at first glance, he found nothing. Under the observation of the lightning, the black hole was still pitch black, and there was nothing fishy about it. Xianxia raised his head again to look at the eyes above Yidong's head. As a result, the eyes above Yidong's head also looked towards Xianxia. Su Lin's lightning photoelectric eye met the big eyeball above Yidong's head. He immediately felt an incomparably sharp pain in his eyes and hurriedly removed the lightning photoelectric eye. "Did you see that? Those eyes?" Xianxia asked hurriedly. "I saw it. We saw it all." Morong Wanqing's tone was solemn. "Something's wrong. I mean, those eyes were looking at me just now," Xianxia said. Morong Wanqing looked at Xianxia in surprise. "No, that eyeball was always looking at Chu Yan, never turning around. This is strange." Xianxia's brows were knitted together. "What is it? A new origin energy shield martial skill?" Chu Yan gritted her teeth. Those massive amounts of Yuan Qi feathers were still crazily covering the area where Yidong was, but as long as it was a feather with a more accurate attack route, it would hit the black shield first. All the feathers that struck the black shield were shattered without exception. "Try this." Chu Yan raised her hands high, and all the scattered feathers that shot elsewhere flew back, condensing into a huge sword of light. Slash! Following Chu Yan's coquettish shout, the enormous sword of light pierced through the sky and stabbed down. The eyes above Yidong's head moved upwards, and the black shield blocked the sky. The gigantic sword of light stabbed into the black shield with a clang. Immediately after, the black shield buzzed and trembled. Boom! The light sword shattered. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone could see how powerful Chu Yan's light sword was. That light sword cut the arena was as easy as cutting tofu. But now that he had hit the light shield, not only was it blocked, but the light sword itself had also shattered. Heavens! What the hell is that? You! Chu Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief. She descended from the sky and instantly landed on the ground to condense a radiant horse. As soon as the horse landed on the ground, it rushed forward. Carrying Chu Yan on her back, she charged towards Yidong. Chu Yan held a shield in her left hand and a gun in her right hand, fiercely smashing into Yidong. The black shield descended from a high place and landed in front of Yidong. She saw that Chu Yan, who was rushing forward, fiercely collided with the black shield. At that moment, time seemed to have slowed down. When Chu Yen collided with the black shield, traces of cracks began to appear on her horses condensed with yuan qi. These cracks were still crazily spreading throughout the horses' bodies. Immediately after, Peng's voice echoed. Chu Yan's radiant horse, radiant spear, and shield shattered into specks of light at the same time. Holy shit! Luo Yuan's eyes widened. What kind of damn shield is that? Is anything that hits it going to shatter? Ah! Heavenly punishment of glory. Chu Yen was finally enraged and used a brand new martial skill. She raised her hands high up in the sky, and spears of light condensed into shape. The spears of light were 3 meters long, and the number of spears was over 100. As Chu Yan's hands slashed down, more than 100 spears of light descended from the sky like a meteor shower and shot towards Yidong. Yidong grabbed the black shield with his right hand and hid his body behind it. His eyes were calm and steady. Those meteor shower-like spears were countless times more powerful than light feathers. If all these spears landed on the ground, they would probably be blasted into a black hole within a radius of 200 meters. Not only would the arena be blasted to pieces, even the earth would not be spared. But however, the shocking light spear smashed into the black shield and immediately shattered. Bang 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 bang. The terrifying spear continuously smashed into the black shield and shattered. Jiang Yu clenched her teeth and activated the light spear even more crazily. 10 spears struck, all of them shattered into pieces. 20 spears struck, 30, 50, 80, and 100. Countless cracks appeared on the enormous arena in the indiscriminate bombardment. When the spear of light was finished, the black shield was as smooth as ever. The arena was finally unable to withstand the load, and with a single sound, it shattered into rubble all over the ground. Time out. This was the first time the referee had ordered a pause since the start of the 12 joint examinations. Everyone present was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. The Haoran sect immediately began to discuss what kind of arena they would have to change in order to withstand the increasing impact. According to the earliest calculations of the 12 sects, no one should have the strength to destroy the arena in this joint examination. However, the truth far exceeded everyone's expectations. This was only the final 16 competition, and 3 of the arenas had been destroyed. This meant that the strength of the contestants had greatly exceeded their expectations. However, it would be useless to switch to other arenas now. The other arenas were also made of earth crystals as the main materials. Taking advantage of the timeout, everyone immediately surrounded Chu Yen, and even Xiang Nan and the others participated. Chu Yen, what exactly is going on with that black shield? Hong Bin was the first to ask. Chu Yan's expression was solemn as she said, I'm not sure. Normally, Yuan Qi shields can only block attacks, but Yidong's black shield is very strange. It can actually counterattack. Shield was a defensive weapon. Even if it was a martial skill, it could only be a defensive martial skill. This kind of thing did not possess offensive attributes. Of course, if you insist that a shield can also be used to smash people, then that's another matter. Can you tell a little? Chu Yen looked at Xiang Nan. Currently, the enemy's enemy was their ally. Now, they could no longer care about their previous grudges. They had to think of a way to defeat the experts of the Profound Sky Sect. Xiang Nan shook his head. I have never seen a martial skill of this type before. In fact, I'm not sure if Yidong's martial skill is actually a martial skill. Perhaps it's a martial skill that the Profound Sky Sect has been hiding. After all, they are so mysterious. Morong Wanqing muttered. Xiang Nan shook his head, but didn't say anything. He knew that this was definitely not the heavenly profound sect's method. At this time, someone in the spectator stands shouted, My Wampoa aristocrat clan is willing to contribute a stage to the nature sect. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. In that case, many thanks to the Wampoa aristocrat clan for their generosity. Elder Shi Beihong cupped his fists and cupped his hands in the direction of the Wampoa clan. The Wampoa aristocrat clan also had quite a few properties in Haotian City, but they didn't expect that they would suddenly take action out of righteousness this time. Soon, dozens of enormous heavenly demonic beasts flew over with a ring in the sky. So fast. Xianxia's eyes moved. Could it be that the mysterious Wampoa clan had heard something before? Since the arena couldn't be sold, who would buy an arena without a problem? Apparently, it had been forged in advance. Boom! The sturdy arena was thrown to the ground. The diameter of the arena had already reached 300 meters, much larger than before. Especially after the local person in charge of the Wampoa aristocrat clan announced the materials for the arena. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. This arena was actually made of 100 refinements steel stone. As the main material, this 100 refinements essence steel stone was the main material for refining earth-grade battle spear and spear shaft. Different earth-grade weapons required different main materials. Sabers, spears, swords, and bows were all different. As for the shaft of the spear, its craftsmanship was extremely high. Not only did it need to be strong enough, it also needed to be tough enough. This was undoubtedly the best material to create the arena. But that was the main ingredient for forging earth-grade weapons. Someone actually used something that was tens of thousands of times more expensive than gold to create a 300-meter diameter and 5-meter thick arena. I'll go. Li Qingchuan's eyes flashed with green light. If I can win the championship, I don't want any rewards. Just give me this arena. Xianxian was also stunned. Perhaps the strength of the arena was already comparable to his black Lin saber. Please be prepared, both sides. The competition is about to begin, the referee announced loudly. Hongbin hurriedly said to Chu Yan, Yidong's black shield is very troublesome. Try not to fight him head-on and think of a way to bypass his black shield. I understand. Chu Yan nodded and jumped onto the arena. At this time, the audience fell silent again, waiting for the intense battle to follow. After Chu Yan jumped onto the arena, she kicked twice on the arena floor with her feet, testing the sturdiness, and said to Yidong, I won't hold back any longer. Yidong nodded. I hope so. Let the competition begin. The referee slashed down with his right hand, signaling the match. At the beginning, Yidong raised his right hand, which was covered in strange patterns, and a large black eyeball appeared in the sky. Chu Yan, on the other hand, retreated for a walk. Her body trembled, and a vast amount of yuan qi surged out. It was actually behind her, condensing a radiant battle general.